welcome back to the first session. So in this session, we'll understand about what exactly is React Native and some insights to mobile development as well. And we'll explore about the introduction to React Native and some key features of React Native as well. And furthermore, in the discussion, we'll understand about how exactly React Native as a skill is going to help out in your career, as well as we'll discuss also some of the career opportunities as well. That is once you learn React Native, right? So first of all, let's head to the starting point. That is what exactly is React Native. So as most of us know, React Native is an open source mobile application framework that was created by Facebook. So this basically allows developers to build different kinds of mobile applications, that is by using JavaScript and React. So React is the same technology that we used for building web applications. Okay. And the React Native enables developers to write code once and then deploy it across multiple platforms, including your iOS as well as Android. So next is we're going to move into the key features of React Native. So first thing is it's cross platform development. So here in React Native, it allows basically developers to write code once and then deploy it on both platforms, that is iOS as well as Android platforms. So this basically reduces the need to write separate code bases for each kind of platform, right? So the next one is it provides native performance. So here React Native uses different kinds of native components, which enables it to provide performances that is comparable to that of apps that is built using different kinds of native technologies as well. So that's it for native performance. So now the next thing we have is of course the hot reloading. Most of them know about this. So here in this process, developers can, see the changes they make to the code in real time without recompiling the entire bundle of code that is present. So let's say you just, make a code change. So that code change would be shown in the output of your application. So the next one is a large ecosystem. So of course, React Native has a vast ecosystem of libraries, tools, and different kinds of community support as well. And apart from that, we also have the option for, third-party login support. Third-party plugin support. So here React Native supports different kinds of third-party plugins, allowing developers to, integrate some native functionalities into their applications seamlessly. So next over here, we're just going to discuss about the basic kind of roadmap that we're going to follow. So the first step would be, to learn the basic concepts, that is understand the core concepts of React Native, such as how to render components, how to, initialize navigation, move from one screen to another. And after that, you can move on to the next step, that is by practicing all of these. So for practicing, you can of course check out the official documentation of React Native, which is really very good. And you could also follow some tutorials as well. And you can start building up small apps so that you would get the hang of it. That is how exactly React Native is going to work out. And in the next one, that is basically, apply. So over here, you could start building some of your small projects. So let's say, suppose you have some idea in your mind. So you could just start implementing that on your own by building it in a small scale, that is the mobile application. So after that, we're going to go into the next one, that is the develop. So here basically we need to practice integrating different kinds of APIs for fetching data and then handling authentication, so it becomes easier to allow users to log in as well as register. And also you can place your hands on accessing different kinds of device features like camera and location. So these are just the basic examples I've put up. So then later, after let's say a particular period of time, that is by building small apps, you would have gained some confidence on how to build small applications. So you would also gain confidence, of course, by solving, that is by debugging as well, and resolving issues independently too. So now the next step would be to move on to the next one, that is basically by building good projects and you can put up on your resume. So there are like different kinds of projects that you can build up starting from scratch. Let's say e-commerce solution, a e-commerce website, or probably a social media platform or a chat based application, whatever you feel like doing it. And you could include different kinds of features that might come into the application which looks better. So yeah, that would be a good way of building up projects in your app. Okay, so that's pretty much the simplest kind of roadmap to move from scratch to building your own applications on your own. So now let's also discuss briefly about some of the benefits as well as some career opportunities when you learn React Native as a skill. So learning mobile development, of course, offers numerous benefits as well as opportunities, making it a valuable skill for different kinds of aspiring developers. Okay, so the first thing is the high demand. So mobile devices have become like an integral part of your life. Like for example, if you want to call, you use the phone. If you want to send a text message, you use the phone. And for social media also, you of course mostly use the phone itself. So thus, the demand for mobile application continues to grow, creating abundant opportunities in different part of the world. Okay, so the next part is career opportunities. So of course, there are different kinds of career opportunities present for mobile development. That is either for React Native or for the export development. So it's a good opportunity to learn React Native and upgrade your skill set. So thank you for joining the course. So let's get started for the next session, and thank you for watching. So for now, since I'm using a Mac, I would prefer using the iOS device. So currently in our development OS, Mac OS is selected, and the target OS, your iOS is selected. So over here, the required dependencies would be you need to install Node, Watchman, and the React Native command line interface like your Xcode and Cocoa Pods, right? So first of all, before starting off, we would install this one, that is basically Homebrew. So if it's not installed, install this. So the way to install this is just press on this. It will take you to that particular page. Okay, so yeah, so install Homebrew with the help of this code. So just copy down this code, and you could open up your terminal or your command prompt. Okay, so in my case, I use something known as iTerm. So because I like that, so I'm just gonna search for iTerm for Mac. So if it's not installed, just install this. Go to the first link, iTerm 2, and you could just scroll down and then download over here. So I've already downloaded that, so I'm not going to do that again. So you could install iTerm, and after installing it, open it up, and then just paste in the code, that is this one. So this code would install your Homebrew. So after installing, just to check if at all it's installed or not, so I'm just going to open up my iTerm over here. So I'm going to say iTerm. Yeah, so to check if at all Homebrew is installed, I'm just going to say brew hyphen version and enter. Okay, so as you can see, Homebrew is installed in my system, and this is the package. This is the version, right? So make sure you're just paste in the command in your item, and this would get installed. So after installing your Homebrew, the next thing is we need to install two things, that is your Node as well as your Watchman. So you could, so for Windows, you could directly install it by going to Node.js install. So the first one, download Node.js. Okay, so you could download, let's say, this particular version, and then check the version if it's correctly installed or not. Whereas if you're in your Mac system, okay, you could just do brew install Node and then brew install Watchman. So basically, Watchman is a tool that is developed by Facebook for seeing all of the different kinds of changes in the file system. So install these two pieces of code. So I've already installed that. Okay, so now to check the version, that is if it's correctly installed or not, just go to item or your command prompt. So I'm just going to say node hyphen version, enter. So this is my version of Node that I'm using, and after installing the second one, that is brew install Watchman, for that also I've already installed. So I'm just going to say Watchman hyphen version, enter. So this is my version of Watchman that is installed in this system, right? So after that, you need to install a application, that is Xcode. So this would be present inside of your app store. So I've already installed Xcode. So this would take in a couple of minutes, or it would take actually a long period of time because the application is pretty large. So yeah, install that and open up Xcode. Alright, so after opening up Xcode, it would show something like this. Okay, so this is the default version that I'm using, that is 15.3. So to set up your let's say your simulators, you could just go to your settings over here. Okay, so as you can see, it would open up this particular box, and you could go to platforms over here. So these are the devices that I've installed with the specific iOS versions, and let's say if some version is not working, you would automatically get that error in the app, that is while you build it in your VS Code. So it would recommend the required version to install. So currently my latest version is iOS 17.4. So if you want to install any different kinds of version, so you could press on plus button over here. You could select iOS and it would choose the different it would ask you to choose version to install, and you can download and install it. So basically it would be better to install the latest version. So currently I think it's 17.4. So install that and you would get all of the required simulators for that particular version. Okay, so I think that's it about the Xcode application. So these are the required things you need to do. That is, install that iOS specific version after installing the Xcode app from the App Store. So yeah, apart from that, yeah, I think that's it for the macOS version. So yeah, so if you have previously installed your React Native CLI or your React Native Community CLI, so it's preferable to uninstall that with the help of this one, that is npm. Okay, so after that you could go ahead and create your new project. So these are the required steps. Okay, so these are the required environment steps for developing a React Native project, okay, for your Mac OS when you develop on your iOS simulator or your iOS device. So I think that's it about this video. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll be exploring about how to set up the environment for your Android part, that is for Windows. So currently I do not have a Windows system with me, I just use my Mac. So what I'll do is I'll just be explaining the steps to do in Windows, and after this video I'll be tagging along the YouTube video so that you could go ahead and then explore each step whatever they have explained for the environment setup in the Windows part of it. So I've just currently opened up react native.dev. So I'm going to press on get started over here. So as you can see, it says setting up the development environment. So make sure you select React Native CLI, and the development OS is going to be Windows. Target OS is going to be Android. So over here, the first step is you will need your Node.js, the React Native command line interface, and a Java JDK, and you need the Android Studio application. So the first thing is you need to install these two things, that is Node and JDK. So the recommended way of installing this is by using Chocolatey. So if at all you do not want to use this, you could actually directly install Node.js. Just type in Node.js install. So just type in Node.js install over here inside of your Google, and let's go to the first link and just download the version whichever you want. Okay, you could actually download the 20th version. So that was it about for the Node.js. So similarly, you could go to the Oracle website and then download the Java JDK. Okay, so since it's recommended to download via Chocolatey, let's press on this. So this would navigate you to that particular software, and over here let's go through the steps. So first one is choose your installation method. So let's not look into that. So yeah, for over here we need to make use of the PowerShell, the Windows PowerShell. So make sure you open up your PowerShell and execute this command, that is get execution policy. So just in case if it returns something known as restricted, then run this command or this command. So after running that command, you would be able to. So now after running that command, go ahead and then execute this particular piece of command, and after it completes executing, make sure you type in choco hyphen question mark to see the required version that is installed. Okay, so that's it. So let's come back over here. So after that, it also requires the JDK, that is Java JDK, that also can be installed using Chocolatey itself. So make sure you go into the administrator command prompt, not a PowerShell. Okay, and then execute this command choco install hyphen y node.js lts and then Microsoft OpenJDK 17. So over here it says that if you already have Node installed on your system, make sure it is Node 18 or newer than that. So if you already have Java JDK on your system, we recommend JDK 17. So make sure you install that version itself. So after that, you need to install your Android Studio application. So there are only three things. One is Node, Java JDK, and then Android Studio. So let's just press on this link. It will take you to that particular website where you could install your Android Studio. So just press on this button, download Android Studio. I've already installed it inside my Mac system, so I'm not going to do that. So this would allow you to download this system. Download this particular software, that is Android Studio. So now after downloading Android Studio, it would give you, I think, something known as an Android installer package. So in that, make sure you check the boxes for these things, that is your Android SDK platform, and then Android virtual device. So in the video which I'll be tagging along, it is explained clearly so that it would be helpful for you to understand how the setup is being done. So after that, just press on install and wait for all of the components to be installed. So after that, you need to install this one, Android SDK platform 34. I'll just be showing that, and then make sure you install this one, Intel x86 atom underscore 64 system image, or this one. So to install this, just select the SDK platforms tab from the SDK manager. I'll show you where exactly that is, and then check the box next to show package details in the bottom right corner and expand the Android 14. So make sure you download this one, SDK platform 34, and then install it. So finally we need to configure the Android home, that is environment variables. We need to set it up. So open Windows control panel, user accounts again, change my environment variables. So give the variable name as Android underscore home, and wherever it's installed, just make sure you get that path. So it's going to be in the same path for you as well. So make sure you add it and press on OK. So this is going to be the default path where it is going to be installed. So after that, you could actually open up the command prompt to verify Android home is added or not. So now just open up the PowerShell and then copy and paste this piece of code and verify if your Android home has been added or not. So that's pretty much it. So next we need to add the platform tools to the path. So again, open up Windows control panel, user accounts, change my environment variables again. Select the path, click on edit and add a new path. So the default location is going to be for the platform tools is going to be this one, whereas for your Android SDK it's going to be this one. So furthermore, I think that's it. We need to just go ahead and then create your application, and you need to create an emulator also inside of your Android Studio. So if I open up my Android Studio application, so make sure you press on tools, and as you can see we have something known as SDK manager. So press on SDK manager, you have three columns: SDK platforms, SDK tools, and then SDK update sites. So in SDK platforms, I've installed, as you can see, Android API 34, Android SDK platform 34. Okay, so apart from that, I've installed Android API 34 extension level 8. And this was the previous one which I had installed. So yeah, apart from that, this was again for SDK 31. Okay, so these are the things in SDK platforms, whereas in SDK tools, make sure you install the 34th version. So just make sure you select Android SDK build tools, press on the drop down, make sure you install 34.0.0. So just for the confirmation part, you could do one thing, that is once you have created your project by creating a new React Native project, then you could just go to the main project directory and then hit npx react native doctor. So this would give you a detailed explanation of what needs to be done if at all there are any errors for your iOS part as well as for your Android part. So let's say if you have installed version 33 and 34 is not installed, so it would give you an error saying that the present version is 33.0.1, but you need to install 34.0.0 for the app to work. Okay, so make sure you press on this check mark button and then press on install. So that's pretty much it for this thing. Then apart from that, go to this one, Android SDK command line tools, and make sure you install the latest version, and 13.0 is the version. So just press on the check box and then press on the install button. Then for CMake, this is the one, and make sure this is installed, Intel x86 emulator accelerator. So as you can see, this is the version, and this is also installed, and this was installed previously. So as you can see, it is saying update is available, so make sure you install that as well. So yeah, these are the things. So I think there is nothing there over here. Okay, so for a better understanding, you could just go through the YouTube video next. It will be explained clearly. So that's it about the environment setup for your Android part. So now to open up the emulator, you need to create your emulator here itself. So if I just close this tab, so as you can see, you have the drop down over here. So you could just press on, I guess, device manager. So this would allow you to create your emulator that is present. So as you can see, this is our device manager. So you could go ahead and then create a device over here, whatever you want. So I've currently created two devices, Pixel 3 API 30, Pixel 4 API 32. So now to get the devices in your Android Studio, I mean not in your Android Studio, in your VS Code, that is where you're exactly coding. So I'm just going to minimize this. So just head over to VS Code once, that is over here. Make sure you go into the extensions tab and make sure you install this one, that is Android iOS simulator. So once you install this particular icon is going to be shown over here. As you can see, extension is going to be Android iOS simulator, iOS emulator. So if you press on this, you'll be seeing two options, that is view Android emulators and view iOS simulators. So let's press on view Android emulators. You should be seeing those two things which I've added, that is Pixel 3 API 30, Pixel 4a API 32. So for your similarly for your iOS, whatever is there inside of your Xcode is gonna come up over here. So just like this. So these are all of the iPad or your iPhone versions that are present. So as I told, whatever device you add inside of your device manager, the same thing is going to get reflected in your VS Code extension part. So yeah, these are the required steps for the Android environment setup. So in this session, we'll be learning how to create our first React Native project and build it up. So it's going to be really exciting. So let's get started. So currently I've opened up my Visual Studio Code and I'm going to go into my build folder. I've also opened up my terminal over here. So I'm just going to say go to my build folder. So you could create a separate folder for yourself where you're going to build up all of your projects. So in mine, I'm just going to create build. So I'm going to say cd build. So here I'm just going to say npx react native at latest init and then awesome project. So before executing the code, let's understand what this code represents, right? So even before that, let's understand basically the difference between npx and npm. So npm stands for your node package manager, right? And this is basically a package manager for node.js, and this is entirely written in javascript. Whereas npx, so this stands for your node package execute. So this is basically a package executor that is used to directly execute your javascript packages without even installing them. So whereas your npm is again a package manager for your node.js, which would help us to install as well as uninstall and update your javascript packages. So here we're going to make use of npx, which stands for node package execute, and as I told, it is going to install your javascript packages. So here basically your React Native is the package name that we are running, and at latest in the sense we are trying to install the latest version. So init is basically the command to initialize your React Native project, and over here awesome project is the name of the project. So here you could give pretty much any name. So in my case, I'm just gonna say, let's say my project, and then now I'm just gonna install this. I'm gonna press on enter. So after executing this, basically npm will fetch all of the necessary dependencies for your React Native project, including the React Native itself and all the other required packages. So as you can see, it is saying currently downloading the template. So this might take some time depending upon your network as well as your internet connection. So currently it's installing all of the dependencies. So let's wait for it to install all of the dependencies and then show the finished status message. So now it's asking to install Cocoa Pods now. So I'm just going to press on default, that is selected no, and I'm going to press on enter. So as you can see, now it has finished initializing our project. So over here it says your new project is ready, and these are the instructions for Android. So just have an Android emulator running. So for this you need to have of course installed your Android Studio, and you need to have installed all of the SDKs using basically the Android Studio installer package. And yeah, so you should go to this particular page, and you should go to this particular path, that is where your project is present, and you need to run npx react native run android. So these are the steps for Android. So now the next thing is the instructions for iOS. So first of all, we need to install Cocoa Pods because we have skipped that step over there. So to do that, we need to do bundle install inside of your iOS directory, and then bundle exec pod install. So we'll discuss why we're going to do this, right? And after that, we're going to run npx react native run iOS. So now first of all, the first step is, since I'm using iOS, I'm going to open up my project directory. So I'm just going to say file over here, open folder, and then I'm going to go into my build folder over here, and the first project, that is my project. So this is basically the project directory or the file structure that React Native has given us when we initialize a bare React Native project. Okay, so towards the left is the file tree. So let's discuss some of the files that are present. So of course the main is the app.tsx. So we're going to make use of JavaScript. So I'm just going to rename this. So I'm just going to say app.js over here, and you could go ahead and delete the file, that is tsconfig. So let's make some changes over here. So let's delete this one. So this is just a part of the cleanup since we're using JS as of now. So I'm just going to remove all of this. Okay, so save the file. So typically this app.js contains the root component of your application. So it's where you define the structure of your app. It might include your navigation or some kind of initial state or the layout as well. So yeah, apart from that, we have your package.json, that is this one. So this file basically contains the metadata about your project, that is all of these details and some dependencies as well, and and all of the packages that you've installed over here is going to come up over here. Okay, so apart from your package.json, we have the node modules folder. So basically this directory contains all of the dependencies installed for your project. So let's say when you run your npm install or your yarn install, all of the packages that are listed in the package.json will be installed and will come and fall into this particular node modules directory. Okay, and apart from that, we have two directories, that is one for your Android and one for your iOS. So these directories contain of course your platform dependent code depending upon your React Native app, and they include different kinds of configuration files, that is the native code, that is Java or Kotlin for Android, and Objective or C or Swift for iOS. And next we have the assets directory. So this directory is currently not present, so actually you could create a assets directory where you could include all of your image, fonts, your text styles and all of those. So basically after that we have the configuration files coming up. So the first one is your babel.config.js. Okay, so this babel.config.js is basically a JavaScript compiler that is used to compile the code that is present. That's the basic usage of Babel. Next we have is the metro.config.js. So this usually configures your metro, that is the JavaScript bundler that is used by React Native. Next we have is the ESLint and the prettier, which is used for defining the code as well as formatting the code for your project. So these are the required files and directories just to know about when you create your React Native project. So now we'll understand how exactly we're going to run the app so that the simulator opens up and then you would be seeing all of the output present, right? So before that, as you saw in the terminal, we had few steps to execute. That is two steps: bundle install and then bundle exec pod install, right? So let's first of all understand what exactly are these two commands, right? So first of all, I've opened up my project, that is it's in the correct directory. I'm going to go into my iOS folder. So we need to install two things. I mean, we need to execute two things. One is the bundle install, right? So the purpose of this command is to install all of the Ruby dependencies that is specified in the pod file.log. I mean, not the pod file, the gem file.log. So that's the reason we are going to install, I mean, that's the reason we're going to initialize your bundle install. So the main reason is that the React Native relies on, different kinds of tools and dependencies. Some of them are Ruby gems. So installing a bundle install ensures that these dependencies are installed and are up to date. So I'm just going to install that. I'm going to say bundle install. I'm going to press enter. So it's going to take in, so as you can see, it's getting from this particular link and it's going to install all of them and it's going to be up to date. So let's give it some time to install this. Okay, so as you can see, this step has been completed and all of the dependencies have been installed. So now the next step is we were asked to install bundle, we were asked to do bundle exec pod install. So this one, so basically the purpose of this command is to install the Cocoa pods dependency specified in your pod file.log. Okay, so basically these Cocoa pods is a dependency manager that is for your iOS projects, and it basically simplifies the process of integrating all of the third-party libraries when you install them in your project, right? So that's the basic reason of this one, that is bundle exec pod install to install and initialize your Cocoa pods. So let's press on enter and install this. So it's going to take in a couple of minutes to install it. So let's wait for that. Okay, so currently I'm facing an error while executing bundle exec pod install. So it says over here some error related to the CMake and it's undefined, I guess. So let's install this one, that is CMake using brew command. So I'm just going to open up my iTerm once and install this, and after that I'm going to execute this command again. So here I'm just going to say brew install cmake. So it's currently installing. So after this finishes up, I'm just gonna run the command again, that is bundle exec pod install, and hopefully we should be seeing that executed properly. Okay, so currently this is completed, so I'm just gonna close this, create a new terminal, delete the previous one. So here go into my iOS directory, and here I'm just gonna say bundle exec pod install and then enter. So now as you can see, there are no errors, and it is showing currently that it is downloading all of the dependencies, which is good. And yeah, and it has completed as well. So we have installed two things, that is your bundle install and bundle exec pod install. Okay, so that's it. So we have discussed two commands, that is bundle install and bundle exec pod install. Both have worked fine. So we have discussed that this is necessary to ensure that all of the required dependencies, both the Ruby gems and the Cocoa pods, are installed and configured correctly before starting off with a React Native project. So now the next step is we're going to go into the normal terminal that is in my project itself. So here I'm just going to say React Native run iOS, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should open up a launch package or command just like this. And once it checks that it has Xcode workspace, it is gonna show up the options, that is run on iOS or run on Android. So in my case, I'm using an iOS simulator. I'm just gonna press on I. So this would open up a simulator for me and then install this particular project into that simulator. So let's wait for that once. So as you can see, it says found the Xcode workspace for my project.xcode workspace. So it is currently launching the iPhone SE third generation, and this is the version it's using, that is 17.2. So let's wait for the app to install on this particular iPhone. So as you can see in the terminal, it says it's building the app. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes, about let's say 5 minutes, and then it should show up all of the contents that is there inside of your app.js. So let's wait for that to install, and let's see how exactly the output is looking. Okay, so currently I've got an error while building up the app. That is, it says over here that the OS is 17.2, but the required version is, I guess, 17.4, since that's the latest. So when you face something like this, just head over to your Xcode over here. Okay, so just go to Window over here at the top, Window tab, and then Devices and Simulators. So here you would find all of the simulators. So currently there are some which are in 17.4, as you can see over here, and currently there are some which are in 17.2. So if you use 17.2, it's going to error out. It's going to show the error like this. Okay, so you need to install the latest version. So if you go to the Xcode over here, as I already showed, go to Xcode and then the settings over here. So already 17.4 is already installed, but sometimes while running the app, it opens up 17.2 simulators. So what you could do is just close this, come over here, just select 15 Pro, and you could also set the run destination to be always over here. And the way to open this one, not this one, the iPhone 15 Pro, yeah, the 17.4th version. So the way to open that is install that iOS simulator extension or the Android simulator extension. It would show all of the Android simulators as well as iOS simulators that is present inside of the app. So just press on this and say view iOS simulators. So it would show all of the simulators over here. So to identify which one is 17.4, just go back to your Xcode over here. So just look into the identifier, it's 21EBF. So just make sure of that, make note of that, and come back to your Xcode, come back to this one. So just select whichever is 21EBF. Yeah, that is this one. So this is the 17.4th version. So I've just opened that up. Okay, so this is the one, it says 17.4. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say yarn iOS. So let's press on enter. So now hopefully we should be seeing this being installed into the simulator. So as you can see, it again found the Xcode workspace and it should install on this. So this is taking, so as you can see, found booted iPhone 15 Pro. So we have finally developed our first React Native app that is directly from scratch. So as you can see, we're able to see the required output that's being shown on the simulator once the app builds. Okay, so at this point of time, if you're facing, any kind of issues while building up the app, that is to reach this point to start off with the starting point of the application. So in that case, you could, directly contact me and I would be able to help you out in that step. That is wherever you're stuck. So yeah, so currently towards the right hand side, that is in the simulator, you're able to see whatever is there inside of your app.js, right? So if I just scroll this down, so inside of the app.js in the return block, so currently we have the scroll view. So the same thing you're seeing over here. Okay, so let's say I make some change over here. Let's say I'm just going to remove the entire scroll view, and just for now I'm just going to initialize my text over here. That's how you write text. I'm just going to say, hey, this is my first app, and once I save the file, you should be able to see the changes being shown on the simulator. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see this text that was there in the return block is being shown on your simulator on the right hand side. So that's how we're going to work. We're going to code something and we're going to check the output if everything is working fine or not, and then we're going to build up the application. So yeah, this is the starting point of your application, and this is how you create a fresh bare React Native project. So now let's discuss briefly about the two folders that we have, that is the iOS as well as your Android as well. So in the iOS file, the first thing is we're going to discuss about the pod file. Okay, so this pod file is basically used by your Cocoa pods to manage the dependencies for your iOS projects. So apart from that, we have something known as the pod file.log also, that is over here. So this file is going to contain basically all of the exact versions of all the Cocoa pods installed in your iOS project, right? So it also ensures that like different dependencies are consistent across different installations of your project as well. Okay, so apart from that, we have something known as the project name.xcode project, that is over here. Okay, so this particular folder, so this is basically the Xcode project file itself that is used to that is used to develop your iOS application. So it normally contains different kinds of configurations and references to your source files to build your app. That's what it signifies. Then apart from that, we have something known as your project.xcode workspace, that is over here, this one. So this is again related to your Xcode workspace file that includes your project and any kind of linked libraries or frameworks. Okay, so it's basically used to organize and manage your multiple Xcode projects and the dependencies. So we need not worry much about all of these files and folders. We'll be focusing only mostly about the coding part itself. Okay, so apart from that, let's briefly discuss about the Android folder as well. So this is in turn the Android folder. This is going to contain the main directory known as your app directory, which contains basically the main source code. Okay, so you'll find directories for Java and Kotlin as well, Java or Kotlin. Okay, and we have the files, that is the build.gradle file. So these files are basically used to configure the build settings and dependencies required for your Android application. Right, so we have something known as the Gradle directory as well, that is this piece of folder. So this basically contains different kinds of scripts and configuration files that is basically related to your Gradle build system that is used mainly for Android projects, right? So we have something known as gradlu.bat file as well as gradlu, that is over here, and this one. So these are basically Gradle wrapper scripts that allow you to run Gradle commands without needing to install the Gradle separately. So apart from that, we are going to also have the build directory, which contains the build related output code. So this is basically the brief and description about Android and iOS folder. So I think that's it about this session. So let's see you in the next session, and then thank you for watching. So in this video, we'll be exploring about the different kinds of basic components that are present in React Native and how we'll be using it in our app while building our own projects or your own app. Okay, so the first basic component, so let me just write over here. Okay, so the first one is going to be your view. Okay, So now what exactly is a view, right? So view is considered to be like the most fundamental component for building up your UI. So this represents a container kind of meaning to it. So if you would have built web-based applications or desktop-based applications, so you would have come across something known as a div, right? So which represents a container. So similar to div, we have something known as the view over here, which represents a container in mobile applications while building up, right? So similarly, we're going to have the next one that is known as the text over here. So I'm going to say text. Okay, so text is again a component for displaying any text on your application. So again, if you compare to your web-based applications, you had something known as your text fields, like let's say h1 to h6, so which used to display the different kinds of sizes for writing your text in the a desktop-based application. So similar to that, in mobile-based application, we have something known as text. So here we do not have something known as h1 to h6 as in React. So here we have a single text component which would allow you to to write some text and display it on the output screen or the emulator. So apart from that, next we have is your image. This is again a basic component. So I'm going to say image over here. So image is again a different component that is basically used to display your images. So this is again similar to your web-based application. So in your web-based application, you had something like a small image, something like this, where you used to enter the source. Over here we have in the form of a component. Okay, over here the syntax is different. So this image is going to take in something known as the source, and further the source is going to take in the URI, and based on the URI we're going to show the image on the screen. So the next we'll be discussing about is the text input. So here I'm just writing the heading. After this, we're going to discuss each one of it, that is view, text, image, and so on. So this text input is again a component that is basically used to get a kind of text input or receive input from the user who is using your application. So the next one we have is your scroll view. So scroll view basically provides a scrolling functionality. So let's say you have a huge list and you want to display it on the screen and you want to see all of the items present inside the list. Then in that case, you would be making use of the scroll view, which is scrollable, and the screen is scrollable as well. So that let's say we have items from 1 to here, and as soon as the item is ending at the bottom part, you should be able to scroll through it and see the next item that is present inside of your list. So these are basically some basic components that we'll be using in React Native. So let's understand each one of them, starting from the first with an example, that is the view. So now I'm just going to make use of the view over here. So currently, as you're able to see, we have something known as the safe area view. So I'm just going to remove that over here. I'm going to include my view component. So this view is automatically imported from React Native. Like once you enter RNFES, that is a shorthand code snippet, as I told you to install the extension that is this one, that is ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So this would basically give you the shorthand code snippets for initializing your component functions. Okay, so let's come back to our app.js. So as you can see over here, the view is already imported from React Native. So as I told, so the view component is like basically a div element in your web development, and it is like a kind of container that is used to group and lay out other kinds of components. So you can style it with Flexbox properties or your absolute positioning as well. So let's come back over here. So let's say inside the view, I'm going to enter a text. So over here, I'm just going to say hello React Native. And I'm going to save the file. So as soon as I save the file, this output should be shown onto your simulator. So as you can see, you're able to see it at the top because we have removed the safe area view, and by default, the text is going to start off from the topmost part over here. Okay, so if you want that, we could actually include a safe area view. So everything is going to start off just below the status bar, just like this. Okay, so now for the view, you could give the styling. So styling can be done in two ways. One is by creating a style sheet. So this style sheet is again going to come from your React Native, just like this. Or you could do something known as inline styling, which would be easier and faster to learn along with. but this is the recommended way of doing the styling. That is, you actually create something known as, let's say, style over here, and here you're going to say styles dot your section container. So this section container has two styles, that is margin top of 32 and padding horizontal of 24. So this would automatically be applied to your view. Okay, so this is one way of giving this style. So if you do not want this, you could actually give inline styling. So it would be a double object. Inside that, you're gonna say margin top of 32 and your padding horizontal of 24. So save the file. So as you can see, margin top of 32 is applied. So basically margin represents something known as your external spacing, whereas padding represents your internal spacing. So let's say this view is a container. If I give margin of 32, it says give a space of 32 outside of this view that is present, that is this view. And if I say padding horizontal of 24, that means give 24 of padding horizontal on both left and right, that is within the container and not outside of the container. So this is basically the representation of view, and this is how it works. So now let's move on to the next one, that is our text field. Okay, so we have just initiated the text over here. So again, this text component is used to display the text in your application. It supports, of course, basic styling such as your font size, color, and then your alignment. So here I'm just going to say text. I'm going to give some random text. This is the second line. I'm going to write this and I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that come on the screen. Okay, so let's save the file. So this is it about the text. It's simple and basic. So after that, let's move on to the next one, that is your image. Okay, so here I'm going to say image. Again, it's in the form of a component because the first letter of it is capital. So this image is going to be in the form of a self-enclosing tab. So as I told, the syntax is different from your desktop based application. So here in React Native, it's going to take in something known as the source. So this source in turn is going to take in something known as the URI in a double object. So this URI is going to contain the link of the image. So here inside the URI, I'm just going to paste in my image link. This is kind of random. You could paste in any kind of HTTPS link. And if I save the file, let's see if we would be able to see the image. So as you can see, it says property image does not exist. So let's import image from React Native. So we're going to go over here and we're going to say image, import image from React Native and save the file. So where is the image? It's not being seen, right? So this image would only be seen if at all you give some style to it. Otherwise, it won't be seen even though you give the correct URI to the image. So let's come back over here and this is going to take in the style over here. So again, I'm going to try and give inline styling so that it becomes faster to learn. So let's say I'm going to give it a, let's say, a width of 100 and a height of 100 for the image. Now if I save the file, you should be seeing the image coming on the screen. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see that threads image on the screen. Okay, so there is also another property which is important, which is resize mode. So you could give it as contain. So it contains the image based on the width and height that we have given. So that's the basic understanding of image and that's how it works. Okay, so after that we have the next one, that is the text input. Okay, so here I'm going to say text input. So let's import again text input from React Native. So again, this is going to be a self-enclosing tag. Okay, so for the text input, this is going to have a placeholder so that we could show it to the user. Let's say enter your name. So I'm just going to save the file. So as you can see, we have that placeholder being shown, which says enter your name. So first of all, let's give some style to the text input. So here I'm going to say, height of 40. And I'm going to give it, let's say, a border color of gray, and I'm going to give it a border width of 1 and some margin top value. Save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that text input being shown on the screen. So now what we're going to do is we're gonna write something inside of the text input, and we should be able to get the value, that is whatever the user is typing, inside of the text input. So for that, we need to first of all initialize our state to hold whatever the user is typing inside of this particular input field. So over here, I'm going to initialize my state. I'm going to say const text comma set text equals to use state. So use state is a simple hook in React that is used for storing your states. Okay, so make sure you import use state from React just like this, and this text input is going to have a property that is known as the value. So I'm going to say value over here. So value would be value would be equal to whatever is stored inside of your state, that is this one. So use state works in such a way that this text, whatever is there, represents the value, and this text would be equal to whatever is present inside of your use state. So currently, as you can see, it is empty because it is just an empty string over here. So the next method, that is set text, is actually known as a function or a modifier that is used to update this particular text. So currently, if you just console.log of text, you should be seeing an empty string, right? So here we have the next method that is known as your onChange text. I'm going to say onChange text. So this is going to take in a function, and it's going to take in the text whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. And as I told, this is known as your modifier or the function. So currently we have an empty string, right? But we want to save whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. That means we need to update the state, right? So for that we're going to use the set text method. So I'm going to say set the text of this particular text, that is whatever the user is typing. So now I'm just going to console.log this, and you should be seeing that whatever the user is typing would be stored inside of your state. I'm going to say text and then your text. So let's save the file over here. So let's open up our terminal over here. So here I'm just going to say hello. So as you can see, as and when I type my character, so each time I type my character, it is going to update the state, and as I typed the last character, that is O, it completed the word, that is hello, and this hello is stored inside of your text field, that is this particular state. Okay, so that's how your text input is working, and this is used to accept a different kind of text input from the user. So this can be a single line text input or a multi-line text input field as well. So if you want multi-line, there is a property known as multi-line to this. So you could just go ahead and say multi-line. That's it. So save the file. So this is how it works. So the next thing we have is basically your scroll view. Okay, so over here we're just gonna include again, we need to import it. So scroll view. So yeah, as you can see, scroll view is already imported from React Native over here. So over here inside scroll view, let's say we have n number of texts over here. So I'm just going to say texts, let's say hello. So I'm just going to paste it a bunch of times so that once I save the file, okay, you should be seeing the text being overflowed from the bottom part of the screen. Okay, so let's write it correctly. Let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we still have some more texts to be written. Yeah, let's write few more over here. So now let's try to scroll it over here. So as you can see, as I scroll, it is able to scroll, and it is going to the next list that is present. It's going to the next item that is present inside of the list. That is basically a text over here in our case. So basically, this scroll view component is used to create a scrollable view for your container when the content doesn't fit the particular screen, and it's commonly used for displaying long lists or long content. Okay, so we have discussed about all of the basic components in React Native, starting off from the view, the text, the image, the text input, as well as the scroll view. So now the next session would be on the different kinds of components based on your user interface. So in this video, we'll be understanding about different kinds of user interface components that are present in React Native. So the first and most important is the button. So this is commonly used. So I'm going to say the button component. So apart from button component, we have something known as your touchable opacity. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. So this touchable opacity is like similar to the button component, but it provides more customization options such as custom styling and feedback on the on press of it. Okay, whereas your button component is used to create a clickable button that performs an action when pressed on the button. So finally, after that, we have is the alert, the alert box. So you might have seen the alert box that comes in, let's say, the center part of the window whenever you want to show some alert box to the user. That is, let's say if they have registered or if they have completed something in the app. So So at that time you would be able to show the alert box based on whatever message you want to show in the alert box. Okay, so yeah, after that we have final thing, that is the pressable. So again, this pressable is similar to your touchable opacity, but it doesn't have that active opacity when you press on it. It is just going to be like a normal button itself. So let's start off with the first one, that is the button component. So make sure you import button from React Native. That is just like this. So button allows you to have a clickable action on this particular button component, and when you click on it you could execute any action or any kind of function you want to do with the button inside of your application. So this button is going to take in two things, that is the title of the button, that is what it should signify on the UI. So let's say I'm just going to say press here. I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that button being shown on the screen, and over here we are going to create something known as an on press event. So in React we have something known as on click. So in React Native we have something known as on press. So I'm going to say handle press. This is a function name. You could give any function name you want to. So just over here I'm going to initialize my function, that is const handle press equals to a normal arrow function. So here for the time being I'm just going to console.log a message, and I'm going to say button is pressed. So yeah, save the file. Okay, so now let's say I'm going to press on the button. So we have on press given on the function, I mean on the button, that is handle press. So it would go to this function. So we have just given a console.log message. So if I press on this, you should be able to see button is pressed. So as you can see, when I press on the button, you're able to see in the console that is button is pressed. So if at all you have any kind of action or any kind of execution that's to be performed when you press on the button, you could go ahead and then add it inside of the function. So that's the basic understanding of the button. So after button, we have something known as touchable opacity. So I'm gonna import touchable opacity from React Native, just like this. Okay, so make sure you import touchable opacity. So as we discussed earlier, touchable opacity is similar to your button component, but it provides more options for customization, such as custom styling and your feedback on press. So let's say inside of the touchable opacity we're going to have a text. Okay, so here I'm just going to say press here, and I'm going to save the file. So let's give a padding of 20 over here, that is to your touchable opacity. So we have some spacing over here. So yeah, let's give some border as well. I'm gonna give some border color and some border width and a background color of green. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that button being shown on the screen. So let's give a specific width of, let's say 100, and save the file. Okay, or let's say 200, some random amount. Okay, so now if I press on that, you should be seeing the touchable opacity. So this is how it is going to work. It is going to have opacity, and if you press on that, it would signify the user that it is being pressed, just like this. Whereas in button, this functionality is not present. So if you want to decrease the opacity, we have some options known as your active opacity. If you want to decrease it, so here I'm going to say active opacity, I'm going to say 0.8. So 0.8 would look like this. Okay, just like this. So again, similarly, we're gonna initialize a on press on this. I'm gonna say on press. We're gonna have a handle press initialized over here. So that's the same function. So here I'm gonna say this is executed. So I'm gonna open up my terminal, and then I'm gonna press on the touchable opacity. Okay, so this is how your touchable opacity is gonna work. So similar to this, we have other touchable opacity as well, that is touchable highlight and then touchable without feedback. So let's look into the touchable highlight. So this provides feedback by changing the background color of the component when it is pressed. So here I'm going to say touchable highlight, import that from React Native. So let's remove all of this. So here I'm just going to initialize a text which says hello. Okay, so I'm just going to give some styling over here, that is, let's say width of 200 and a background color of green, some padding as well of 20. Okay, so now let's initialize again on press on this. So I'm going to say on press. It's going to be again handle press. So let's save the file. So now let's see how exactly touchable highlight is going to work. Okay, so as you can see, it provides a feedback by changing the background color of your component when it is pressed on. So this is how touchable highlight works. So the next thing that we'll be discussing is the touchable without feedback. Okay, so this component basically doesn't provide any kind of visual feedback when it's pressed on it, and it's useful when you want to handle touches without having any visual changes that was there in the touchable highlight. So here I'm going to say text. I'm going to say here there over here. Let's save the file. So if you press on it, as you can see, it is going to work like this. So let's initialize, let's say on press over here. I'm going to say on press. Let's give in a different function. Let's say handle, and I'm just going to define the function over here. Const handle equals to a normal arrow function, and we're going to paste it over here. So yeah, let's save the file. All right, so yeah, this is how your touchable without feedback is going to work. So if I press on this one, that is a second button. So as you can see, that's the way it's going to work. Yeah, so these are the basic user interface components that are present in React Native. And the final one is again pressable that we discussed. Okay, so yeah, that's this one. So over here, I'm just going to say pressable. So this pressable also is going to be similar to your button. It's not going to show any kind of background color when you press on it. That was the case when we did it for touchable highlight. So I'm just going to say text. I'm going to say button. So over here I'm just going to say on press. You could actually take in a function over here itself instead of defining a function just like this. So I'm going to say take in a function, and I'm going to say console.log hello. So save the file. Let's give some margin vertical. So I'm going to pass in my style over here. I'm going to say margin vertical of 20. So if I press on the button, nothing should happen, and we should just be seeing the console message. Okay, whereas in touchable without feedback, we were able to see some background effects just like this. Whereas in your touchable highlight, we were able to see the changing of the background color just like this. Whereas in button, it was a different kind of color that was imported from React Native, and for that particular component, we were able to show the button. So now let's press on the button over here. So as you can see, nothing will happen, and automatically this function is getting triggered off when you press on the pressable that is present. So based on all of these different types of user interfaces present, that would allow you to execute some action when pressed on them. So you could use whichever you like. Let's say if you want the button component, or the touchable opacity, or the alert message, or your pressable. So talking about the alert message, you would get it directly from your React Native documentation. So if I search for React Native and search for alert box, so there is two kinds of message alert box as well as three-way alert box. So you could just go ahead and take up this. So this is a 2-button alert, and this is a 3-button alert. So they have just initialized 2 buttons over here, and for each button they have given 2 functions. I mean a single function. One is for create 2-button alert, and one is for create 3-button alert. So over here we're just going to alert whatever the message. This is going to be the first message, this is going to be the second message, and based on whatever the message is, it's going to be shown on the screen, that is in the center part of the screen. So we have discussed all the different kinds of basic user interfaces that are going to be used in React Native. That is your button component, touchable opacity, alert, and pressable. So now let's move on to the next part. So in this video, we'll be learning about the important topic, that is React navigation, which is really important for developers to know when they're learning React Native. Okay, so we'll be exploring about what exactly is React navigation and some of the patterns of React navigation as well. And furthermore, we'll be understanding about the core concepts of React navigation as well, such as your stack navigator, tab navigation, and things like that. So first of all, I'm going to head over to my eraser.io over here, and we'll just briefly explain about what exactly is React navigation and what it does. So here I'm just going to say React navigation. Okay, So what exactly is React navigation, right? That's the first question. So over here, navigation is like the most fundamental aspect of your mobile app development that enables, users to move between different screens, that is from one screen to another screen, passing data or without passing data as well. So this plays a crucial role in, providing a seamless and initiative user experience. So this React navigation, so over here I'm just gonna write like it's the most, fundamental aspect of mobile development, and furthermore it's like one of the most popular navigation libraries for React Native because it provides a flexible and easy to use navigation solution for building your mobile applications from scratch. So it's also known for its popularity, that is React navigation. So here I'm going to say popular navigation library used in React Native. And furthermore, React Native offers, different kinds of navigation patterns, such as your stack navigator, your tab navigator, or your drawer navigator, which could be used, individually or in combination of both of them. Let's say in an application you just use stack navigation, or let's say in some other application you use both of them, that is a mix of tabs as well as your stack navigation as well. So here this also includes, various navigation patterns. So the first one is going to be a stack navigator. So here we're just going to briefly discuss about what exactly each thing does, and furthermore in the coming videos or coming sessions we'll be explaining about what exactly is each pattern going to do, and how we'll be implementing this in our application with a brief example. We'll be discussing that as well. So yeah, after the stack navigator we have the next one, that is your tab navigator. So this is basically the tabs you see in your different applications, and furthermore we have the drawer navigation or drawer navigator. So understanding all of these, is essential for implementing the React navigation in any kind of particular app that you're building. Okay, so development, let's write that correctly. All right, so we'll be discussing about all of these. So now let's briefly, discuss about what exactly does each of your navigator does. I mean, each of your pattern does. That is your stack navigator, tab navigator, and your drawer navigator. Okay, so let's talk about first one, that is your stack navigator. So over here, this stack navigator allows, navigation between different screens by managing a stack of screens. So just imagine a stack of screens that are present. So let's say over here, I'm just going to take in piece of diagram over here. Okay, so let's say this is our stack. Okay, so over here, let's say we're going to have the first screen. Let's say this is our first screen that is put into the stack, or this is the first screen you've created in your stack navigator. So I'm going to create a bunch of screens just like this. So let's say this is your second screen that you've created, and let's say this is your third screen that you created. Okay, so now I'm just going to name some different names for each of the screens. So let's say over here I'm going to name this as the home screen as the first screen. So from the home screen you have created some other screens that is on top of it, that is this one as well as this one. So let's say this is some other screen. Let's initialize a text over here. Let's say this is known as a profile screen. So let's just imagine you have some profile icon on your home screen, and if you press on that profile icon you would be navigated to this particular profile screen. So over here, let's consider you have some kind of icon or some kind of image on the profile screen. If you press on that, we would be taken to the profile details screen. Okay, so essentially this is a kind of stack that we have developed starting from the home screen. Okay, so yeah, this stack navigator allows navigation between screens by managing your stack of screens. Okay, so each time a new screen is pushed into the stack, that is this one, it becomes the active screen. So basically this kind of navigation pattern, that is your stack navigator, is commonly used for your hierarchical navigation, that is navigating between different levels of a menu or drilling down into different details, just like this one. Okay, so whatever screen you create first in the stack navigator becomes the first screen, and that's going to be shown. So let's say these two screens are not present as of now, that is profile screen as well as your profile, that is profile details as well as your profile screen. And if you just show the home screen and then render the stack navigation, then of course the first screen is home screen, that is the screen which is going to be shown. So that's the brief about your stack navigator. So next we have is your tabs navigation. So tabs navigator is pretty similar. Okay, so this particular tab navigation displays multiple screens as tabs, allowing the users to switch between different sections of tabs that are present. So you might have come across many application that is, as soon as you open it, you would be able to see different tabs, right? That is going to come up over here at the bottom part. So over here, so let's say this is just the base of the app. All right, so as soon as you open, let's say you have n number of tabs with the icon as well as the text below the icon, that is what exactly it resembles. Okay, so this is how your tabs are going to look like, and the user can switch between different tabs to see different screens. So over here, each tab represents a single screen. So let's say this is the home tab. So the app is set in such a way that once you open the app, the home tab is to be open. So by default this would be focused. So whenever you open the app, you should be seeing that home screen corresponding to this particular tab. Let's say you switch the tab from home to, let's say you have account over here, then as soon as you press on this particular account tab, then over here the changes should be reflected, showing your account screen. So similarly you can have the third tab, let's say your profile tab, and similarly when you switch from your account tab to your profile tab, that particular screen should be shown over here. So that's how it's used. So tab navigation is like most often used while organizing your content into distinct kinds of categories, or providing basically quick access to frequently used features. So that's one use case of your tab navigation. And finally we have your third one, that is our drawer navigation. So here I'm just going to say drawer navigator. So to be honest, I've not used much of a drawer navigator in my apps as well. So I basically mainly use stack navigation as well as tabs navigation. So over here, a drawer navigator represents like a kind of side menu that could be used to show some different options to the user. Okay, so it basically slides in from the edge of the screen. So let's say you have some icon over here. So over here I'm just going to draw in some tab or some icon. So here let's say you have some three dots icon, and if you press on it, something will open up from the edge of the screen, and it should look something like this. So it will come like this. Okay, and inside this particular drawer navigator you would have some options. Okay, so as we discussed earlier, it's going to typically slide in from the edge of the screen and it overlays the main content. That means whatever is present inside of this screen previously, that's going to be overlaid, or that is, this is going to come up on that is your drawer navigation. So this is commonly used while providing access to your different kinds of functionalities or your navigation options as well. Yes, so this is the brief discussion about the introduction to React navigation. So in the coming sessions, we'll be understanding about each thing, starting off from your stack navigator, and then the tab navigator, and finally the drawer navigator. So we'll be exploring about each kind of React navigation pattern, starting off from your stack navigator, and we will go through each one of them with a better example, so it becomes easier to understand, and you should be able to develop your own navigation from here on. So let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching. So in this video, we'll be understanding about the first React navigation pattern, okay, or the first component of React navigation, that is your stack navigator. All right, so as discussed previously in the previous video, a stack navigator is like a navigation pattern that manages navigation between different screens by maintaining a stack of screens. So to implement React navigation into your React application, I mean into your React Native application, first of all, we need to install some dependencies. Okay, so for that I'm going to head over to Chrome over here. I'm going to search for React navigation. I'm going to go into the first link. So I'm gonna go to my Redux. Okay, I guess my network is kind of slow, so let me just connect to some other network probably. I'm just gonna refresh the app once. Yeah, so now it's working fine. So yeah, we need to install the first one, that is your React navigation package. So I'm going to install it with the help of yarn. So let's copy this piece of code. Let's come down to your terminal and I'm just going to paste it over here. So while this installs, we need to install some other dependencies as well. So we need to install two things, that is React Native screens as well as React Native safe area context. So since ours is a React Native project, I'm going to copy down this code and I'm going to install it into my application. So let's come down over here. I think this is still installing, so let's give it some time. So let's install this as well, that is React Native screens and React Native safe area context. Okay, so this has been installed, whereas the previous one is still taking some time, not sure why. So as you can see, so I'm just going to cut down the server, that is Control C, and I'm going to install this again. So let's copy this piece of code. I've just changed my network and then again I'm installing. So let's see, hopefully we should be able to install this. So as you can see, we have installed this. So let's head over to the next one, that is Hello React Navigation tab. And here we need to install the native stack. So this is basically for your stack navigation. So let's copy this down and we're gonna paste it over here again. Okay, so all of them have been installed. So just to check once, let's check out the package.json. So as you can see, these are the required things for your React navigation. That is the first one, second one, as well as the React Native safe area context and the React Native screens. Right. So now the next step is we need to include these dependencies into your iOS project. So for that, let's do a pod install. First of all, let's cancel the app over here. So let's install the dependencies. So it's going to take in a couple of seconds. So let's wait for that. So as you can see, it's installing your React Native screens as well as safe area context. So once this installs, let's start off the app again. Okay, so now I'm just gonna say yarn iOS over here. Let's cut this server. So here I'm gonna say yarn iOS, enter. It should again open up the launch package command. I'm gonna say I to open up on my iOS simulator. So let's give it some time to open up the app. And after that, we're gonna initialize our first pattern, that is your stack navigation, and we'll see how exactly it's gonna work. Okay. So yeah, let's give it some time to run the app. So as you can see, the project is being loaded and everything is working fine. Okay, so now first of all, let's create a folder for your navigation. I'm going to say new folder navigation, and inside this I'm going to create my stack navigation. So I'm going to say stack navigator actually. So stack navigator.js. So rnfes to get the shutdown code snippet just like this, and then save the file. So now first of all, to initialize your stack navigation, we need to have something known as a stack. So for that, I'm going to say const stack equals to create native stack navigator. So this is the package you're going to import from this particular dependency, that is React navigation / native stack. So now we're going to discuss about what exactly is the navigation container, because that's what we're going to use while implementing the navigation. Okay, so navigation container is like a main component that is provided by React navigation library. So this particular navigation container, it wraps around the entire app and provides a context for managing navigation state and handling different kinds of navigation actions. Okay, so we're going to make use of the navigation container, and one app can have only one navigation container. So let's first of all import that. So instead of the normal view that's present over here, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna initialize my navigation container. Okay, so now inside of the navigation container, we're gonna initialize our first screen that is gonna go into the stack. So here I'm gonna say stack dot navigator. So over here we need to signify that we are going to make use of the stack, and not the tab. So here I'm going to say stack.navigator. So inside of the stack navigator, we can have n number of stack screens that are there inside of your application. Okay, so I'm just going to save the file once. So now I'm going to create a bunch of screens. Okay, so I'm just going to create my screens folder. So here I'm going to say I'm going to create my home screen. So I'm going to say rnfes and then save the file. Then let's say I'm going to create another screen, profile screen. So again rnfes and then save the file. So let's come into the stack navigator. So to initialize your first screen or to create a first screen into your stack, so we have something known as the stack.screen. So I'm going to say stack.screen. Okay, it's going to be a self-enclosing tag. So to this we have some options to be given, that is your name and the component to render. So you could give any name. So let's say in this case I'm going to say name of home. So after your name of home, we're going to initialize a component. So component in the sense for this particular screen, which screen should I render? That's the basic meaning of it. So let's say I want to render the home screen for the home component or the home stack. Okay, just like this. So this is your first screen. So let's save the file. So now if you render this particular stack navigator, because we have exported it over here, and if you render and save the file, of course this is the screen that's going to be shown up once when the app loads, because this is the first screen that is present inside of the stack. So whatever screen that is there on the top, that's going to be shown up. Okay, so let's say over here I'm going to have my second screen in the stack. So I'm going to say stack.screen, again self-enclosing tag. I'm going to give a name to the screen. So no two screens can have the same name, otherwise you would get a warning or error, I guess. Okay, so let's say profile over here, and I'm going to pass in my component. It's going to be a profile component over here. I'm going to say profile, not profile component, profile screen, and then save the file. So now the next step is we need to render this particular stack navigator into the main app.js. So currently we have a safe area view, so for that reason you're not able to see anything on the screen. So let's just remove this, and over here I'm just going to say render the stack navigator, import it from the navigation folder, just like this. All right, so let's save the file now once. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see some change on the output part of the simulator. So we are able to see the first screen, that is your home screen. So as I told, the screen that is there first inside of your stack navigator, that's going to be shown in your output part. Okay, so yeah, that's how it's working. And by default, each of your stack screens is going to have a header, that is your home header by default. Okay, so let's say I'm going to have some button inside of my home screen. So let's say I'm going to initialize my pressable, and here I'm going to say text. Over here I'm going to give go to profile. Okay, so we have given the pressable over here. So now we'll be understanding about how exactly we could navigate from your home to your profile. Okay, so for that we need to initialize our navigation first of all. So inside the home screen, I'm going to say const navigation equals to, we have the use navigation hook. So let's make use of that. Okay, so for the pressable, I'm going to initialize a on press event. So this is going to take in an internal function. You could write like this also, or you could create a separate function, and you could define it over here as well. So we'll be looking into both the methods, right? So here I'm going to say on press, I'm going to say navigation. So we have a method known as navigate. Okay, so to the navigate method, we need to pass in the name of the screen we want to navigate to. Okay, so currently we are in your home screen. Let's say we want to navigate to your profile screen. So if you check out in your stack navigator, the name of the screen that we gave to profile was profile itself. Okay, so that particular navigate method is going to take in the name of the screen to which you want to navigate to. So in this case, it's going to be navigation.navigate to profile, right? So that's simple. Let's save the file once, and as soon as I press on this, we would be navigated to the profile screen. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on the go to profile, we were navigated to the profile screen because of this particular line, that is navigation.navigate to profile. Okay, so as soon as we come to this, again you're able to see the default header that is present in your profile. This is for your profile screen that is separately done, and we have an option to go back to your home screen. So this is only available in your iOS. In Android, with the help of the back button, you should be able to go back to your home screen again. So if I just slide back over here, so as you can see, we have the option to go back to your home screen. So let's say you have a scenario wherein you want to go to the you want to go from the home screen to your profile screen, and you do not want to come back to the home screen. If at all you slide back over here, or if at all you have pressed the back button in Android, you do not want to go back to your home screen again. So in that case, we're going to handle the scenario. Okay, so now we have something known as navigation.navigate. Okay, so if you do not want to go back to the previous screen from which you came from, we have a method known as replace. So that's the method we'll be using. So here I'm going to say navigation.replace. So again, we're going to pass in the profile screen. So let's say profile over here. So as you can see, we have gone to the profile screen, and if you have noticed over here, we are not able to see that back button to go back to the home screen because we have made use of the replace method. So this doesn't allow you to go back to the screen you came from. So we actually came from the home screen. So since we have given the replace method, it would not allow us to go to the home screen again. So if at all I slide from here, so as you can see, I'm not able to slide because we have made use of the replace method. Okay, so let's come back to our previous state, that is navigation.navigate. Save the file and let's reload the app. So as you can see, now we are able to see that home screen coming over here, and we're able to navigate as well. All right, so this is how you navigate between different screens that are present inside of the stack. So now let's say over here into the navigate method, instead of profile, I'm going to pass in some random name. Let's say account. So let's see what's going to happen. So currently we do not have a screen, right, that is named as account in your stack navigator. So this would basically throw us an error. So let's say I'm going to press and go to profile. So as you can see, it gives us an error saying the action navigate with with the payload, that is name being account, was not handled by any navigator, which is true because we only have two names inside of our stack navigator. That is, one is for home and one is for profile. So you should only use these two names itself to navigate between each other, whichever screens you want to. And yeah, that's it. So now let's give another name over here. Let's create another screen. So I'm just gonna go back to the previous state, that is home screen, that is profile itself. Save the file. So over here in the stack navigator, I'm gonna create my next screen. So I'm gonna say stack screen, stack.screen. So this time I'm gonna give the same name as that of the first screen, that is home. So I'm gonna say home over here. Let's create another screen. Let's say account screen. So I'm going to say account screen.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file, and over here I'm going to pass in my component. So this is going to be your account screen. So import account screen from the screens folder, just like this. So now as soon as I save the file, now just look what happens, because we have given the same name for the third screen, that is as we have given for the first screen. So I'm just going to save the file. So as you can see, it gave us a render error saying that a navigator cannot contain multiple screen components with the same name. Okay, found duplicate screen name, that is home. So that's one thing, that is you can't give same name for your screens. It should have a unique name. So let's save the file. Okay, so that's how your stack navigation works. So over here, instead of a stack navigator, you could have n number of screens and you could navigate between any screen as well. All right, so that's the basic explanation about your stack navigation. And yeah, so let's say we have and also we have some other options as well. If you want, you could provide to the screen. So let's say currently home is being displayed and you do not want to see the header. So this is going to take in some options over here. So here I'm just going to say header shown. So as soon as I write header, you have a n number of options to go through, that is header left, header right, header style, header shown. Okay, so currently let's say we do not want the header, so we're going to target this one, header shown, and I'm going to set it to be false. So save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, that header disappeared because for the home screen we have set it to be false. So similarly, you could go and explore about the different options that are present. So just by writing header, you would be seeing all of the different kinds of options as I just showed, and you could explore along each one of them and see how exactly each one is working. So I think that's it about the stack navigation video. I hope you got your doubts cleared. I hope you understood the concept because it's kind of simple, and once you understand this, it's going to be super similar to implement in your own applications. So I think that's it about this video. So let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching. So in this session, we'll be understanding about how exactly the tab navigations is going to work. Okay. So previously we had discussed about the stack navigation, and we also learned how to, initialize our React Native vector icons. So now in this session, let's explore about the tab navigation. So let's head to your stack navigator.js itself. So over here, we'll be making use of a combination of your stack navigator as well as your tab navigator, so that the tab navigation is also done, and a combination of both the patterns is also completed. So just like how we initialized our stack over here, we're going to initialize our tab. It's going to be super similar. I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom. Okay, we would not get the import code because we've not installed that package, I guess. So let's head over to Chrome and search for React Native bottom tabs or bottom navigation. So let's install it with the help of yarn over here. So copy that code and we're gonna paste it into the main project and then install it. All right, so now let's initialize it over here. I'm gonna say create bottom tab navigator. So import it like this, and now I'm going to initialize my function that is known as bottom tabs. So I'm going to say function bottom tabs. So here, since we are doing an explicit return, we need to make use of the return over here. So here similarly, in the previous video we had done stack.navigator. So here we are going to do tab.navigator. So inside the tab.navigator we can have n number of tabs. Okay, so I'm going to pass in my first tab. Again, it's going to be super similar. The way we write the screen, it's going to be tab.screen. So here also we need to pass in the name and the component to render for that particular tab. So I'm going to say name is going to be, let's say, home over here, and I'm going to pass in my component. It's going to be home screen. Let's remove it for the stack because we're going to pass in something else in just a bit. So yeah, apart from this, over here also we're going to pass in few options that is related to your icons as well as some other options. It's going to be inside of an object. So it's going to be, first one is going to be tab bar style. Tab bar style over here. So you can pass in any kind of background color, let's say red over here. And apart from that, here also I'm going to say header shown is going to be false by default, and we're going to have the tab bar icon. So this is going to take in a prop known as focused. If at all that particular tab is focused or not, based on that we're going to show our design, that is our icon design. Alright, so let's say if it is focused, I'm going to show the iron icons, the same icons that we have pasted in the other screen. Else also we're going to show the iron icons but with a different background color. Okay, so let's format once. And if it is focused, it's going to be in this color, else I'm going to give it a gray color. And similarly, I'm going to copy down this tab.screen one more time just to initialize my second tab. So let's say this is going to have a different name. Let's say account over here, and we're going to pass in the account screen for this. Let's remove it from your stack. That's not required as of now. So now for the account, I'm just going to change the icon. So here I'm going to make use of my simple line icons. That is, the name is going to be notebook. Here also I'm going to make use of the same thing, and let's pass in a gray color over here. And at the top, we also need to import our simple line icons from that particular package. So yeah, let's import both of them. So let's head over to the home screen, copy this down, and we're gonna paste it over here. So the second one is going to be simple line icons, and over here also we need to make the change. Okay, now let's save the file over here. So we have created our two tabs, that is your bottom tabs, that is the first home screen as well as your account screen. So now as soon as I saved the file, you're able to see the profile screen because that's the first screen inside of your stack. Okay, so now the next step is I'm going to initialize my second stack, that is going to be my main stack. I'm going to say function main stack. So here I'm going to say again return. So this is going to be stack.navigator. Here we're going to combine it. We're going to work with the combined patterns. One is tab navigation and one is stack navigation. So inside stack.navigator, similarly, we're going to have the stack.screen, right? That's how we discussed earlier. So I'm going to say stack.screen. So over here, I'm going to pass in the name is going to be main. And the component for this I'm going to pass in is the bottom tabs. So essentially we are displaying the first screen as the stack itself, but the component we're going to display is the bottom tabs. Essentially we're going to show both the tabs when you load the app. That's how it works. So here I'm going to say bottom tabs, and then I'm going to save the file. Okay, so now inside this, let's remove this because we've already defined a stack. So inside the navigation container, we could display, I'm going to display my main stack. So let's format once, then save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see that stack being changed because we are able to see the tabs at the bottom part of the screen. So let's change that background color. It's not looking good, or let's just remove that. So tab bar style, let's go ahead and remove that out. So as you can see, now we are able to see the tabs being shown. This is the home tab basically, and this is your accounts tab. So as you can see, once I change the screens, and once I change the tabs, automatically the screens for that particular tab, whatever we have given in the component part, is also going to be changed. And yeah, that's how it works. So you're able to see the main header, that is by default, as we discussed earlier in the stack, we have not given that options, that is header shown as false. So once you give that, automatically this main header should be gone. Okay, so that's how your tab navigation is going to work. And over here you can have a number of tabs and switch between different tabs as well. So that's the basic brief understanding about your tab navigation. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll be exploring about how to send data from one screen to another screen, that is from screen A to screen B, as well as in the other way, that is from screen B to screen A, right? So we'll be exploring about these two examples. So the first use case would be, so let's say if you have n number of list or n amount of data that is present on your screen, and you have displayed it in the form of cards, and let's say suppose if you press on that card, you will be taken to the next screen where we show some more details of the card. Okay, so and we also need to pass some details from screen A to screen B, showing the details of the card in the next screen as well. So for that we will be making use of this, that is passing data from screen A to screen B. And let's also discuss about the second use case, that is basically getting the data from your screen B and then showing it in screen A. Okay, so let's say if you have any kind of input field over here in screen A, and below that you have a button to select any kind of city, and if you press on that button you would be navigated to the next screen. So let's say in the next screen you have a vertical rows of cities that are present, and let's say if you press on any kind of city, that should be stored inside of state. And as soon as you press on any one of the city, you should be navigated back to your screen A, and in the place of the input field you should be able to show the screen, you should be able to show whatever city was selected in screen B. So these are the two examples we are going to use. Okay, so it becomes easier to understand, and it'll be very easy to develop your own applications as well while you're sending data from A to B as well as from B to A. So now the first step is, let's initialize some button on the screen. So this is my initial home screen that is being rendered. So here I'm just going to say text. I'm just going to say go to a profile. So I'm just going to show up my file tree. Okay, over here it says text doesn't exist. So let's import text from React Native. Let's save the file. Okay, I'm just going to show up my file tree over here. So currently we have the navigation folder, inside of which we have the stack navigator, and we have three of our screens that was previously created, that is your account screen, your home screen, as well as your profile screen. So now let's consider the home screen as your screen A and your profile screen as your screen number B. Okay, so now let's come back over here. So let's initialize our navigation. So we've already discussed how to navigate between two screens, but we haven't discussed how to pass some data as well while we go to screen number B. So I'm going to initialize my navigation over here. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So make sure import use navigation from your React navigation. So we're going to have on press event on this particular pressable. So I'm going to say on press. So I'm just going to say taken a function, and here I'm going to say navigation dot we have the navigate method. So this navigate method is going to take in the name of the screen to which we want to navigate to, right? So to get the name of the screen you want to navigate to, just head to your stack navigator. Over there you would have provided the name while creating the screen. So let's head back to the stack navigator. So as you can see over here we have okay, currently we have just one screen, that is your home screen. Okay, so let's also create the other two screens, or just one more screen, that is for a profile. So here I'm going to give the name as profile. So I think previously it was cleared off after the tutorial, so that's the reason you were not able to see all of the three screens. So now let's create just two screens, that is the home screen as well as your profile screen. So the navigate method is going to take in the name of the screen, that is basically either your home or your profile. So since we are in screen number A, that is your home screen, we want to navigate to screen number B. So we need to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be profile. So let's come back to the home screen over here, and here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen, that is your profile. So let's save the file once. So now let's press on the go to profile button. So we should be automatically taken to the profile screen. As you can see, we are coming to the profile screen. So now the next step is we're gonna send some data, and we're gonna see if at all the data is being fetched from the screen A to the screen B, that is in your profile screen. So I'm just gonna import my safe area view and use it instead of the normal view that's present. Save the file. So as you can see, this is the profile screen. So let's come back over here, and this is your home screen. So now to send any kind of data, just after your double quotes, that is after the screen name, you're going to initialize an object just like this, and whatever data you need to send, you are going to send it over here. You could send as much data as you want to. Okay, so inside of the object, so let's say I want to send the name now. So currently I'm just going to send the hard coded data. So let's say if you are mapping over a list of items that are present, so for each item whatever is present, that particular data would be sent to the next screen, because you're mapping over the list of items. So for now, since we have just the static values or the hard coded values, we're just going to pass that. So I'm going to say name. I'm just going to say React Native over here. So this is one data. So apart from name, I'm going to pass in, let's say, age. I'm going to say age of 20, and I'm going to pass in other things as well. Let's say salary. I'm going to pass in 10,000. Okay, so that's it. So let's format once, save the file. So now we are going to say, if I press on the go to profile, we are going to go to the profile screen that is there, and apart from that we're going to pass in these three data values to the next screen, that is the profile screen. So let's say go to the profile. So now as soon as we went to the profile, these three values should have been passed to the profile screen. So to check that, we're going to make use of some statements over here inside of our profile screen. So we have something known as the use route hook, which allows you to track whatever is being passed between different kinds of screens inside of your application. So let's go ahead and then initialize that. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. So again, import use route from your React navigation /native. Whereas in the case of Expo, we had something known as your use local search params in the Expo router. So based on that, we were able to fetch all of the data from screen A. So here we have use route. Okay, so here I'm just going to say console.log route dot, to access the data, it's going to be dot params. So as you can see over here, we have the params given. So let's save the file. Okay, so as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see all of the data inside of an object that is coming from your screen A. So if you would remember, these were the exact data that we passed from screen A to screen B. That is your age, name, as well as salary. Just that it is in your ascending order, starting from your A, N, and then S. Okay, so that's the reason it's coming in this particular order, whereas this is the exact data that we passed from your screen A to screen B. So let's say let's see how we could exactly access each kind of data. So it's very simple, because it's in the form of an object. It's just going to be dot the required value, whatever you want, right? So let's say if you want to access the age, it's going to be your root dot params dot age. So let us just initialize some text over here, and then let's just show that once. So I'm just going to say root dot params dot age. So I'm just going to copy down this text, and I'm going to show the other two details as well. So similarly, apart from age, we have your name as well as your salary. So it's going to be root dot params dot a name, and this is going to be a salary. So I'm just going to save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see all of the values that came from your previous screen, that is your home screen, that is basically the screen number A. Okay, so go to profile. So as you can see, automatically we are able to see all of the details or the data that we passed from screen A. So similarly, just not strings, you could actually pass in your arrays as well as your objects also. So let's say we're going to pass in some array. So here I'm just going to initialize my color. So I'm going to say color, initialize an array. I'm just going to say red, blue, and then green. So let's come back over here. So let's save the file. So again, we're going to press on the go to profile, because we need to include color also, right? So currently color is an array. So yeah, instead of color, I'm just going to pass in colors. Save the file. So now let's press on go to profile. Okay, so now all of these four data values should be sent to the next screen. So let's check out the console once. So over here, I'm just going to open up my terminal. So as you can see, we have the age, we have the colors array, that is this one, whatever we send, red, blue, green, and similarly apart from that, we have the name, salary. So now let's show all of the colors inside of the profile screen. So again, it's going to be super similar. So since this is an array, we could map over it. So I'm just going to initialize my view over here. Okay, so to access that, so I'm going to say root, go into the params, that is the entire data list that came from your previous screen, and then access whatever you want. So in this case, we want to access the colors. So it's going to be the same spelling, whatever is there over here. And basically this should match with whatever you have given towards the left hand side, that is your colors. So let's say if you enter some other value over here, instead of name, if you enter a double E, it's not going to show up. Let's say I enter a double E for the name, save the file. Okay, so the error is coming because of this. Let's just comment this out for now, save the file. Let's say go to profile. So as you can see, name is not shown because this particular name, after the params, whatever you're accessing with the help of the object, this should match whatever is given towards the left hand side, that value. Okay, so that's one thing. So let's come back to the profile and let's go back to the previous state. So over here, since this is an array, I'm going to map over it. I'm going to say root.params.colors dot map. So for every item, then index, I'm just going to show in a text for now. So I'm just going to say text. So I'm just going to access the item over here. It's going to show up all of the colors. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to see red, blue, and green. So this is how we get the data from your main screen, that is screen A, home screen, to your screen B, that is your a profile screen for now. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, you could actually send the strings, arrays, objects as well, just as we saw. So you could explore about this, and you could try with different examples or different kinds of lists where you're building in your own kind of application. right? So now let's start with the second kind of example. That is, we're going to send some data from screen B and we're going to set it to be in screen A. Okay, so I'm just going to initialize a pressable over here. So make sure to import pressable from React Native. Initialize a text field, and here I'm going to say go to home. So now I'm just going to initialize my navigation again. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So for now, I'm just going to remove all these things. Okay, I'm just going to comment it down. Save the file. All right, so now over here in the home screen, we need to make the change while getting the data from your screen B, that is your profile screen. So this is going to be same itself, that is navigation.navigate to profile. Whereas inside of the object, we're going to initialize a function. We're going to initialize any function. I'm just going to say on go back. It's going to take in some data that is going to come from your screen B. And here we're just going to set the data, right? So here I'm going to say const data. Let's make use of our use state const data comma set a data equals to use state. It's just going to be an empty string because we are just working with strings as of now. So here I'm just going to say once we get the data, just say set the data should be of the data itself. So let's format once and then save the file. So let's say go to home. Okay, so this is the profile screen, so my bad. So let's say go to profile over here. Okay, so now let's initialize some data inside of the profile screen. So first of all, I'm going to have a use effect. On press on go to home over here. I'm going to say on press. It's going to take in a function. I'm just going to say, handle save. So let's go ahead and then define the function that is handle save. So I'm going to say const handle save equals to a normal arrow function. So here I'm going to say access my root dot params. So here we're going to get the function that is on go back. That is the same spelling whatever you've given over here. That is this one on go back. So here we're going to set the data whatever you want to. Okay, so here I'm just going to say React Native. And after this, we have the method that is navigation.goback. So it would automatically take us back to the previous screen from which we came from. So I'm just going to save the file and let's come back to the home screen. And here I'm just going to show the data that is your data. So here I'm going to say text. The data value is going to be data, whatever came back from the previous screen. So let's say I'm just going to say go to home. So as you can see, data is React Native. So with the help of this function on go back data, it's going to get the data from the previous screen and we're going to set the data over here, and the same data we are sending it over here. So this is how the other example works. That is, getting the data from screen B to screen A and show it in screen A. So we've explored about both the examples. So I hope you found this useful so that you could use it inside of your applications while while passing data into different screens, that is from screen A to screen B or the other way around, that is from screen B to screen A. So that's it about this video. So let's see in the next video, and then thank you for watching.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. So in this video, we'll be learning about the Redux toolkit right from scratch. So this video is going to be for beginners. So we'll be understanding about the advantages of Redux toolkit and when exactly we're going to use it and how exactly we're going to use it. Okay. And apart from that, we're also going to learn about the process of prop drilling and how exactly it's going to occur and how we're going to overcome it. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So first of all, let's understand the process of prop drilling. Okay, so before that, I'm just going to explain the initial code that is written over here. So I've just taken three products and then I've mapped over them, as you can see, and I have just shown the name as well as the image for that particular product, and towards the right hand side we are just showing the add to cart button. So we'll be understanding Redux toolkit with the most simple example, so it becomes easier to write the code and understand the process as well. So we'll be implementing two functionalities, that is the add to cart functionality. That is, if at all the user presses on add to cart for a particular product, then that particular product is going to get added to the cart using the Redux toolkit. And similarly, we'll be going through the second function, that is the remove from cart functionality. So if at all we have item already present inside of the cart, and if we press on the item again, then in that case we're going to filter that particular item out of the cart. Again, this also will be implementing using the Redux toolkit. So we'll be understanding this simple example with Redux toolkit, so it becomes very easy to write the code, and then you can further move on with the other examples as well. So I'm going to head over to Chrome, and then I've opened up eraser.io. So here we'll be understanding in a schematic way, so it becomes easy to learn all of the simple steps that are present. So here I'm just going to say Redux toolkit. Use cases, you can give any name you want. So here in the canvas part, we're going to understand the example of prop drilling, right? So basically prop drilling occurs when you need to pass your data through multiple layers of components in order to reach a deeply nested component that requires the data. So when you get that data into that particular nested component, then we're going to use that. Okay, so this data needs to come from the parent level component to the next further components, and finally to the bottom level component, that is where the data is needed. So this entire process is known as prop drilling. So let's imagine we have, let's say, 4 components. So I'm going to draw over here 1, and similarly 1 more over here. So let's consider each as the top level component, and we are going down through the top to the bottom level component, right to the bottom one. Okay, so this is the final one. So let us name this as component 1, and let us consider this to be the parent component. All right, and the second one, let's name it to be child 1. So here I'm going to say child 1, and let's name the third one to be, let's say child 2 over here. So I'm going to say child 2, and finally here I'm going to say this is going to be child 3. So let's take in the text over here. So here I'm going to say child 3. So let's just imagine we need the data from component 1 to child 3. So essentially what is going to happen? So we're going to pass the information as props from component 1 to child 1. Okay, so we're going to pass in, hey, just give the information to child 1. So now child 1 is going to pass in the information to child 2. Okay, so it's going to pass in just like this to child 2 as props, and then further child 2 is going to pass into the child 3 because we need that particular information to use in child 3. So again, it's going to pass into child 3 just like this. So in child 3, wherever it is required, then it is going to get used over there. Okay, so this is basically known as the entire process of prop drilling, that is passing of data from the top level parent component to the bottom level nested component. So this prop drilling often occurs when state needs to be passed from a parent component to a deeply nested child component. So to prevent this, we can make use of either Redux toolkit or your React context API. Whereas in the case of Redux toolkit, we have something known as a centralized store that we'll be looking into in just a bit. So which allows components to access the necessary state without passing it explicitly throughout all the intermediate components, just like these. Okay. So now let's discuss the second disadvantage of prop drilling. So basically in prop drilling, it can result in passing of props through different components, in this case child 1 and child 2. Even though these components do not directly use the data, they are passing the data and they are having the data. So this might lead to unnecessary complexity and decreased code readability. So this is also one of the disadvantage of prop drilling. So as you can just sense over here that just child 4 is going to require the data, but here as well child 1 and child 2 is passing the data directly from component 1, which is actually not required in child 1 and child 2. So actually data is just getting passed from child 1 and child 2. So that is also going to lead to unnecessary complexity of the entire app. So to prevent this, we're going to make use of the next part that we'll be looking into is the Redux toolkit. So here I'm just going to write a heading which says, this is for prop drilling. So now let's understand about the next part that is after prop drilling, that is of course Redux toolkit. So here I'm going to say Redux toolkit. Okay, so basically Redux toolkit is a very popular state management library that is used in popular React applications as well as React native applications. So actually Redux toolkit provides a more optimized way where we can write less amount of code, and we can also able to manage the entire state management in that particular application. And it is also recommended for beginners, so it is easy to write code and then we can implement the state management for that particular app. So if you would remember, in the previous traditional Redux methods that involve writing a considerable amount of boilerplate code for the actions, reducers, and as well as for the store configuration, whereas while using the Redux toolkit we can significantly reduce the amount of boilerplate code, and it also becomes easy to write the code and understand it as well. And it also, on the other hand, becomes easier to implement the state management in your entire app. Whereas if you consider the traditional Redux process, we have to write separate actions, creators as well as reducers for each slice of state, and that can be tedious process, and it also involves a lot of code to write and implement as well. So here in Redux toolkit we have a bunch of options and definitions that we are going to go through. First of all, it's going to have the main store inside of it. Okay, this basically contains all the required data, and apart from that we have something known as the create slice method, which we're going to use it in just a bit. So this create slice method is a kind of utility function provided by the Redux toolkit that allows you to define a slice of your Redux state, whatever is required, including the reducer function and the associated actions within it. So it is a kind of utility function, and it basically, as I said, allows you to define a slice of your Redux state. Okay, and of course next we have is the reducers that are going to come in. So we'll be defining all of these in the application that we're going to build. Okay, so basically these reducers in the Redux toolkit are different kinds of functions responsible for specifying how the state should change in response to a dispatched action. So these dispatched actions can be dispatched by the user when they interact with the app. So let's say we have a button, and if they interact with the button, let's say if they press on it, and if we want to add that particular button to the cart, then we are interacting with that particular button. So then in that case we're going to dispatch the action, right? So here basically these are some functions responsible of specifying how the state should change in response to the actions that are dispatched in the front end part, or basically in the app, whatever it is, right? Now in the case of Redux toolkit, as we all know, it's going to have a main store. So let's initialize that over here. So this is going to say store. So in this case, so let's say the component one wants some data from the store, then store is going to directly send the data to the component one without sending it to any other component. Okay, so now let's imagine child 2 or child 3 wants the data from the store. Again, unlike the previous conditions, that is in prop drilling, that is where we send data from child 1 to child 2 and then to child 3, here the store is directly going to send the data to child 2 if it is required. So this is basically the advantages of the Redux toolkit. So we'll be defining basically two main hooks over here, that is known as the use dispatch hook. So I'm going to say use dispatch and then the use selector hook. So just to define it in a short way, so I'm going to say, let's say use selector. Okay, so use dispatch is a hook used to dispatch actions into the store, and if you want to get the data from the store, then for that we'll be making use of the use selector hook. So these are the two differences between the both the hooks. So now if let's come back to the front end part, and then we're gonna initialize our cart reducer, and then we're gonna write some initial code for it, that is to add the item to the cart and also to remove the item from the cart. So I've already created my cart reducer file, that is over here. So here I'm going to initialize my create slice method. So I'm going to say import create slice from Redux toolkit. Okay, and over here I'm going to say const. Okay, let's also export it. So I'm going to say export const cart slice. equals to, I'm going to access my create slice method. So this is basically going to take in three things: the name, the initial state, and the set of reducers. So here I'm going to say name. So you can give pretty much any name. In my case, I'm going to give it as cart, and I'm going to pass in my initial state. So since we are building a cart system, it can have, many items inside of the cart. So for that reason, I'm going to say the name is going to be cart, and I'm going to pass in an empty array at the initial state. So after that, we're going to pass in all of the reducers, which is in the form of an object. So let's define the first one, that is going to be add to cart. So this in turn is going to take in, of course, the state and the action. So here, first of all, we're going to check if at all any kind of item is already present inside of the cart or not. So I'm going to initialize a variable for that. So I'm going to say if my item present, that is const item present, equals to, I'm going to say state.cart dot, I'm going to apply the find method in JavaScript. So for every item, I'm going to say if at all my item dot id equals to the action dot payload dot id. So if this condition becomes true, then that means that particular item is already there inside of my cart. So I'm going to say over here, if my item present, then in this case, I'm going to say item present dot quantity. We're going to access the quantity plus plus. We're just going to increase it by 1. Else, if it is not present, then we're going to add the product for the first time. Then in that case, we're going to just push that particular item into the cart. So here I'm going to say state.cart dot, we have the push method. So I'm going to say include whatever is there inside of the action dot payload, and then initialize a quantity of 1 for that particular product, right? So that's it. So this is the functionality for adding the item to the particular cart. So now the next thing is we're going to initialize the next function, that is remove from cart. So this in turn is going to have the state and then the action over here. So here basically we'll be trying to filtering out that particular item based on the ID out of the cart. So here I'm going to say const remove item equals to state.cart dot apply the filter method in JavaScript. So for every item, I want to apply this condition, that is item dot ID should not be equal to the action dot payload dot ID. Okay, so after that, I'm just going to say state.cart equals to remove item. I'm just going to equate it to the state. So I'm going to say state.cart equals to remove item. So that's it. So now to use these, we need to export the required values. So here I'm going to say export const add to cart and remove from cart equals to the cart slice dot actions. So we have defined two functions. So now the next step is we need to set up our main global store. So let's go do that. So I'm going to save the file and I'm going to open up my file tree and I'm going to create a new file that is known as store.js. So here, first of all, we'll be importing the configure store method that is there inside of Redux toolkit. So I'm going to say configure store from Redux toolkit. So just make sure to to install both the things, that is Redux toolkit and then React Redux. So if you head over to this particular website, that is reduxtoolkit.js.org, let's press on get started and just try to install both of them, that is Redux toolkit as well as React Redux. Okay, so we'll be making use of these two dependencies. So here I'm going to write export, access the method that is configure store, and here I'm going to pass in the reducers. So we just have one reducer. The name I'm going to give it as cart, and it's going to be the cart reducer. Just import that file. Okay, not create reducer, it's going to be cart reducer. Okay, let's import it manually at the top. So I'm going to say import cart reducer from / cart reducer. Okay, so this is not currently taking the value that is of cart reducer. So let's look into the cart reducer.js file over here. Okay, while exporting, okay, yeah, we have not exported the reducer. That's the mistake. So here I'm going to say export default cart sliced reducer. So now we should be able to see the correct value being used in the store. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now, yeah, the next step is let's format one. So we need to include something known as the provider that is in the main app.js. So let's make use of that. So first of all, let's head back to the app.js. over here, and I'm going to initialize my provider. That's going to be coming from React Redux, and this provider is going to take in the store as the prop. So I'm going to say store equals to store. So make sure to import store from the store file because we have exported it. So I'm going to say import store from store. Yeah, so that's it. So let's save the file. Okay, so there is no error. So we have set up the Redux part. So now the next step is we're going to initialize a on press event on the button that we have, that is add to cart. So let's head to menu item over here. So here let's initialize the on press event on the add to cart button. So here I'm going to say on press equals to take in a function, and here I'm going to say add cart to the that particular item. So here basically we are mapping and we are initializing a new component, that is menu item, and this is coming from the prop, that is the item value. So let's initialize this function at the top, that is const add cart equals to item. Okay, so here we need to dispatch an action because the user is interacting with the add to cart button. So to dispatch an action, we need to make use of the use dispatch hook. We just learned it a couple of minutes ago. So here I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch, make use of this and import it from React Redux. Okay, yeah, so just like this. So here we're going to dispatch which action, that is going to be the add to cart action that we have defined in the carted user file, that is this one, right? So let's come back over here. So here I'm going to say dispatch, just say add to cart. It's going to import from the carted user file, just like this on line number 4. And to this we need to pass in the payload, that's going to be the item itself. So with the help of this, we are able to add any kind of product into the cart. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Okay, so now let's try and check if at all the item is being added to the cart or not. So for that, let's initialize our cart. So I'm going to initialize my cart over here. So I'm going to say const cart equals to, so to access the data, it's going to be the use selector hook. So I'm going to say use selector, import it from React Redux. Is going to take in the state, and it's going to be the state dot the reducer name, that is cart in this case. And to access inside of the initial state, again we're going to go dot cart. So let's try and console.log over here. So I'm going to say console.log of cart and then cart. So let's save the file. So as you can see, currently it is empty because there are no products that is added into the cart. So let's say I'm going to press on the first product, that is ice cream. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on ice cream, that particular product has been added into the cart with the help of Redux toolkit, and this is basically the object. And also as you can see, the quantity of 1 is initialized for this particular product, which is good. So now inside of the menu component, I want to show it in a different way, that is if at all any kind of item is already present inside of the cart, then for that particular item I need to show the remove from cart button. Okay, so we're gonna make use of the sum method in JavaScript. So let us also access the cart in this screen as well. So I'm just going to copy down this piece of code. So over here, I'm just going to paste it over here. Let's make sure to import use selector from React Redux, just like this. And here I'm going to apply the condition, that is where we have the button. So here I'm going to say if at all my cart.sum of value, here I'm going to check the condition that if at all the value.id equals to my item.id, that's coming from the props, then in this case the item is present inside of the cart. Okay, so here I'm going to show my, in the first case I'm going to show my remove from cart button. Else if it is not present, then I'm going to show the add to cart button only. So let's make the change over here. So here I'm going to say remove from cart. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, since this particular item is there inside of the cart, we are able to see that button remove from cart. So now let's change the function over here. So here I'm going to initialize a new function saying remove cart of that particular item, whatever we press on, right? So let's define the function over here. So I'm going to say const remove from cart, or it's going to be remove cart. Yeah, it's going to be remove from cart. And let's make sure the spelling is not same for both of them, that is this and the action. So I'm just going to give it as remove cart, and here also it's going to be remove cart for the function. So here I'm going to initialize a function. So here we're going to dispatch the next action, that is the remove from cart. So I'm going to say remove from cart of that particular item. So we have imported remove from cart as well as add to cart from the cart reducer file. So let's save the file. So as soon as I press on this, it's going to go into the cart reducer file and it's going to filter out based on the ID. Okay, and after filtering it out, it's going to say state.cart equals to remove item. So whatever content is present in the array, it's going to return us back in the console. So let's check that out once. So I'm going to go back to the menu item and I'm going to press on the remove from cart. Okay, so again the array should become empty because there is only one item and we are removing it out of the cart. So as you can see, this particular item got filtered out of the cart, and again the cart array is currently empty. So similarly, we can do that for all the different products and it works absolutely fine. So let's understand how exactly this process is going to take place in the schematic representation. So I'm just going to press on canvas over here so that we can draw it over here. So here I'm going to take in a text field and here I'm going to say understanding Redux process. Okay, so first of all, we are going to have 3 or 4 kinds of circles over here that is required. So one is for the main component that we have. Okay, and we are going to have the next one for the action that we are dispatching. So here I'm going to pass in one more, and I'm going to pass in one more for basically the store that we have where all the data is going to reside. And finally we have the reducer component, the reducer functions that is going to come over here. So let's name each one of them and let's understand what exactly is going to happen if we trigger an action. So this is our main component. Let's consider this to be the menu component. Okay, so this is going to be the component just like this, and towards the left hand side, let's initialize our action value. So this is going to be the action. So let's say this is going to be a add to cart action or a remove from cart action as well, and this in turn is going to be considered as the main store. So this is going to be the store, and this is going to considered as the reducer. So now let's understand what exactly the component is going to do. So this component is going to create an action or dispatch an action with the help of the user interaction. So it's going to mark over here. So here I'm going to say create an action or a user interaction. So when a user interaction is occurred on the button, then only we are going to dispatch the action. So this action is going to take into the store. That means we're going to dispatch the action to the store with the help of the use dispatch hook, right? That's what happened when we press on the add to cart button, correct? So here I'm going to say, we're going to say dispatch actions to the store. Okay, so when we pressed on the add to cart button, we had action being dispatched, that is the add to cart, right? So because of that, what happened is that particular user object, that is that particular object, that is basically the ice cream object, whatever was there, was added into the cart, initializing a quantity of 1. So now after dispatching the action, we are gonna implement that, and basically a new kind of state is created, right? That is gonna be between the that is basically the new store is going to be between the store as well as the reducer, just like this. Okay, so yeah, after doing this, what we're going to do is we're going to basically update the store. So here I'm going to say, so after executing that particular action, either add to cart or remove from cart, this particular store is going to update the state to the component. So for that reason, what happened was you were able to see that particular object, that is the ice cream object or any kind of product, being added to the cart. So here we are just going to say update the state. Okay, so that's it. So this is the entire whole process that just occurred within these two actions. So hope you got this particular part, that is while understanding two functions, that is for the add to cart functionality as well as the remove from cart functionality. So I think that's it about this video. So if you find this video interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video on React Native. So in this video, we'll be discussing about how to implement responsive design in mobile based applications using React Native. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So first of all, let's discuss what exactly is responsive design, right? So this responsive design refers to, building mobile applications that can actually adapt to different kinds of screen sizes as well as resolutions. Okay, so currently I've taken up a previous example of my own application that is in the previous video, that is a hinge trading app. So currently I've just copied down my profiles data and I'm just rendering my initial profile on the simulator, as you can see. So if you want the data for this, you could just check out the description of the previous video. Also, I would give the code in this particular description as well. You can check that out. Whereas after this, after implementing how to do the responsive design in this particular example, we will also be implementing the responsive design in the second example, that is by making use of rectangles and squares, so it becomes easier to understand how exactly it's going to work out. Okay, so now in this particular device, as you can see, the images, the design is looking really good, and we're able to see the responsiveness also being applied correctly for this particular device, that is your iPhone 15 Pro. So I have also opened up the same application, that is test project, in my another device, that is the iPad. So if I open that up, so as you can see, this is the iPad 10th generation. This has obviously a better screen width, that is more screen width, as well as the screen height, and this is how it is looking when compared to this particular iPhone 15 Pro, right? So over here, as you can see, the image is looking not that perfect because we have just given, static data, that is, let's say a height of 300 or a width of 100%, something like that. So because of that, in the iPad, it's looking like this. And also talking about your font size of the text over here, it's not looking that good according to the screen width and screen height of your iPad, right? Because it has a bigger screen width, and even the images are not looking that good. So now first of all, to implement this, that is a responsive design, we'll be making use of a package. So let's head over to Chrome and then first of all install this. In this video, we'll be looking into some part of Flexbox as well as mainly this particular package, that is React Native responsive screen. All right, so now let's first of all install this into our application. So I'm gonna say yarn add React Native responsive screen, and I'm just going to install it into this particular app. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native responsive screen. So let's install this, and by the time this is installing, let's import our required things, that is this thing. So we have two things over here, that is width percentage as well as your height percentage. So this is basically corresponding to the device's width as well as device's height. So just as a short form, you're using WP for width and HP for your height. So let's import this and we're gonna paste it over here. As you can see, the package is being installed. So I'm gonna paste it over here. Let's save the file. Let's come back over here. So the way we give the style is over here. So by making use of height, so initially what we used to give is just the static data. Let's say in place of this, whatever they've given, we used to write height of, let's say, 200 and a width of, let's say, 100 or 100%. So because of that, in different screen devices, we were not able to see the responsiveness being applied, right? So now we're going to make use of this and then we'll look how exactly it is looking. So let's come back over here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to only target the images, because we have given static data, that is static values, height of 350. Okay, so over here, instead of your height of 350, we're going to make use of the HP, because we've already imported over here. HP stands for your height percentage, that is corresponding to your device's height, right? So let's go over here. I'm going to say HP, and over here I'm just going to say 45. So let's save the file. So it is still taking to refresh. So let's do one thing. Let's reload the app over here in both the terminals. So reload over here as well as over here for the iPad. Okay, so both of them are opening. So let's give it some time. Okay, so as you can see, you should have seen a difference between the previous image as well as now, because we've given a height of 45. So now let's say I'm just going to make 50 just to say that it's working correctly fine. I'm going to say height of 50, I mean HP of 50, save the file. Okay, not sure why it's not refreshing. Let's reload again. Yeah, so as you can see, you are able to see that change in the image. Okay, because we've given a height of 50. So 50 means we are saying take up 50% of the screen's height. So as you can see, it has taken up 50% of the screen's height. That's how it's going to work. So let's also check out in the iPad how exactly it's looking. So as you can see, now the image is looking, kind of fine based on the values that we have given. So for these images we have not yet given, so that's the reason it's looking in the previous state itself. Let's go back to our original state, that is, let's say 45. Save the file. Okay, so this is kind of looking good. So now we're going to follow along the same strategy for the height. Okay, width would not do anything because we've given width of 100% for the image, and I think we would have given somewhere margin vertical, or I mean margin horizontal or padding horizontal. That reason it's it's going to show the space. So as you can see, we've given margin horizontal of 12, so, and we've given width of 100%, so it's going to take up the entire screen width. And while talking about the height, it's going to take up 45% of your screen's height. So let's do the same thing for other things. So if you want, you could actually target the prompts as well. We have given height of 150. Okay, so whereas in your tablet, I mean in your iPad, I think the prompts are looking good. You could actually target your font size and then look into that. So now let's target the other images and let's look into it. It's going to be a simple example because we're only targeting your images. So yeah, after that, let's come back over here. Yeah, this is for the photos again. So again, I'm just going to replace it with your 45. I think this is for your second and third images. Let's scroll down. This is for your prompts. We're not touching the prompts as of now. And yeah, again, height of 350. Let's make the change over here. Again, this is the prompts, and this is again your photos. Let's make the change over here as well. So I'm just going to save the file once. So as you can see, let's just scroll down and then let's look into the changes whatever we have done. So as you can see, the image is looking even more better from the previous state. Okay, so that's looking nice. So now let's look into the iPad's output, how exactly it's looking after giving HP of 45 for the images. So as you can see, now it's looking good. Okay, so it's looking good than the previous state, and it's completely responsive as well. So this is how it's going to look in the iPad. All right, so yeah, this is how you implement your responsiveness in your mobile based applications. So now let's remove all of this, and we're gonna try it with our rectangles as well as squares, or just the rectangles. So I'm just gonna remove everything inside of my return block, that is over here. I mean the entire scroll view. So instead of this, I'm gonna initialize my view. Inside this view, I'm gonna have another internal view. This view in turn is gonna have another view, which is not going to have anything. We're going to have this 3 times because we are making use of 3 rectangles over here, and below this we're going to have another rectangle. If you want, you could add more rectangles just to fill up the space and show the screen completely with the different kinds of background colors that we'll be using. So inside this, again, I'm going to have another view. So I'm going to start off from the first one. So first of all, I'm going to give it static data and look how it's looking, and then after that we're going to make use of the third-party library and then fix it. I'm going to give it a height of 450 for the top view, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row. And in the view, for the first view, here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a width of 130, and I'm going to give it a background color of, let's say, blue. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times for this one as well as for this one. So let's say for this, I'm going to give it a width of 130. It's going to remain same. Whereas for the background color, I'm going to give it green in this case, and for this I'm going to give it yellow. Okay, so let's save the file once and let's see how it's looking. So as you can see, this is how it's going to look in your iPhone 15 Pro when you design the rectangles just like this. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, we have given a height of 450, and for each of the view internally that's present, we have given a width of 130, 130 as well as 130, and we've given different background colors. So now let's look into the iPad how it's looking, whether it's taking up the entire space. It should actually take up the entire space for the responsive design. So let's see how it's looking. So let's go to the iPad over here. So as you can see, it's not taking up the entire space. It is showing the white space over here because we have not done the responsive design. We are just providing your static values for your height as well as for your width. So let's also design the next part, that is view over here. So this is also going to remain empty. I'm going to style it out over here. I'm going to give it a height of 180, and for the top part I'm going to give it a height of 300. So here I'm going to say height of 300 and then save the file. So let's give the background color so that we could see the view. So I'm going to say background color of, let's say, pink this time. Save the file. So as you can see, we have given the background color of pink, and this is how it's going to look. So if you want to complete this part also, you could actually give another view with some height as well. So let's see how exactly it's looking in your iPad. So this is how it's looking. So this part is working fine according to your responsiveness because it's taking up the whole screen, and it only has a single container as of now. So as you can see over here at the top part of the container, that is this view, is not correctly being structured because it's only taking up your static values of your width and height. And towards the right part of the screen, we have that white color background, which should not be seen because it should be responsive, right? So now the next step is with the help of your library, that is React Native Responsive Screen, we're going to fix this. So let's say I'm going to start off from the first one. So here, instead of height of 450, I'm going to say HP of 50. So I'm going to save the file. So it has taken up the height of 50 with the help of HP, and for the width I'm going to take a width of 34. So let's just copy this and paste it over here. So for width, you're going to make use of WP, and for height, you're going to make use of HP. So as soon as I save the file, this should remain as is, and even the tablet, and even the iPad should go into the correct position. So let's save the file. So as you can see, it's looking really nice after giving this particular styling. So let's check out in the iPad. So as you can see, just like this, even both of them are looking really good because of the responsive design that we have given. So I hope you understood that how your responsive design is going to work. So you could actually basically apply it to your view container that is having your height, or you could majorly apply it to your image where you give the width and height. So if you give a width of 100%, I don't think that should cause any kind of problem if you have given some kind of margin of padding. Whereas if you give some static kind of values like height of 100, height of 300, or width of 300, so in that case it might error out in the bigger devices, just like the iPad. So now let's discuss the second method, that is the most simpler one, that is by making use of your Flexbox. Okay, so as you can see over here, we have given the flex direction of row. Okay, so now we are not going to make use of the third-party library. That is, we are not going to actually make use of any width and height. Just by making use of Flexbox, we are going to achieve this particular design as well as this design in both of your devices. So let's remove the width basically, and I'm going to remove it over here as well, and here also. So now I'm just going to give it a flex of 1 for each of the container, saying that take up equal spaces for each of the container that's present. So I'm just going to say background color of this particular color and a flex of 1 for each of them. So first of all, let's save the file. So nothing should happen because we've given a flex of 1. So the same thing should happen. So the same thing should be seen in your iPad as well. So let's check that out. So as you can see, with the help of Flexbox as well, you could implement this. So let's say I remove the flex of 1. I don't think anything should be shown because we have not given anything. Okay, everything disappears off. So let's come back to the previous state. Okay, so that's how you implement your responsive design with the help of a Flexbox as well as your package as well, that is React Native Responsive Screen. So hope you find this video useful. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button, and let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. So in this video, we'll be looking into all of the React hooks that are present. So we'll be exploring each one of the hook right from scratch, from the basics, and we'll be understanding with the help of an example. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So firstly, let's understand what exactly are React hooks, right? So hooks allow you to use some state and other React features without writing a class component. So basically hooks are allowed to be used only in your functional components and not in the class based components, right? So basically hooks were introduced as a way to add some state and also some lifecycle features to your functional components without converting them to the class based component. So that's the basic usage of hooks in React. So now let's move on to the first hook that we'll be looking into, is that is known as the useState hook. So useState hook is the most commonly used hook, as you all know, right? So let's understand how exactly a useState hook works and what exactly is a useState hook. So in React, useState is a hook that allows you to have some state variables in your functional components. So it's mainly used to declare some of the state variables in your functional components, and it provides a way to update that particular state, right? So let's understand this with the help of a better example. So before this, we're gonna look into the syntax of the useState hook. Okay, so here basically it's gonna take in two values inside of an array. That's what it's gonna return. So here I'm gonna say const. So the first value is known as the state, and the second value is known as the, you can call it as modifier, or you can call it as the function that's going to update this particular state. So here for now I'm just going to say set state. We're going to equate it to the useState hook. So I'm going to say useState, that is going to get imported from React. That's the way we import useState from React, right? So here inside the useState you can pass in any kind of values. It might be a number, string, or an object, right? So for now I'm just leaving it as empty. So here it is something known as the initial state that is going to be present. So I'm going to say initial state. Yeah, so this state is going to resemble basically the value or the initial state. So we can write it as the value or the initial state. Okay, so the set state is basically going to resemble your function or the modifier, which is going to update this particular state that is present. Okay, so this is the basic syntax of the useState hook. So now let's understand this useState hook with the help of a better example. So we'll be building a basic counter that is very simple to build. So here I'm going to say build a counter app using useState. Okay, so the counter app works in such a way that we're going to have two buttons, the minus button and the plus button. And if you press on the plus button, we need to increase the value by 1. And if you press on the minus button, you need to decrease the value by 1. So let's add a button, a h2, and again another button. Let's save the file. Let's remove the initial state, or we would get an error. So save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we have the plus button, 0, and the minus button. So let me just change the values over here. I'm going to keep it as counter, and here I'm going to say set counter for the function. So this is going to be the value or the initial state. That's the first thing inside of the sets, inside of the useState syntax. And the second part, as I told, it's going to be the function or the modifier that is going to modify this particular state, or it's going to update this particular state, that is counter. Right, so now I'm going to provide a default value. As I told over here, you can provide arrays, numbers, strings, or even objects. So currently I'm going to start the counter value from 0. So I'm going to just pass empty value, that is 0. If you try and console.log the counter, it should give 0 because it is going to be equal to whatever the initial state is, that is currently 0 in this case. So I'm going to save the file. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the onClick function on the plus button over here. So I'm going to say onClick. So here I'm going to say increment. So let's define this function over here. So I'm going to say const increment equals to a normal arrow function. And here we're going to define some logic such that if at all we press on the plus button, we're going to increase the state value to be 1. And also let's just access the counter value, and it should be 0 itself, because that is what's the initial state we've given over here. So over here, instead of hard coding 0, I'm just going to say access the counter variable. Save the file. It should be the same thing itself. So now over here inside the function, increment function, I'm going to access the second part of the syntax, because this is known as the function. This is known as the modifier that is going to update your state, right? So here I'm going to say set counter, and I'm just going to say access the counter value and increase it by 1, since this is the increment function. So let's see if at all this works correctly or not. So I'm going to save the file. So firstly, I'm going to press on the plus button. It's going to go to this particular line. We have on click to this. it's going to go over here to this function, and we're going to say set counter to counter plus 1. So initially counter value is going to be 0, and we're going to say 0 plus 1, set counter to be 1. So here we would get the value as 1. And after every state update happens, the entire component is going to get re-rendered. Okay, that's the way this thing works. So as it gets re-rendered, we're gonna show the updated value of the counter. So previously it was 0. After executing this line, set counter of counter plus 1, it's gonna become 1. So here we would be seeing 1. So let's give that a try once. So as you can see, we're able to see the counter being increased by 1. Alright, so now this part is working absolutely fine. That is, we're able to increase the counter value by 1. But there is a catch over here, that is, this is not actually the correct way of incrementing the counter value by 1. We will see that in just a bit, that is why it's not the correct way. So let's take an example. So let's say we want to execute this particular function multiple number of times inside the same function, such that I want to increase the counter value multiple times in a quick succession within the same function, right? So let's do that. So here I'm just gonna say counter plus 1, and I'm going to do that one more time. So essentially, according to our logic, what needs to happen is we need to increase the counter value by 3 times. So let's refresh once. So the state is not persistent, it again becomes 0. Okay, so over here, if I press on the plus button, it should increase the counter value by 1, 2, and then 3. So let's see what exactly is going to happen if I press on plus. See, it didn't increase by plus 3, right? It just increased by 1, which was the previous case itself. So what basically happens is when you call the set count of counter plus 1 multiple number of times in a single succession, that too inside of the same function, React will not perform multiple state updates separately, right? So what is going to happen is instead React batches the state updates for performance reasons basically. So when you call this couple of times or even 3 or 4 times, so what basically React is going to do over here is React will only perform a single re-render with the final state value that is over here. So first it's going to go over here, that is set counter of counter plus 1. So the value becomes 1, and it goes to the next line. Over here still the counter value is 0 itself. So again we're gonna increase it by 1, and the final value is gonna take the same thing, that is 0 plus 1. And after this happens, the state is updated, and now React performs a re-render, and we are able to see the quantity of 1. So that's the reason this is not the correct way, because of this particular case that we have looked into. So now the correct way is there is a functional way of updating the state. So here I'm going to say set counter. This is going to take in the function, and which is going to give us the previous count, whatever it is, that is the exact count, right? So here I'm going to say previous plus 1. So in this case, how many other times you encounter or call the set counter function, it is going to take in the previous value, and then it's going to increment it by that many number of times. So currently we are increasing it by 1, so it's going to increase it by 1 itself. So as you can see, it's increasing properly. So in this example, we are using the functional way of incrementing the counter value. So firstly, we are going to say access the previous value that is present and increment it by 1. And in the next line number 14, we are going to say access the previous value and increment it by 2. So essentially currently it is 0. So the first line should give the value of 1. It's going to update from 0 to 1. And now the previous value is 1. So it should increment to 1 plus 2. That's going to be 3. So here we should be seeing 3. So as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. So this is how the basic use state works in React. Okay. And of course, the state is not persistent. We can make it persistent by adding some local storage or the database. So that's the way the use state works. So now we'll be moving into the next hook, that is the use effect hook. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use effect hook. So we'll understand the use effect hook right from the basics from scratch, and we'll understand how exactly we're going to use it in the functional component. So first let's discuss what exactly is a use effect hook, right? So basically the use effect hook allows you to perform different kinds of side effects to your functional components, right? So it basically allows you to perform tasks that do not directly affect the rendering of your functional components. So the basic use case of the use effect hook is it is basically used for data fetching. As we all know that we have done data fetching in the previous projects that we have built, and it's also used to manipulate the DOM, and also used in the subscriptions as well. So we're going to understand the syntax first, and we'll understand when exactly a use effect runs in your component, right? So first of all, over here I'm going to initialize my use effect, import that from React. So it's going to take in a function over here. So I would like to discuss 3 case so it becomes simple to understand. So this is the basic syntax of use effect. So here I'm going to say case 1, when no dependency is passed. So apart from this, we have something known as the dependency array that's going to come over here. We could pass it, or we might not pass it, depending on how we want our component to render, right? So here I'm going to say no dependency passed. Yeah, so over here I'm going to say use effect, and that's it. Okay, so no dependency array passed means we are just not going to pass anything over here. It's going to be as is, and whatever is there inside of the use effect, that's going to be executed. So suppose, let's say a function is there to fetch the data, that is going to get executed. We'll understand each one of the case with the help of an example. So yeah, so as you can see, this use effect is going to run every once the app component loads. Okay, and it's also going to run every once there is a state update in this particular app component. That's what is the basic understanding of no dependency is passed, right? That's the case number 1. So now let's move on to the next case. Okay, that's going to be case number 2. So here I'm going to say empty array passed, just like this. So over here again, let's write the syntax. So here we have something known as the empty dependency array, right? So this use effect is going to run only and only once when your app component loads. So basically, whenever this app component renders, this use effect is triggered off, and whatever code is there inside of the use effect, maybe data fetching code, that's going to get executed, right? So that's it about the case 2. And we have the final thing, that is case 3. Over here we're going to include something inside of the dependency arrays. Let's say state variables in dependency array. Okay, again let's write the use effect. So again we're going to initialize the array, and we're going to have, let's say, any kind of value over here inside of the array. So this use effect is going to run every once the app component loads, and again it's going to run every once this particular value is changed in your app component, right? So if at all we have any kind of data fetching function over here, it's going to run the first time when the app component loads, that is when you save the file or when you reload the app. And again, whenever this particular value changes, if at all we have a value variable inside of an app, and if that changes, it's going to run again. So essentially what is common between all the 3 is use effect is going to run every once at least. I mean, it's going to run compulsorily once when your app component loads. And for the case 1, if at all there is any state update, it's going to run again because there is no dependency array passed. So in our case 2, it's only going to run once when the app component loads. So it's not going to run again because there is no dependency. There is no dependency values passed over here. Whereas in case 3, it's going to run every once the value attribute changes, or whatever that particular value changes in your app component, right? So hope that part is clear. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna understand this with the help of example. Let's fetch some data and understand how exactly all of the cases are gonna work. So let's come over here. I'm gonna initialize my use effect, and I'm gonna just follow the second case for now, and I'm just gonna comment down everything just like this. Okay, I just want this use effect to run, that is this one. So I'm just gonna go to this fake store API and then get let's say all the products over here. So let's come back over here, and I'm gonna paste it over here. So essentially we are going through the data fetching part of the use effect. So here automatically we're just going to say console.log of JSON. So it should give us all of the products that this API has. right? So here, as you can see, we are following case number 2, that is an empty array passed. So as soon as I save the file, this app component is going to get rendered and this is going to get triggered off. So use effect is going to run only once and you should be seeing the products in the console because we have given a console.log of JSON. So let's save the file. Let's refresh over here. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the products coming. So essentially you're able to see it 2 times. So it's actually rendering only 1 time. So you're seeing it 2 times because of one thing, that is, if you check out your index, index.js, it's because of the React strict mode that we have used, right? If you just remove this and if you can save the file, you should be seeing it just 1 time, as you can see. So that's the reason you're seeing it 2 times. So save the file. So yeah, that part is working fine. You're able to see how exactly the data is getting fetched and how exactly the use effect is getting triggered off when we call the function inside of our empty dependency array. Yeah, so now let's move on to the next case, that is the first case, that is no dependency array passed. Okay, so I'm just going to clear the console and I'm going to save the file. Okay, so as you can see, it's going to call 1 time when the app component loads. So now we have an empty dependency array, right? There is no dependency array passed. There is no dependency array passed. So here what should happen is whenever there is a state update, it should call the use effect again. So let's make a state update. We already have the previous counter. So let's just increase it by 1. So I've given a default value of 4. So if I press on plus, it should increase the value to 5. And as soon as it increases, we have a state update in the app component. So again, this use effect is triggered off and again it's going to execute whatever is there from the start to end. So again, essentially in the console we should see the product showing up. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, the state got updated and over here in the console the use effect again ran and you're seeing again the same set of products in the console. Okay, because there is a state update that has happened in your app component, right? So that's the way the first case works, that is a use effect without the dependency passed. So now let's move on to the next case, that is state variables in dependency array. So here I'm gonna pass in my dependency array and I'm gonna pass in my counter over here and I'm gonna save the file. I'm gonna refresh the app over here. Yeah, so as soon as I refreshed, it ran for the first time. So you're able to see it over here, that is whatever is there inside of the console. So now whenever the counter value changes, again it's going to run. That's what the case 3 says, right? So if I press on the plus button, counter is initially 4, that's the default value given. So it's going to go over here to this function, counter becomes 5. So since the counter value is changed from 4 to 5, again this use effect is going to run one more time. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, counter value changed from 4 to 5 and in the console again our use effect is going to run. So let's run through one more example. So let's go over here again. So we're going to make use of this one, that is the limit. It's going to give us the products based on the limit we pass. So I'm going to make use of my backtext over here and we're going to dynamically render the quantity. So basically I'm going to render the counter itself, whatever the counter value is. So save the file. Let's come back over here. So as you can see, you're able to see it 4 times because the limit is 4 and the counter value is initially 4. And again over here, I want to run this use effect only once when the counter value changes. So as soon as the counter value changes, even the number of products should increase because we have given it dynamically over here. So initially we have 4 products. Initially the counter value is 4, so we're getting 4. So as soon as I press on the plus button, it should come into 5 and we should be seeing 5 products. So as you can see, that's working correctly fine. Okay, so that's the way the use effect works. So you would understand use effect better when you build your own kinds of projects and understand how exactly the use effect is being run in the app with all the 3 cases being defined, right? So that would be a better suggestion to understand. So this would just give you an understanding of what are the different cases and how exactly the use effect is being run in your component. So use effects are also used for cleaning up as well. So some effects require basically some cleanup to reduce the memory leaks. So if you would remember, we would write something known as return unsubscribe at the bottom part of the use effect, basically at the end of the use effect. So that is basically used to clean up the function and to reduce the memory leak in the entire app, right? So you would understand that better when we build the projects and explore how exactly that's going to work. So that's the basic usage of use effect. And along with this, you can also implement something known as the DOM manipulations as well. Okay, so this is the basic understanding of use effect. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use memo hook. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use memo hook. So basically use memo is the hook that lets you cache the result and helps in preventing the re-rendering of your component. Okay, so it's also basically used in skipping some expensive calculations in your component, and it helps in memoizing a function as well. So basically this hook, that is the use memo hook and the use callback hook, are performance optimization hooks in your app component or in any particular component. So basically they help in improving the performance of your app, right? So let's understand this hook with the help of an example over here. So basically over here we are trying to calculate the factorial of whatever the input over here is. So basically factorial of 1 is going to be 1, and beneath that we have a button which where we have on click, and basically at the top we have initialized two states. One is the number and the second one is the state for increasing the counter value, and here we have the factorial function, right? Here we have initialized the calculate factorial function, and the value would be stored inside of the factorial because we are returning it over here. So inside the function calculate factorial, it's going to take in a value to calculate, and basically we are making use of the recursive method, that is n star calculate factorial of n minus 1, and we are calculating it over here, right? And to the input we have on change, that is whatever value we are choosing over here, that is with the help of the arrows, that is going to get selected, and for that particular number we are going to calculate the factorial. As you can see, I've passed number over here. So now let's see what exactly is going to happen if at all I refresh the app. So as you can see, on the initial render, factorial of 1 is 1. So what happened is it's going to calculate the factorial. So it's going to go to directly line number 8. So const factorial equals to calculate factorial of number, which in our case is 1 on the initial render. So it would go to this function. So this would basically return 1 because factorial of 1 is 1, and that is getting re-rendered. That is getting rendered over here. So as you can see, we are able to see that console message in the console over here. So let me increase the value to be 2. So as you can see, again it ran, that is a function ran, that is calculate factorial, and factorial of 2 is 2. Okay, so that is working absolutely fine. So 4 is 24 and so on, it goes up to the next value as well. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we have the button, that is re-render. What is going to happen if I press on re-render? So on the re-render button we have on click initialized. Okay, so on the on click we are basically trying to increase the value of this particular state. So initially it's 0. If I press on re-render, it's going to become 1, right? So as you can see, if I press on re-render, something is going to happen, that is the state is going to get updated from 0 to 1. So as we all know, as the state updates from 0 to 1, in this case the entire component is going to get re-rendered. So let's see what's going to happen. So I'm going to press on re-render. Let me clear the console and re-render. So as you can see in the console, we are able to see that factorial called again, which means this function is getting called again, calculate factorial, even though it is not required, right? So as you can see again, if I press on re-render, again it's being called. So let's just imagine instead of the calculate factorial, we have some huge function. Let's say we need to calculate the sum up to a million of numbers, right, from 0 to 1 million. So that would take a lot of time, right? And it would also, reduce the performance of this particular app component, and it would gradually slow down the app as well. So as you can see, if I press on re-render, it is again calling the entire component. So with the help of use memo hook, we can prevent that re-rendering of the component, and we can increase that performance of this particular component or the entire app. So now instead of using this, I'm going to make use of the use memo hook over here. So the syntax is similar to use effect hook. So I'm going to say use memo. Over here I'm going to call my calculate factorial function, which is going to take in the number, and over here it's going to have the dependency array, and I'm going to pass in something inside the dependency array, that is going to be number. So here I'm going to say call the calculate factorial function if and only if the number changes. So when is the number going to change? If at all we press on either one of the arrows, either if you press on down it's going to go to 3, if you press on up it's going to go to 5, right? So if and only if that happens, then only call the calculate factorial function or any other expensive function that is present in your app. Else do not call this function, basically prevent this from re-rendering again, right? So let me clear the console, and now currently factorial of 4 is 24. Let's press on re-render. Nothing should happen in the console. Yeah, so basically just the state value should be increased from 1 to 2. So let's give that a try. I'm going to press on re-render. Let's save the file once. Yeah, let's clear the console, and let's press on re-render. So as you can see, we are not able to see anything in the console. Now I'm going to change the number. It's 1 now. I'm going to make it to be 2. Now only the factorial function is going to get called. As you can see, now if I press on re-render, nothing is going to happen because the number value has not changed. Only this particular value has changed. That is the value of this. That because we have an on-click given over here. That is this function. Yeah, so that's the way the use memo hook works. So it basically helps in skipping, it basically helps in preventing the re-rendering of components when it's not required. Okay, so yeah, that's it about the use memo hook. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use ref hook. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use ref hook. So basically this use ref hook allows you to persist different kinds of values between your re-renders, and it does not cause re-renders. That's the first use case of this. And the second use case is it's also helpful to access your DOM elements. So we'll be understanding through both the use cases. So let's go to the first one, that is it does not cause your re-renders. So first of all, inside of my app component, I'm going to initialize my counter with the help of use state. So I'm going to say const counter comma set counter equals to use state, and initially I'm going to pass in a value of 0. Okay, so inside over here I'm going to access my input. So type is going to be a number. Okay, so here I'm gonna initialize my value. So I'm gonna say const value comma set value equals to use state. Here also initially it's gonna be 0. So input is gonna take in a value prop. So I'm gonna say value is gonna be value itself, and we have the onChange text onChange method such that whatever the user is changing inside of the input field, we're gonna set to that particular value. So here I'm gonna say it's going to take in an event. So here we are just going to say set the value to be e dot targets dot value. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, you have that input being stored over here, right? So after that, we are going to display a count value in the h2 tag. So I'm going to say count value is going to be whatever is there inside of the counter, which is initially 0, right? So save the file. So as you can see, counter value is 0. So now I'm going to initialize my use effect. So I'm going to say use effect. So here I'm just going to run the use effect every once there is a state update in the component. So I'm just not going to pass anything over here. I'm just going to leave it as is. And inside the use effect, I'm going to execute this thing. So I'm going to say set counter, access the previous value and increase it by 1. So essentially what should happen? So essentially this piece of code should get into an infinite loop. So let's understand how that is occurring, right? So currently we have the input over here. So currently we are seeing the value of 0, which is okay. And when the initial render happens, here it's going to render 0. Okay, and also we also know that on the initial render, use effect is going to get triggered off. So set counter is going to get increased from 0 to 1. So since the state is updated, again the component is going to get re-rendered, right? So if it is going to get re-rendered, again this use effect is going to get triggered off because the lines start executing right from the top to bottom. So again the count value is going to become is going to change from 1 to 2, and it's going to get re-rendered over here again. And since again there is a state update, again we're going to see the component being re-rendered. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, it has gone into an infinite loop, right? So we do not want that, right? So to prevent that, we're going to make use of the use ref hook, which actually prevents the re-rendering. So to do that, first of all, so here I'm going to initialize my use ref. So I'm going to say const number equals to use ref, import that from React, and here also I'm just going to pass in initial value of 0. So now let's understand what exactly the useref is going to return, right? So to do that, I'm just going to say console.log of number. So this useref is going to basically return us an object inside which we have the current value. So let's save the file and let's open up our console over here. So as you can see, in the console you should be seeing the current. As you can see, inside of the object we have the current value, which is set to be 0 because we have passed an empty value of 0 to the useref. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is how can we prevent the re-rendering, right? So again, I'm going to initialize my same code, that is use effect. So previously we were just doing set counter of whatever the previous value is, and we were increasing it by 1. So here we're going to access the number. So to access this particular 0, which is inside of an object, we're going to make use of the dot property. So to access this 0, it's going to be number dot current, right? So here I'm going to say number dot current equals to number dot current plus 1. Okay, so that's it. And here as well, we're going to make the change. Instead of rendering the counter, I'm going to render the original value. Again, it's going to be the same thing. So to access the value, it's going to be number dot current. So I'm just going to render that over here. So number dot current. So yep, let's save the file. Current is not defined. Okay, my bad. Over here we have written plus instead of the dot operator. Yeah, so now let's give this a try. So as soon as I increase the value, it's going to increase the counter value to 2. As you can see, that's looking better. It's working fine. So now if any kind of state update happens, it's going to work fine. So if I remove 1, it's going to again increase the counter by 1. So if you again increase it, it's going to increase it over here as well. So that's working absolutely fine. So this is the way we can prevent the re-renders in your component. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize the buttons, as well as one more thing, so that we can access the DOM element. We'll just be trying to focus on the input. So here I'm going to say input, and type is going to be text over here, and I'm going to initialize my input field, input ref. So I'm going to say const input equals to use ref, and initially it will be pointing to null. So just consider this input like it's going to be some kind of a pointer that is pointing to something in the screen. So in our case, it will be pointing to the input field itself. And here I'm just going to say button, and I'm going to say focus input, something like this. So as I told, we're going to give the reference to this, which is going to be input. So currently in this case, input is going to be some kind of pointer that is pointing to this entire input field. So I'm going to save the file. So for the button, we're going to give the on click. So I'm going to say on click. Here I'm just going to initialize focus input function. So focus input, let me define the function over here. So I'm going to say const focus input equals to a normal arrow function. And here what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to access my input over here, and we all know that we have the current value. So I'm going to say input dot current. We have the focus method to focus. So I'm just going to say dot focus, just like this. So now let's save the file. And as soon as I press on the focus button, you should be able to see the input field being focused, because we've given the reference over here. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, as soon as I press the focus button, our input is focused. So if you want, you can check out in the console, that is whatever is stored inside of input, and there are a bunch of methods which you can explore. So currently we are just gonna see in console.log of input. So let's open up the console once. So again, as you can see, it is in the form of an object, and inside the current value we have the input, right? So as you can see, now this particular input is pointing to the input field that we have, as you can see over here in the console, right? So as you can see, we have a bunch of values. We can use it and we can implement that. If you want, you can even change the background color, and we have many on events like on drag, on context, on click, on hover. So you can use all of that, and you can try it out to access the DOM elements, right? So that's the way this thing works. I think there is also one more thing to access the background color. If you press on that, yeah, so you can go through all of these values that are present and explore each one of them. Okay, and yeah, that's the basic features of useRef hook. So in our projects, we have used useRef hook previously. Like if you had followed the previous food delivery application, like while rendering the map view, we had given something known as the reference to the map view, and then we had rendered the map. Also, we had given the reference to the scroll view. Like at the bottom, we had displayed a bunch of sub menus, and if we would press on that, based on the reference and based on the animation that we have implemented, we had given the reference to the entire scroll view. So it scrolls to that particular sub menu when we press on it. So based on some specific height, we were able to implement that. So that's the basic use cases of the useRef. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use callback hook. So now let's move on to the next hook, that is the use callback hook. So basically the use callback hook helps to improve the performance of your React components. So this is the hook which is similar to the other one which we just explored, that is the use memo hook, right? So basically use memo hook is used to memorize the values, whereas the use callback hook is used to memorize the functions. So basically the use callback hook does this by memorizing the callback functions, and it prevents the unnecessary re-renders of your React component. So we'll understand this with the help of a better example. So here I've just initialized my state, that is count and set count, and we basically have a hand click function which is just gonna update the state from 0 to 1 or whatever the value is initially. And inside my return block we are showing the count, and we are gonna render the button component, and inside the button component we're just gonna write in increment, right? And we are going to have a on click over here which is going to be handle click, and we have defined the button component over here. It's going to take in two things, the on click and the children as props. So basically children we are rendering it over here, which is basically increment, and on click is going to be on click, and we basically have a console.log button over here, console.log of basic text which says button rendered. So now let's understand this scenario better, right? So basically in this scenario, what happens is this particular app component re-renders a button component and maintains a count state, that is this particular one. So initially there is no use callback hook used, right? So without that use callback hook, each time this app re-renders, a new handle click function is created, that is this one which is present. Okay, so basically this triggers the re-render of the button component. So inside the console we should be seeing this one, button re-rendered as well as button clicked. So this basically happens even if the props have not changed, right? So that's the scenario without the use callback hook. So let's quickly open up our console once and we're gonna check it. So we should be seeing button rendered and then button clicked as well. So let's head over to the console. Let's press an increment over here. So as you can see, you're able to see button clicked and then button rendered. So button clicked and button rendered. So here without the callback, as I already told, this particular app re-renders. So this basically triggers the re-render of your button component even if the props have not been changed. So that's the case over here without the use callback. So now let's use the use callback hook and memorize the function. So it improves the performance of the app component. So now we are going to go over here and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to initialize my hand click function with the help of the use callback hook. So again, I'm going to initialize my use callback hook. So the syntax is going to be similar to the use effect hook. So here I'm going to give the console.log message. It says button checked or button clicked. And again, I'm going to say set the count, access the previous count, whatever it is present, and just increase it by 1. So I'm going to say previous count plus 1. Yeah, so as I told, the use callback hook syntax is similar to the use effect hook. It's going to take in a callback function and we're going to have something known as the dependency array. So in this case, we're going to use the use callback hook. That's the second scenario. So while using the use callback hook, basically whatever the function that is present, the hand click function, is going to get memoized, right? So it only changes if at all any of the dependencies inside of the dependency array is changed, then only it's going to be called again. So that's the way we're going to memorize the handle click function by using the use callback hook over here. So in our case, as you can see, we basically have an empty dependency array, right? So this basically indicates that this particular hand click function does not depend on any values from the component's scope, right? So what happens is basically the hand click remains same across the re-renders that's going to happen as long as this particular app is mounted. So basically this kind of optimization helps in different cases while passing callbacks to your child components and can cause unnecessary re-renders as well. So by memoizing the callback with basically the use callback hook, we can ensure that the reference to your callback is going to remain proper and it's going to remain stable as well unless its dependencies have changed. Okay, so thus we can optimize the performance of your React application or your component by making use of the use callback hook. So in the console, if you try out again also after implementing the use callback, nothing is going to change. It's going to show the same thing as well. So as I told, this console.log message is of course going to get re-rendered inside of the button component, because whenever the app component re-renders, each render of the app will re-render its child component. So basically this button component is going to get re-rendered, and basically the console.log message is being seen in the console. So basically, however, the use callback hook that we've used is optimizing the hand click function to prevent unnecessary recreation of the function itself. Okay, so but it doesn't prevent your button component from re-rendering, because that is a normal behavior in React. As you all know that if at all the parent re-renders, its child component is also going to get re-rendered. So in this case, button is a child component, so of course we are going to re-render this, and we should be seeing again the button re-rendered in the console. So if you want to prevent the button component from being re-rendered unnecessarily, you can of course use the use memo hook and memorize that particular thing. So that's a basic understanding of the use callback hook with this particular simple example. Okay, so yeah, it's basically used to memorize the required function, and it improves the performance of your React component. So we've explored about all the important 5 hooks that are present with each of the example in a simple way. So the remaining hooks that are present, that is the new hooks. We're gonna make another video on that, and we're gonna again explore with the help of the example. So these are the 5 mostly commonly used hooks in React while building your projects. Okay, so hope you find this useful. So I think that's it about this video. So let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching.
Welcome back to another video. So in this video, we'll be building a real-time full-stack chat application in React Native using the React Native CLI as well as MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So first of all, let's look into the demo of the application. So over here towards my right is the initial home screen that's being shown. So currently we have just 2 tabs. One is for the chats and one is for the profile. So in this project, we'll be mainly focusing on the real-time chatting, because in the previous few projects, if I would remember, the real-time chatting was not implemented that well, because we were not able to correctly receive the messages. So in this particular application, we're gonna implement proper real-time chatting. I'll just be showing the demo. That is how exactly it's gonna work. So as I told, this is the initial home screen. So it's divided into 2 parts. One is for the chats and one is for the requests. So any user who wants to chat with you is first of all going to send you a request, and you're going to see all of the requests over here. And if at all you accept the request, automatically that particular chat would go into the chats list over here, and you could chat with each other since you're friends with each other. So this is initially about the initial home screen or the chat screen. So if at all you press on chats, we are able to see the chats. So by default, chats is selected, and currently requests are not selected. So if I press on requests, you should be seeing all of the requests over here. So these 4 people have sent a chat request to me. Okay, so as you can see, this is the name of the person, this is the image, and this is the message they have sent. So if you press on accept, automatically this chat should come into the chat, and we should be able to chat with one another. So let's do this part in just a bit. So here, if at all you press on the people icon or the person's icon, it should take you to the people screen. Over here, you should be able to see all of the users who are using the application. So if at all you want to chat with them, you're just going to say chat over here. This would take you to a chat request room. So here you're going to type in your message. So let's say, hey, can we connect? And I'm going to say send. So as soon as I press on the send button, this particular message should be sent to this particular person, and it should be there in their requests list. So as you can see, your request has been shared and waiting for the user to accept your request. If at all, you could also show the message over here, that is whatever you have sent. But currently I'm not doing that. We're just sending it in the form of a request, right? So let's come back over here and let's come back to the requests part. So let's say I'm going to accept the first request. So as you can see, as soon as I accept the request, you are able to see that particular chat profile coming into the chats part of it. So if at all you press on any one of the chat room, it's going to go into that particular profile and you could chat with them, right? So now let's look into how exactly the real-time chat is going to work out. So I've just opened up another device, that is my iPad, that is the 10th generation. So here I've logged in with this user's profile, that is Rakesh. So I'm just going to go into this user's profile in this device. So as you can see over here in the console, we have something known as user socket data. So this is going to give us which particular users are connected to the application. So as you can see, 2 users are connected, and towards the right side, we have something known as the socket ID. So let's see if at all we're going to implement it correctly. So I'm just going to go to the chat room. So from this device, I'm just going to send in a message saying, how are you doing? And then I'm going to press on send. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on send, even in this particular device, we were able to see that particular real-time messaging happening, right? So that's how it's going to work. So here let's pass in one more message, say I'm doing good. And then enter.
Let's write that correctly. So send. So as you can see, as soon as I send over here, it's even gonna come over here as well. So we're gonna implement this in this particular project. So that's pretty much it about your uh, chat room screen. That is where you're gonna chat with the other person. And if at all you accept over here, you should be able to see all of the chats coming into the chat list. So over here we have something known as the profile screen as well, where we're gonna just implement the UI part. So we're gonna have few stories as well over here. So these are the basic updates or statuses, which is just hard coded for now. And this is pretty much similar to your Instagram stories. And over here we have just basically the UI part where we're just going to show the channels. So we're going to implement this much in this particular application. It's going to be a small kind of application itself, not a longer one. And we have the logout button. If you press on this, it's going to log out and it's going to take you to the login screen as well as your register screen. So this is your register screen as well as your login screen. So we're going to build up this much in this particular project. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and let's get started with the project right away. So before moving further, first of all, let's check out the outline of the application so that we'll understand what exactly we're going to build in this particular project. So I'm going to head over to eraser.io over here. And here I'm just going to write in signal app outline or demo. So here basically we're going to have two tabs. So the first one is going to be for your chat or the chat tab, and the second one is going to be there for your profile tab. Alright, so over here in the chat tab we're going to have two things, that is your requests. So first one we're going to have the chats and then we're going to have the requests part. And in the profile tab we're going to have a bunch of things, that is the stories or the statuses, and apart from that we're going to have the channels design and a bottom image. So these are the required things for the front end part. Okay, and apart from that, for the auth context or for the auth side of it, we have two screens. One is for your login screen for the user to log in, and we have the register screen here the user is gonna register. And the real-time chat messaging is going to be implemented by using sockets. Alright, so now towards the right hand part we're just going to draw out the brief design of what we're going to build. So let's say this is the initial home screen. So, and towards the right we're going to have the second tab. Alright, so over here let's say we have the bottom tab navigator design just like this, and similarly over here as well. Alright, so over here let's say we have two tabs. This is for your chat and this is going to be for your profile, that is for the design part. So similarly over here as well, this is going to be for the profile part. So this is going to be your chat screen or your initial home screen. Alright, so now as you saw in the demo part, we're going to have two things over here, that is the chats part of it So the chats part is going to show up if at all you have any kind of user friends in the application, else it's just going to be empty. So here we're just going to say this is going to be the requests part. So if any kind of user messages you as in a request, it's going to come over here into the requests part, and you would have, of course, different kinds of components being rendered for each request, and we have the option to delete or accept the request. And once you accept the request over here, it should automatically come into the chats part of it, so that you could chat with that particular person. And towards the right is basically your main profile screen that's going to come up over here. So I'm just going to say profile screen. So here, first of all, in the profile screen, as we saw in the demo video, we're going to have statuses or a bunch of user stories. So here I'm just going to write in all of my stories that are going to come up. So just like this, we're going to have a bunch of stories over here. It's going to say user stories and then enter. Yeah, so at the top part, we're going to have the user stories, and below we're going to have a design over here that is related to the channels, design for the channels part. All right, so below this we're going to have all of the required channels as shown previously. So yeah, this is the basic outline of the application, and apart from this we're of course going to have the login screen as well as the register screen. So for the login screen, we require two things to log in. That is, we would be having two input fields, that is the email field as well as the password field. Whereas for your register, this time we're going to have four options for logging in, for registering. That is your name, your email, your password, as well as your image link to register. So these four things would be designed inside of your register screen, and we're going to have the image coming up in the login screen as well. That is what we saw in the demo part of the video. So it's going to be a short project to implement, and we're going to implement the real-time chat messaging over here as shown in the demo part. So yes, that's it about the basic outline of the application. So let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a bare React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've opened up my VS Code, and I'm inside my build directory, as you can see. So here I'm just gonna paste in the code, that is npx React Native init and then your project name. So over here you could give any project name you want. So I'm just gonna say Signal app, and then I'm gonna press and enter. So this should take in a couple of minutes to initialize our project and then install all of the required dependencies. So let's give it some time. So currently it's downloading the template, and now it's installing the dependencies. So after it installs, we're going to go into that particular project directory and then look into the file tree. So here it asks, do you want to install CocoaPods now? So by default it would be selected as no. So I'm just going to press on enter and do nothing. So as you can see, it has created our project for us, and it has given the instructions for your iOS and then for the Android part as well. Okay, that is this one. So for iOS, we need to install the Cocoa Pods, that is bundle install and then bundle exec pod install into your iOS directory. Then we need to do a pod install and then run your particular application. Whereas for Android, you could just go ahead and then execute the code, that is npx React Native run Android. So let's execute the steps. So since I am in iOS, I'm going to execute these two steps, bundle install and then bundle exec pod install. So let's go do that. So first of all, let's head over to this particular directory, that is Signal app, into my, that is there inside of my build folder. So I'm just going to say open. I'm going to go into my build folder and then Signal app, open. So basically this is the initial file tree that is towards the left that React Native is given when we initialize a bare React Native project. So first of all, we're just going to make use of JavaScript. So I'm just going to rename this file. So here I'm just going to say app.js, and you could actually delete the tsconfig.json, that's not required. And in the app.js, let's make few more changes. We're not going to use this and this as well. So these are some of the required changes in the app.js file. So save the file. So now let's go into the terminal, new terminal. So here I'm just going to say cd iOS. First step is bundle install, enter. So as you can see, it has installed all of the required dependencies. So now the next one is bundle exec pod install. So I'm just going to say bundle exec and then pod install. So after this step, we're just going to do a pod install in the iOS directory, and then we're going to run the app. So let's give it a couple of minutes to execute this particular statement. So as you can see, this statement has finished executing. So now let's do a final pod install once in the iOS directory, and then we could start and then run the application. Alright, so now let's come back to the terminal. I'm just going to say add. So we are currently in the Signal app directory. So here I'm just going to say yarn iOS, and then I'm just going to clear off my previous terminal. And I'm just going to press on enter. So as you can see, the launch package or command prompt has opened up. So it should give us the options to open up the application. So it's currently waiting for Watchman to check out our project. So let's give it some time. So as you can see, it says found Xcode workspace and then booted iPhone 15 Pro Max, and it's currently building up the application. So this would take in about 5 to 10 minutes to build the application. So once it builds up the application, it's just gonna open up the application, and whatever is there inside of your app.js, the same thing would be reflected in the right part of the simulator. I mean towards the right. So let's give it about 5 to 10 minutes, and we should be able to see the app being loaded on the screen. So as you can see, the app is being currently loaded, and currently whatever is there inside of your app.js, the same thing is going to be reflected over here. So that's the first step. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to incorporate the React Native vector icons so that we could use it inside of our application. So let's head over to Chrome once over here, and I'm going to search for React Native vector icons, the GitHub version. I'm going to press on the first link, and let's install this first of all. Let's scroll a bit and install it using yarn. So just copy down this. So here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native vector icons and then enter. So after this gets installed, the next step is we need to edit the info.plist. I think before that we need to drag the fonts folder into your Xcode project. So let's go do that first. So I think it's still in the process of installing. So it has finished installing. So first let's open up the Xcode project for this particular app. So I'm just going to go into my users and then the build folder. I'm going to go into my Signal app, and then we need to go into the iOS directory, and this is basically the file signalapp.xcodeproj. So right click, open with Xcode default. So it is currently opening up. I think you could minimize this. Okay, so currently our Xcode has opened up. So let's just minimize this a bit, and then let's head over to the node modules, and then we need to go into the fonts folder of React Native vector icons. So I'm just going to say node modules, scroll down to React Native vector icons. This one, the fonts folder, right click, reveal in folder, reveal in finder. So access the fonts and then just drag and drop it just below the Signal app over here. You could actually close this or minimize it. Leave this as default, just press on finish. So that's it, minimize this as well. Let's come back to the application. And next thing is we need to edit the info.plist. So just make sure you add all of these icons, copy down that, and we need to go into the iOS directory Signal app info.plist. So just after the false tag over here, I'm going to add it. So copy down the entire thing and then just give it a tab for indentation. Save the file. So after that, we need to create a React Native config.js to include the React Native vector icons. So we're going to create it at the root level. Press on app.js, new file, React Native config.js, and then over here, I'm just going to copy down this piece of code and then paste it over here. Save the file. So I think these are the required steps. So now let me just do a pod install and then run the application once again. So make sure you come into the iOS directory, then pod install, enter. Alright, so now let's just try this out. So I'm just going to get any random icon and then I'm just going to paste it inside of my app.js file. Let's say over here after the header. So I've just pasted a random icon, a chat bubble icon from material icon. So we also need to import it at the top part of the page. So make sure you import it like this, and then let's try to reload the app. And once the app loads, we should be able to see that being shown, that is the icon. So as you can see, I've just loaded the app once again and you're able to see this particular icon over here, that is the chat icon. So that part is completely done. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is, as we saw in the demo video, we had two bottom tabs. One is the chat and one is for the profile part. So we would be implementing that and then showing it on the screen. So for that, we need to require some dependencies that are related to React navigation. So let's go do that. So now let's head over to Chrome and then install some of the dependencies that are required for React navigation. So here I'm just going to search for React navigation. I'm going to go into my first link and then read docs. So make sure you install this one using yarn or npm. So copy down that, and I'm just gonna come to the terminal and then paste it over here. So apart from that, furthermore, we need to install these dependencies, React Native screens and then React Native safe area context. So since we have a bare React Native project, we're going to use this particular code. So copy that down and then come back to the terminal and we're going to paste it over here. So after that, let's move on to Hello React Navigation, and we need to install this one, React Navigation / native stack. So copy that down and we're gonna paste it over here. So after that, we need access to the final thing, that is React Native bottom tabs. So let's install this as well. So with the help of yarn, I'm going to install this. So copy that down and we're gonna paste it over here. Enter. So now let's first of all create a new folder for navigation. So press on app.js, new folder. I'm gonna say navigation, and inside this I'm just gonna access my stack navigator.js. So I'm just gonna say rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. So to get all of these code snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside your systems. So if you check out the extensions tab over here, so you need to install this one, that is ES7 React, Redux or React Native snippets. Okay, so this would allow you to have all of the shorthand code snippets in React or Next.js or even React.js as well. So let's come back to the stack navigator. So over here, let's start defining our stack as well as the tabs. So we currently have two tabs inside of the application. So I'm going to say const stack equals to create native stack navigator. So make sure you import that as well from the required dependency. And I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom tab navigator from that particular dependency. So now I'm just going to initialize my bottom tabs over here. So I'm going to say function bottom tabs. So here I'm just going to say return, and here I'm just going to access my tab.navigator. So inside my tab.navigator, all of my tabs are gonna go with the name that is tab.screen. So we're gonna give the name for the screen. So name is gonna be, let's say, chat. So here, and we're gonna make use of the chat bubble icon. So first of all, we need to give the component to render for the chats. So first of all, let's create the screens as well. So let's come to the file tree, press on app.js, new folder. I'm gonna say screens, new file. I'm just gonna say home screen. So let's name this as home screen itself. So home screen or chat screen only. So chat screen .js rnfes. Save the file, and we need next one, that is your profile screen. I'm gonna say profile screen.js rnfes. Save the file. So here component is gonna be chat screen. So make sure you import chat screen from the screens folder, and we're gonna provide some options to this tab. So I'm just gonna say options over here. So it's gonna take in the tab bar style. So it's gonna have a background color of 101010, and apart from that, we're gonna pass in few more styles over here. So we're gonna say header shown is gonna be false for this. So after header shown of false, we're gonna pass in the tab bar icon. So this in turn is gonna take in something known as focused. So whether or not if it is focused or not, we're gonna show icons based on that. So here I'm just gonna say if it is focused, we're gonna show some icon, else we're gonna show some other different icon. So since this is the chat icon, we have already placed that in the app.js while demoing it. So let us just copy that down, this one. So I'm just gonna paste both the icons over here, and if it is focused, it's gonna be in white color, else it's gonna be in this kind of grayish color. So let's format once, then save the file. Let's also import the material icons at the top part of the page. So it's gonna come over here, and let us save the file. So I'm just gonna copy down this one more time for the next tab that we have, that is the profile tab. So this is gonna be profile. The component we're gonna render for this is gonna be profile screen, and let's get the profile icon. So let's search for the icons. So this is the set of icons that we can choose. I'm gonna search for profile. Or a person icon. Yeah, actually we could choose this from iron icons. So first of all, let's make sure we import iron icons. Just copy this down and then paste it over here and make the change over here, that is iron icons, and over here also it's going to be iron icons. So let's just copy this down. Okay, it's already copied over here. Let's make the change for that. I'm going to say iron icons. So let us make use of the person outline icon. So make sure you copy this down, and we're gonna paste it over here as well. And yeah, apart from that, we also need to make change for this one, the second part of the icon. Okay, so that's it. So this is basically our tab navigation. So now next step is I'm going to initialize my next stack, that is basically your auth stack, that contains two things: your login screen as well as your register screen. So I'm going to say const auth stack equals to a normal arrow function, and here I'm just going to say return. I'm just going to say stack.navigator. Inside this, we're going to pass in the screens. So first of all, let's create two screens. One is for the login screen and one is for the register screen. So here I'm just going to say login screen.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. another screen, that is our register screen .js, again rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet and then save the file. So here let's start initializing our first screen, that is going to be stack.screen. So let's give in the name. So this is going to be basically your login, and the component to render for this screen is going to be a login screen. And also make sure you import login screen from the screens folder. Let's pass in the options over here. So here I'm just going to say header shown is going to be false. Okay, so format over here, and let's just copy this down one more time for our second screen. So this is going to be register screen, so I'm just going to say register over here, and the component for this is going to be register screen. Save the file, and now I'm just going to initialize my final stack, that is your main stack. So this stack should be this stack would be shown if at all the user is registered and the user is logged in successfully. So I'm going to say function main stack. So here again we're going to make use of the stack. So here I'm going to say stack dot navigator. Inside this I'm going to have my stack.screen. Alright, so inside the stack.screen I'm going to access my name. I'm going to give it a random name, that is, let's say main, and the component I'm going to render for this is going to be the bottom tab itself that we just initialized a couple of minutes. And of course I'm going to say options, header shown is going to be false for this as well. So I'm going to say header shown is false. So similarly, let's create our second screen. So here I'm just going to say stack.screen. So name is going to be people screen. So this screen is to see all of the users inside of the app. So I'm just going to say people screen .js rnfes, then save the file. So here I'm going to render my component, that is the people screen. So I'm going to say people screen, and I'm going to pass in the options. So it's going to be header shown, and I'm going to set it to be false. So let's format over here and then save the file. So now inside of the return block we're going to access our navigation container instead of the view that's present. So I'm going to say navigation container. So import navigation container from the required dependency, that is this one. And inside the navigation container, so currently since we want to see the bottom tabs, I'm just going to show the main stack. So yeah, that's it. So let's format once. Let's do a pod install because we have installed all of the dependencies for React navigation, and then let's try to reload the app. I'm going to close the app. Let's go into the iOS directory, and here I'm just going to say pod install, and then I'm going to press on enter. So this should install all of the dependencies that is done for React navigation. As you can see, React Native screens and then the safe area context. So once this finishes up, I'm going to reload the app once again. So this is done. So I'm just going to open up my terminal, and then I'm just going to press on I to start building up the app once again. So once the app loads, we need to be seeing two tabs. One is for your chat screen and one is for your profile screen. So let's give it a couple of minutes to reload the app. Okay, so the app has been loaded. I think I made a mistake because I didn't even import the stack navigator into the main app.js, so it wouldn't work, right? So yeah, that was a mistake. So let's remove everything from the safe area view, and then let's just render our stack navigator into this. So stack navigator, so import from the stack navigator file. So just save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see the tabs being changed, and we are able to see both the tabs. One is for the chat and one is for the profile. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, it's looking good. We are able to switch between both the tabs, the chats as well as for the profile, and we have set up both of the tabs. So now the next step is we're going to first of all create a MongoDB project and then connect that particular project to the front end part. So now let's head over to Chrome and then create a fresh new MongoDB project. So I'm just going to search for MongoDB over here. and then I'm going to go to the first link. So over here, let's try to sign in with Google. So I'm just going to press on sign in over here. So let's sign up with Google. So once you sign in, it would take you to this particular page, and whatever project was previously used, it's going to show up over here. So let's press on the drop down over here, scroll to the bottommost part, press on new project, and we're going to create a new project over here. So project name, I'm just going to say Signal app, and then press on next. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner, so I'm just going to leave this as default and then create project. So now we need to create a cluster. Press on the create button and make sure you choose the free version, that is M0, and apart from that, these details I'm going to leave it as default, and press on create a deployment. So after that, we need to create our username. So I'm just going to pass in my name and the password also. It's going to be my name itself, and I'm going to say create database user, and then we need to choose a connection method. We're going to choose the third option, MongoDB for VS Code. So make sure you copy down this. This is important for connecting the application, and then press on done. So over here, if you check out the IP access list, so this is activated. If you want, you could add another thing, that is 0.0.0/0 0/0, so that it is accessible from anywhere, since this is just a project demo. So let's press on confirm. All right, so let's come back over here and let's make sure we create, or we could just first of all paste in that URI over here. Let's create our API folder, open up the file tree, and then I'm going to press on app.js new folder API. Let's open up a new terminal, come to the API folder, let's initialize our package.json. So let's say npm init. So here it's going to ask us a bunch of questions. So for description, I'm going to pass in backend, and for others, I'm just going to press on enter. All right, so now let's install few dependencies that we'll be using in the backend folder. So here I'm going to say yarn add, let's say course, and we're going to make use of mongoose as well, and we're going to say JSON web token, and we're going to use multer as well, and then node mon. Okay, I don't think we're going to use multer, just node mon, and we're going to use socket IO for the chatting part of it. That's the important thing. So I think, yeah, apart from that, these are the required things. Yeah, even express as well, and then let's press on enter. So as you can see, package.json is created. So once all of these dependencies are installed, it should come into the dependencies object list. So as you can see, all of the dependencies have been installed. So yeah, that's it. Let's also give the start script now itself for the package.json. So it's going to be nodemon index.js. So let's create our index.js file, that is the main entry point. So I'm going to say index.js. So here let's start defining few statements, and then let's start connecting our application. So here I'm going to say const express equals to require of express. Now I'm going to say const body parser equals to require body parser. I don't think we installed body parser, so let's say yarn add body parser. So here I'm just going to say body parser. So I just hope we get that correctly. So body parser, yeah, it is installed. So now after this, we're gonna initialize mongoose. So I'm gonna say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and we're gonna initialize our app. I'm gonna say const app equals to create an instance, that is express, and we're going to choose a specific port. I'm going to say const port equals, let's say 8000, and over here I'm going to say const course equals to require of course, and I'm going to say app.use of course. And apart from that, here I'm going to say app.use body parser .url encoded, and I'm going to say extended is going to be false. And here I'm going to say app.use body parser .json, and here you could actually initialize your JWT now itself. I'm going to say const JWT equals to require of JSON web token. So now with the help of the mongoose.connect method, you're going to connect the front end project to the backend part. I'm going to say mongoose.connect. So make sure you just paste in the URL over here, that is which you copied over there. And as you can see, my username and password is already set. So over here, after executing this, apply the then method. So if at all everything is gone correctly, I'm just going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. And if at all there is any error while connecting, I'm just going to say .catch of the error. So here I'm just going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB. So that's it, and we're going to listen. So here I'm going to say app.listen to the port. So here I'm just going to give a console message saying server is running on port 8000. So yes, that's it. So let's format once. Okay, so I think the catch block should come after this one. Let's remove that. So it's going to come after this one, I guess. Format now. Yeah, let's save the file. So now let's try to run the application, and then let's see if at all everything is working out correctly, and if at all we have successfully connected to the backend part. So in the API folder, let's say yarn start and then press on enter. Okay, so it says app has crashed. So let's look into that, why we've gone wrong. Okay, it says port is already in use. So let's make sure we change the port. Let's say 4000. So as you can see, server is running on port 4000. Let's make the change over here. So as you can see, server is running on port 4000 and then connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected our project to MongoDB. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to first of all create two screens, that is the register and the login screen, so that we could allow the user to register as well as login. So before moving to the design of the register as well as login screens, let's first of all initialize our models. So I'm just going to go to my API folder, create a new folder for models, and I'm going to create my user model. So here I'm just going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and I'm going to initialize my schema. So const user schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. So here let's start writing all of the required values. So the first one is the name. So it's going to be in the type of string, and for this the required is going to be true. Then we have the email coming up. I'm going to say email, again type of string, required of true, and even unique should be true. So after email we have the password field. So again type of string, and then unique, not unique, required should be true. And apart from password, we're going to have the image for that particular user, image also type of string, and we're going to say, so we're going to leave it as default, that is we're not going to give the required as true. Okay, so after image we're going to have basically the requests from other people it's going to be in the form of an array. So here we're going to say requests from. So from is going to be the user ID from whom we have received the request. So the type is going to be mongoose.schema dot types dot the object ID, and the reference is going to be to the user, and this required is going to be true. And along with the from ID, we are also going to send what message that particular user has sent us for us to accept the request. So I'm just going to say message over here, and here I'm just going to say type of string, and we're going to give again required of true. And if at all, you can also give one more field, that is the status of the request, whether it is in pending state, accepted state, or in rejected state. So here I'm going to say status and object. So this type is going to be string, and we're going to pass in the enum value over here, which is an array of strings. Either it is in pending state, or it is in an accepted state, or it is in an rejected state. Okay, and by default it is going to be in pending state whenever any particular person sends a request to any other person inside of the app. So once any kind of request is accepted, then it would automatically come into the friends list. That means those two users would become friends. Okay, so friends is going to be an array because we can have n number of friends. So here I'm going to say type is going to be mongoose.schema dot types dot object ID, and the reference is going to be to the user. So apart from friends, we're going to have, I think, yeah, pretty much that's it. These are required things, but mostly we would be focusing on the real-time chat itself, right? So yeah, let's save the file once. So now over here, I'm just going to export the required values. So I'm going to say const user equals to mongoose.model. I'm going to say user over here, and this is going to be the user schema. So here I'm going to say module.exports equals to the user. So let us save the file. So similarly, let's create the schema for our message model. So I'm going to say message.js. So at the top, I'm going to initialize my mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and here I'm going to initialize my message schema. I'm going to say const message schema equals to new mongoose dot schema, and this in turn is going to take in the sender ID, that is the person who has sent the message. So this is going to have a type that's going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and then reference is going to be user. And apart from that, similarly, we're going to have the receiver ID. So I'm going to say receiver ID. So again, type is going to be mongoose.schema dot types dot the object ID, and the reference is going to be to the user. So after that, we're going to have basically the next field, that is going to be the message itself. What is the exact thing? So it's going to be type of string, and we're going to have the timestamp. So type is going to be of type date, and default is going to be date dot now. So basically, these are the required things for sending a message, and this is the message schema. So let us initialize our message. So const message equals to mongoose dot, I'm going to access my model, and I'm going to give message over here, and I'm going to give the message schema. So let's make sure we export it. I'm going to say module.exports equals to message. So yeah, just like this. So now let us import it into our index.js file. So here I'm just going to say const user equals to make use of the require method go into the models folder and access the user.js, and similarly const message equals to require access the models folder, access the message file. So yeah, that's it. So now we have initialized all of the required schemas that are required inside of our application. One is for the user, so you could check it out again, and one is for the message. Okay, so now the next step is, as we told, we're going to design the screens required, that is the register screen as well as the login screen. So let's come to the login screen and then start designing the login screen. So let's start designing the login screen. So before that, let us make the change in the stack navigator. So currently we are seeing the main stack, but we want to see the Auth stack to just see the design that we are doing. So here I'm just going to make the change, that is Auth stack. Save the file. So as you can see, now we are able to see the login screen. So let's start off the design. So inside this, I'm going to initialize my keyboard avoiding view. So let's make use of a safe area view over here. So let's just copy down that safe area view and then use it instead of the normal view that's present. So here I'm just gonna have some styling done. Let's say flex of 1, background color of white. Save the file. Let's initialize a view over here, and inside the view I'm gonna have my keyboard avoiding view. So for this view, I'm just gonna give it as some internal spacing, padding of 10, and then align items of center. So inside of the keyboard avoiding view, we're gonna have another view which is gonna have a text which says log into your account. So let's save the file. Alright, so let's give the style for the view over here. I'm going to say style. So margin top of, let's say, 80. And we're going to give it align items of center. And even justify content of center. And for this text, let's give the styling. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 20 and a font weight of 500, and save the file. Okay, so that's looking fine. So now after the view, we're going to have another view. This is basically for all of your text inputs. So this view, I'm going to give it a margin top of 50. I'm going to say margin top of 50, and inside this view, let's have another view which is going to have a text which says email. So save the file. So below this, we are going to have another view with a text input. So make sure to import text input from React Native, and over here, let's provide the value. So before that, let's initialize the state to hold the required values. So I'm going to say const email comma set email equals to use state, and initially it's going to be empty. Here I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state, again of an empty string at the initial state. Also make sure to import use state from React, just like this. And for the value, it's going to be email. We're going to have the on-chains text. So we could just pass in set email. It would automatically set the text to whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. So here I'm going to say placeholder text color. So it's going to be this one, BE, and then BE. So now after that, let's provide the style to the text input. So it's going to have a width of, let's say, 320, and it's going to have a margin top value of 15, It's going to have a border bottom color, so I'm going to say border bottom color of BBB and border bottom width as well. And we're going to give it some padding bottom. So this is going to be the font family. So you could pretty much copy it. I'm not sure if this would work for Android part, but this is going to work for iOS. And apart from that, we're going to give the font size as well. So here I'm just going to say font size. So if at all we have the email, I just want it to be 15, else also I want it to be 15. Save the file. So as you can see, that is our input field. Let's provide the placeholder for this. So this is going to be enter your email. And for the email text, let's give the style, that is this one. I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a font size. So font size of 18. And it's going to have a font weight of 600. Color of gray. So yeah, that's looking nice. So let's format once. So now after this particular text input, let's just copy down this. And I'm going to paste it one more time. This is for your password. So let's make the change for the value. I'm going to say password. And over here on change text, I'm just going to say set the password. So here, let's make the change for this. It's going to be enter your password. Save the file. So let's also, I think I forgot to add the text for password. So let's go do that. So just copy down this text. And let's provide some margin top to this. Alright, that's looking good. So now after these two things, we're going to have the next part of design, that is basically a pressable. So let's initialize that over here. So make sure to import pressable from React Native. Initialize the text field. It says login. Let's give the style to the pressable. It's going to have a width of 200. And it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is 4A5582, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and we're going to give it a margin top of, let's say, 50, margin left of auto, and then margin right of auto as well, and we're going to give it a slight border radius. I'm going to say border radius of 6. So format once and then save the file. So yeah, okay, background color is not given properly. So let's say background color. Yeah, that's looking fine. So let's target the text over here. I think we need to give it in a blue shade of color. Currently it's purple. So for the text, the color is going to be white. And we have the font size. So font size is going to be 16. And the font weight is going to be bold over here, and of course text align of center. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. So finally, after the pressable, we're going to have another pressable. If you do not have an account, we need to register. It's going to have a text which says don't have an account and then sign up. So here I'm just going to say sign up. So let's just save the file. So let's target the text over here. So here it's going to be a text align of center. Color of gray. And a font size of 16 with a margin top of, let's say, 6 or 12. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So below that, we're just going to have an image just to fill up the UI part. So here after the view, I'm going to have another view, which in turn is going to take in the image. So make sure to import image. So for the view, I'm going to give the style. It's going to have a margin top of 50, justify of center, and then align items of center as well. And yeah, I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So this is the image link. I'll be sending it in the description. So let's save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. So this is basically our design for the login screen. It's simple and looking good. So now let's initialize our navigation so that if at all you press on don't have an account, we should be taken to the next screen. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So let's make sure we import use navigation from React navigation. Initialize the on press event on this pressable. So I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and here I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So in this case, it's going to be the register screen. Save the file. Let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming currently to the register screen. So now let's start designing the register screen. So I'm just going to copy down the login screen and then make few changes that is required for the register screen. So here we do not have the image, so let's remove that and import everything. And then the text input. The pressable as well. And let's import the initial state over here. And make sure we import use state. So save the file. Use state has already been declared. Let's remove once over here. Okay, not sure why the image is not being seen. I think we have removed it over here. I guess no, it's not removed, but still, let's reload the app once. Yeah, we're able to see that. Let's say don't have an account, sign up. Yeah, so we're able to see the exact login screen. So over here inside of the register screen, let us start off the design. So this is going to have a text which says set up your profile. So it's going to have a font size of 20 and then font weight of 500, the same thing. And below this, we're going to have another text which says profiles are visible to your friends and connections and groups. So let's give the style for the second text over here. I'm going to say style. So margin top of 10. Color of gray. And a text align of center. And let's give it some margin horizontal of, let's say, 12. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. So here after the text, I'm going to have my pressable, that is to open up the image. That is to basically add the image link. So I'm going to say pressable over here. It's going to have an image. So let's provide the style for this. Width of 50 and a height of 50. Border radius of 25 to make it look exactly circular. Let's provide the source for this. So before that, let's access the state for the image. We also need access to the name as well. So we've accessed all of the 4 things that are required. Save the file. So for the image, let's provide the source. So here I'm going to say source. So here I'm just going to say if at all we have the image, then it's going to be the image itself. Else I'm just going to pass in a random avatar. So let's save the file. So it's gonna look like this. So for the pressable, let's give it some margin top value. So let's say style over here, margin top of 20. Save the file. So below the image, we're gonna have something known as add. Let's target the style over here. It's gonna have a text align of center, and it's gonna have a margin top of 4, color of gray, and a font size of 12. Okay, so that's it. So now let's look into the other part of the design. So let's format once. So now let's look into the design of the text inputs. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times. Okay, not this one, the text as well as the view, and I'm going to paste it over here itself. So this one is going to be for name. So the value is going to be name over here, and over here it's going to be set name. So here it is going to ask enter your name. So after this it's going to be for the password. So there's going to be password. I think password is already set. So yeah, let's remove this. So name, email is already there. This is for your password. No, this is name, this is email, this is again copied, this is for the password. So let's just copy this one and paste it after the password, that is for the entering image. So copy this down. So after this view, paste it over here. So this is gonna be your image, enter your image URL. So the value over here, it's gonna be image. Here it's gonna be set image. Then save the file. So as you can see, we have for name, email, password, and then your image. So for each of them, let's give just a margin top. Starting from the email over here, I'm gonna say margin top of 12. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. Or let's keep it to be 15. So let's just paste everything over here. Okay, this is 25 actually. So yeah, instead of 15, let's give it 25. My bad. And even for the image, we're gonna give it a margin top of 25. And for password field, let's give secure text entry, and we're gonna set it to be true. So the same thing is going to happen for the login screen as well. So let's come down to the password field that is over here, and let's paste it over here. Alright, so that's it. So we have designed all of the required things. If you want, you could increase the width to 340. Okay, so let's keep it to be 340. And in the register screen as well, 340 over there. 340, 340, and then 340. Yeah, I think that's looking okay. So now let's format once. So let's decrease this space between the add and then the name. Okay, so instead of 30, instead of 50, let's keep it to be 30. Yeah, I think 30 looks good. So now the next step is we're going to initialize few endpoints required. So basically we're going to have two endpoints. One is for the register and one is for the login. So let's come back to the index.js file. So here I'm just going to say app.post. It's going to be /register. It's going to be an async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. And here for registering we need access to 4 things, as you can see: name, email, image, and then password. So I'm going to get that over here from the request.body. So I'm going to say const name, email, password, image equals to request.body. So after that we need to create a new user object. So I'm going to say const new user equals to new user. So here it's going to be email, and it's going to be the name, email, password, and then the image. So this new user is going to come from the model that we just imported over here. So after that we need to save it into the backend. So here I'm just going to say new user dot apply the save method, and after that I'm going to apply the then method over here. I'm just going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being user is registered successfully. Alright, so if at all there is any error while implementing this, we're going to catch the error. So I'm going to say catch of error console.log error creating a user, and we're going to send the result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being error registering the user. So yeah, that's it. So let's format once and then save the file. So let's also write the next endpoint that is for logging in. So let's do that. So here I'm going to say app.post. It's going to be /login, and it's going to have a sync method with the request and the response. So here first of all for logging in, so before that let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, so console.log of error error logging in with that particular error message, and then send a result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being error logging in. So inside the try block, first of all to log in we need access to 2 things, that is your email and password. So here I'm just going to say const email comma password equals to request.body. So first of all we're going to check the user is present or not. So I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model dot we have find one method. We're going to find based on the email. So if at all we do not have the user, so I'm going to say if not of user, then here I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a message being invalid email. So next we are going to check the password is correct or not for that particular email. So here I'm going to say if my user dot password is not equals to the password that is written by the user, then again here I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 register.json with a message being invalid password. So that's it. So now we're going to generate basically a secret key as in the token and then send it to the front end part. Here I'm going to say const secret key equals to basically crypto. So let's initialize crypto over here. I'm going to say const crypto equals to require if crypto. So let's scroll down over here. So here it is going to be crypto dot random bytes of, let's say, 32 of 32 dot convert it into toString, and then we're going to pass in the value of hex over here. So that's it, and we're going to initialize our token. So const token equals to jwt dot, we're going to use the sign method over here. So sign, and it's going to take in basically the user ID. So it's going to be user dot underscore ID. So user dot underscore ID, and we're going to pass in the secret key to this. That's going to happen over here. So after that, we're just going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with the token. So yeah, that's the basic functionality for logging in. So now the next step is we're going to try and register a user, and after that we're also going to try and log in a user. So for that we need two functions, one on the login button and one on the register button. Okay, so over here we forgot to make the change for register, so let's make that change. So let's go to the register screen once, that is over here. So here we need to say already have an account, then sign in. This is going to be navigation.navigate to login, and this is going to be register. So now let's initialize a on press event on this particular register button. So over here I'm going to say on press, it's going to be handle register. So let's define this function right at the top over here. So I'm just going to say const handle register equals to a normal arrow function. Here first of all we need access to 4 things. So I'm going to initialize my user object. So it's going to be name, and for email it's going to be email, for password it's going to be password, and for your image it's going to be image. All of the 4 values have been stored inside of state, so it's going to be useful. So now let's make sure we install Axios. So here I'm going to say yarn add Axios. So Axios has been installed. So here I'm just going to say Axios dot, it's going to be the post method. I'm going to say post over here, it's going to be HTTP localhost 4000 in our case /register, and here it's going to take in the user object as the data. After this I'm going to apply the .then method, which in case is going to give us the response, and over here we're just going to say console.log of response, and we're just going to show a alert box saying that the user has been registered successfully. So here I'm just going to say registration successful, and the second message is going to be you have been registered successfully. So that's it. So yeah, make sure to import alert, and after doing this we're just going to set all of the fields to be empty. So set the name to be empty, set the email to be empty, set the password to be empty, and then set the image to be empty. After that, if at all there is any error, we are going to catch the error over here. I'm going to say catch of error. So here also we could show an alert box. So I'm just going to say alert registration error. An error occurred while registering. So yes, that's it. So let's format once and then save the file. And now let's try to register. So since we have installed something, let's try to reload the app and then open it up again. So I'm just going to press on I over here. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes to start off our app. So let's wait for that. Okay, so our app is being loaded. So now let's give this a try. Let's say don't have an account, and I'm going to enter my name over here, and I'm going to enter my email. I'm going to enter my password, and I'm going to get the image link. So I'm just going to paste in the image link. So you could get any kind of image. This is my own image. Let's press on. So as you can see, as soon as I entered the link, my image is being shown over here. So let's press on register over here. So as you can see, registration successfully, have been registered successfully. So let's press on OK, and let's see if at all we've been registered in the backend as well. So let's go over here. Let's press on database, and let's say browse collections. So if you check out the users collection, we should be seeing the first user. So as you can see, we have the first user being stored. That is the name, email, password, image. This is my friends list, and this is my requests list. So yeah, the registration part is working absolutely fine. So now let's look into the next part, that is the logging in part. So before that, let's create an auth context so that we could handle everything in a global level. So I'm just going to press on my app.js, or you could actually create a new folder for your context and create it. So now I'm just going to say auth context.js. So here, first of all, let's import the required things. So I'm going to say import create context from React, and apart from that, we need the use state, and let's also import use effect. So here I'm going to initialize my context. So I'm going to say const auth context equals to, I'm going to say create context. All right. So here I'm going to access my auth provider. I'm going to say const auth provider equals to, it's going to take in all of the children. And here we're going to return basically the auth context dot provider. So here I'm just going to say return auth context dot your provider. This in turn is going to take in all of the children, and we could provide any values over here as the value prop. So let's format once. Let's export the required things. We need access to both auth context as well as your auth provider. So now inside over here, I'm going to access all of my state that is required. So here I'm just going to say const token comma set token equals to use state. Initially it's going to be empty. So after that, I'm going to say const user ID comma set is set user ID equals to use state. It's going to be empty again. So after that, I'm going to just initialize my use effect over here. I'm going to say use effect. This is to just fetch the token that we had initially set while logging in. We'll just do that function in just a bit. So I'm just going to say const fetch user equals to a sync function, and here I'm just going to say const token. So for this we need to install the async storage. So let's go install that, and we also need to install JWT decode. So let's search for React Native async storage. Yeah, we need to install this dependency. Just copy that down, and over here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native async storage / async storage, as well as we need JWT decode, and apart from that we also need core.js as well. So yeah, let's press on enter, install these 3 dependencies, and then let's do a pod install as well. So everything's installed. Let's come to the iOS directory, do a pod install, and then let's reload the application. So it's installing the React Native async storage. Yeah, meanwhile let's continue writing the code. So here it's gonna be await async storage dot, we're gonna say get item. So the key which we'll be using is known as auth token. So make sure to import async storage, and after that here I'm just gonna say const decoded token equals to JWT decode. Import that, and this is going to take in the token. So const user ID equals to the decoded token. So here I'm just going to say decoded token dot the user ID, and here I'm just going to say set the user ID to be of that particular user ID. So that's it. So let's format once and then call the function over here, that is fetch user, and over here let's provide the value. So it's going to be in the form of an object. We're going to send the token, we're going to send the user ID, we're going to send the set user ID, and we're going to send, yeah, I think these are the required things, even set token as well. So let's name this correctly, that is token, not over there. Yeah, so these are the required things. Format once and then save the file. So now let's look into the login function. So before that, let's import our auth provider so that we could get access to all of those values which we just sent it. So put the stack navigator inside of your auth provider, save the file, let's load the app. Okay, so it says async storage is null. So let's do one thing. Let's just cut the terminal once and terminate over here. Let's clear off the app. Let's again do yarn iOS in the project directory. Now let's give this a try. I'm gonna press on I. Alright, so now it's opening up correctly. So now let's let's come back to the login screen over here. Let's initialize the on press event on the login button that is present. Just gonna say handle login. Let's define the function, that is const handle login. So it's going to take in the user object. So const user equals to email is going to be email, and then password is going to be password. So here I'm just going to say Axios. So make sure to import Axios from Axios dot post method. This is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 4000 / login. This is going to take in the user object. After that, I'm going to apply the dot then method, take in the response, and we first of all gonna store that token in the async storage. So I'm going to say async storage dot, we're gonna make use of the set item method, set item of the auth token. This is the key, this is the value. So to access the token, it's going to be response dot data dot token. So I'm going to say const token equals to response dot data dot token. So yeah, after setting it, we're just gonna say set the token to be of the token itself. So this set token is gonna come from your context. So let's define that over here. I'm just gonna say const token comma set token equals to use context. So make sure to import the use context from React. This is gonna take in the name of the context, that is the auth context. So that's it. So here we're gonna have a use effect which is gonna run once and once when the token value is changed from null to some value. Here I'm going to say if at all we have the token value present, then that case we have the navigation initialized. I'm going to say navigation dot replace replace to the name of the screen, that is the main, because we are moving to the main stack. So here not the name of the screen, we want to move to a particular stack, that is our main stack. Okay, and we need to pass in the screen. So screen is going to be the main, that is initially the home screen where we could see the both tabs. Here also one more dependency, that is our navigation. So let's save the file. So since currently token is of course empty, nothing should happen. So let's make sure to import use effect. So now in the stack navigator, we're going to make one more change. Let's come down over here. So here instead of showing the auth stack, we're going to paste in this, that is if at all token equals to null or token equals to empty, then show the auth stack, then else otherwise then show the main stack. So let's get the required values over here. So we've already done that. Go to the login screen, copy down this values, and we're gonna paste it over here. Make sure to import use context as well as your auth context. So that's it. So let's save the file over here. So now let's give this a try. Let's make sure we have Axios imported. Okay, I think something is messed up over here. Let's write that correctly. So I'm just going to remove this, it's not written correctly, and then paste it over here. So that's it. So const token equals to response.data.token, then async storage.set item, auth token is the key, value is the token itself. Then we are setting it globally as well, so that you could access that particular token in any point of your application. So save the file, pass in your email ID and then password. So enter your password. So now if I press on the login button, it should basically hit this endpoint and it should give us a token. So once the token is set and once we set the token, so this use effect would again get triggered off because the token we have passed it as dependency. It's going to check if the token is present. Yes, it's present. So it's going to say navigation or replace to main stack and the screen is going to be main. So let's give this a try. Let's press on login. Okay, so we do have an error. Okay, so it says request failed with status code 500. So let's look into this backend folder. Yeah, we do have an error. So it says rs is not, error logging in, rs is not defined. So let's go to that index.js file. Okay, so it should be result.status. So save the file. Yeah, now let's give this a try. So let's say login over here. Let's come back to the login screen. Let's press on login. Okay, again we do have an issue. Okay, it says set token is not a function. All right. Okay, so let's check out the auth context once. So yeah, we have not sent the set token itself. So that's the reason it's not working. So save the file. So now let's give this a try. I'm gonna say the email and the password, login. So as you can see, we had the set token function present, and since we had set the token because of the use effect, we automatically came to the main screen. So that's how we log in. And if at all you press on the back screen, you would not be able to go to the login screen because we had used the replace method. So yeah, we have finished logging in the user as well. So that part is done. So now the next step is we're just going to design the initial part of the chat screen, and I'm going to create a bunch of users or a couple of users and then come back so that we could request and then chat with that particular users. So first of all, let's look into the design of the initial home screen, that is the chat screen, that is this one. So let's head over to the index.js file and then write the endpoints for getting all of the users in the app. So here I'm just going to say app.get. So it's going to be /users / the user ID. That's going to be dynamic. So here I'm just going to say async method with the request as well as the response in the callback. So here first of all let's initialize our try as well as our catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm just going to say console.log with that particular error message. Okay, so here we need to make use of braces. Alright, so now inside of the try block, first of all we need access to the user ID. That's going to come from request.params. So it's going to be request.params.user ID, and I'm going to say const users equals to await access the user model dot I'm going to say find. So here we should get only the user ID. I mean here we should get all of the users except the currently logged in user ID. So here I'm just going to say underscore ID should not match, that it should not be equals to, I'm going to say any operator, and it should be the user ID itself. Apart from that we just need all of the user ID. So here I'm just going to say result.json of the users. So yeah, that's it. So let's format once. So now the next one is to send a request to any other person. So I'm going to say app.post. It's going to be send request with the async, that is with the request and response in the callback. So here I'm just going to say const sender ID comma receiver ID comma what message you want to send to them while requesting equals to request.body. So here I'm just going to say if at all there is no receiver. So first let's target the receiver. So here I'm going to say const receiver equals to, I'm going to say await user dot, we have the find by ID method, find by ID of the receiver ID. So here I'm going to say if there is no receiver, that means if there is no other person who is receiving a message, then we're just going to say return result.status of 404 dot json with a message being receiver not found. Okay, so that's it. So after that, if at all we have sent the message, here I'm going to say the receiver should access it in the requests array. So it should be receiver dot access the requests dot push. So the from is going to be the sender ID, and we're going to push the message as well. So that's it. So after doing that, I'm just going to say await receiver dot save, and we're just going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being request has been sent successfully. So that's it. So now let's come into the front end part. I've already created 2 users, so we should be able to fetch all of the users. First of all, if I press on this, we need to fetch the users, and if I press on chat button, we should be able to send a chat request to that particular user. So now first of all, let's create a screen that is for the people screen so that we could see all of the users. So I think people screen is already created, and we have already initialized it inside of the main stack that is over here. Okay, so now let's come back to the chat screen. Navigation is already initialized, I guess. Nope, it's not initialized. So here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So now let's initialize the onPress event on this particular icon. I'm going to say onPress, taking a function, and this is going to say navigation.navigate to the nameable screen, that is people screen. Save the file. As you can see, we are coming correctly to the people screen. So let's start designing the people screen. So first of all, let's initialize some state. So this is for the users. So I'm going to say const users comma set users equals to use state of an empty string, of an empty array. Then I'm going to initialize my function, that is fetch users equals to async, and here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log of error. So instead of the try block, I'm going to initialize my response value. It's going to be await, let's say fetch over here. It's going to be http localhost 4000 / users and then / user ID. Let's make use of backticks. So after doing that, first of all, let's convert it into JSON. Const data equals to await response.json, await response.json. Whereas if you use Axios itself would automatically convert it into JSON format. So here I'm just going to say set the users to be of data. So currently I've not yet created another profile, so let's do that quickly. So format once, use state does not exist. Okay, so let's import use state. So now let's say if I press on this particular icon, we should be able to log out. So let's go to the profile screen, the chat screen. So I'm just going to paste in the code for logging out over here. So here I'm just going to say const logout equals to clear auth token. So inside this function, we're just going to remove the token and then we're going to replace to the home screen. So make sure we have async storage imported, and here I'm going to say navigation.replace to the login screen. So set token to be empty. So this set token is coming from your auth context. Save the file. Let's press on the icon. Okay, we have not yet initialized the on press on the icon. So for the pressable over here, I'm going to say on press, it's going to be log out. Save the file and let's press on the icon. So we have been logged out. So even if you refresh now, since the auth token is cleared, we should be able to see the login screen itself. So let's go to the let's go to any website and then get any random image. Let's say pexels.com. I'm going to say mail images. So let's use any random image, this one. So copy image address. So let's say register over here. Let's say any random name and set up your password, enter your image URL, and then let's say register. So it's been done. Let's log into our previous my user ID itself. So now we should be able to see at least one user profile. You could create as many as user profiles and then check it out. Login. So let's go to the people screen over here. So now I'm going to call this use effect. I'm going to call this fetch users inside of a use effect as and when the screen loads. Import use effect from React. I'm just going to call it one time, so empty dependency array. So fetch users. Save the file. Alright, so I don't think we have any other errors. So let's just see if at all we're getting the other user profiles data. That is the one which we just created. Okay, user ID does not exist. Okay, so we could actually get the user ID from the token itself, from the auth context. So here I'm going to say const token equals to use context of the auth context. Use context does not exist. Okay, let's import that correctly. Okay, my bad, not token, user ID. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, now we're able to see the user profile. So let's make use of the data and then render it on the screen. So I'm going to make use of my safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view. So let's use it over here instead of the normal view that's present. So inside the text, I mean inside of the safe area view, I'm going to initialize my view. It's going to have a text which says people using signal, and below this we're going to have a flat list. Save the file. And for the text, I'm going to give it a text align of center, and we're going to give it, let's say, a font size of 15, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. All right, so let's give it a slight margin top as well. So margin top of 12. Okay, so now with the help of a flat list, we're gonna show all of the users. So after the view, I'm just gonna say flat list, import flat list from React Native. It's gonna take in the data value, that's gonna be users in our case. It's gonna have the render item method. So here we're just gonna destructure the item, and for every item or for every user, I'm gonna create a new component altogether. Press on app.js, new folder, components. I'm going to create a user.js component. So rnfes to get the run snippet. Save the file. Let's come back to our people screen, and over here I'm just going to render my user component. So make sure to import the user component from the components folder. So item is going to be item, key is going to be item._id. So format once and then save the file. So since we have only one user that is apart from us in the application, so you're able to see only one user being shown in the screen, which is actually correct, right? So let's go to the user.js file, and then let's start designing this. Destructure the item over here, and first of all let's give it some padding. I'm going to say style padding of 10, and internally I'm going to have one more view. So inside this I'm going to have my pressable, which in turn is going to have an image. Make sure to import both image and pressable. So to access the user's image, it's going to be item.image. So I'm just going to say item.image. Let's pass in some style so that we could see it on the screen. So we're going to pass in a width of 40 and a height of 40 and a height of 40, and we're going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 20 to make it look circular, and then save the file. So as you can see, this is the image which I copied earlier, right? So now after the pressable, we're going to have a view. So inside the view, I'm going to have a text over here, which is going to be the name of the person, item.name, and below this it's going to be the item.email. Save the file. So this is the person's name and this is the person's email which we gave. And finally, towards the rightmost part, we're going to have the chat button. So here initialize a text which says chat, target the pressable over here to give the style, give it some internal spacing, so padding of 10, and we're going to give it a width of, let's say, 80, we're going to give it a background color of this color code 005187 and a border radius of 4. So for the text over here, let's give the style. It's gonna have a text align of center, and we're gonna give it a color of white. So let's target the outermost view and then let's give the style for that. So it's gonna have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 10. So let's target this view. I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a flex of 1 because I want the button to go towards the rightmost part. So just like that, it's looking good. So let's give it some margin top to this of 10. Yeah, that's looking nice. Yeah, so these are the basic design structure for your people screen. So now I'm going to create one more screen. That is, if at all you press on the chat button, you should be able to send a request to this particular user. So over here, I'm going to say screens. I'm going to say request chat room .js rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So save the file. Let's include this into our main stack. That is over here. Here I'm just going to say request. The screen is going to be request chat room. So make sure to import that from that particular screen and then save the file. Let's come back to the people screen. Let's initialize our navigation over here. I'm going to say const navigation equals to a use navigation. So make sure to import use navigation correctly. And we're going to initialize a on press event on this button. Okay, not over here. We need to include it in the component. That is over here. So again, import use navigation. So here I'm just going to say on press or taking a function, and I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the request screen, and we need access to few things, that is the name, item dot name, and the receiver ID, that's going to be item dot underscore ID. So format once and then let's save the file. Let's press on chat. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the request chat room. So now let's start designing the request chat room. So here, first of all, I'm going to initialize my navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Make sure you import that. Let's also initialize the state to hold the message. So const message comma set message equals to use state, initially an empty string. And let's also get access to our token, user ID, set token, and then set user ID equals to use context. So make sure to import the use context hook, and we're going to pass in the context over here. That is basically our auth context itself. Also, we need to import the use state also. So save the file. So now we need to make use of the use layout effect so that we could target the header. So use layout effect. So here I'm just going to say return navigation dot set options. So first of all, header title is going to be empty, and for the header left part, we're going to design it taking a function, and over here just return a view for this. This in turn is going to have the iron icons. So I've just pasted the iron icons over here. So let's make sure to import it over here as well. So apart from that, let's initialize our route to access the information that came from the previous screen. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. So here I'm going to initialize my view with a text to show the root dot params dot name. You could also have an image attribute and then show the image also. Get the image link from the previous screen. I'm not going to do that for now. So currently I'm just going to show the name. Save the file. So over here, let's keep it an empty dependency array. So currently we are not able to see the top header because of this particular option that we have given. Let's remove that. Save the file. So as you can see, we are chatting with the required person. Let's come back to the people screen. I mean the chat request room or the request chat room. So here for the view, let's give the style. So it's going to have a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 10. Save the file. Yeah, so that's looking good. So format once. So now over here, first of all, let's initialize our keyboard avoiding view, or let's import it directly over here. So I'm going to say keyboard avoiding view. So just copy this down and we're going to make use of this. So for this, let's give the style. I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and a background color of white. So here we are actually not going to show any kind of message you sent. So I'm just going to leave the scroll view as default because this is just a request sending to the other person. So if you want, you could actually show the message whatever you sent. But over here, once you send a message, we are going to show an alert box saying that your request has been sent to that particular person. So I'm going to keep the scroll view as is. And over here, let's design the bottom part. So it's going to have the end typo icon. Name is going to be emoji happy. Size of, let's say, 24. Color of gray. And typo is not yet imported. So apart from this, we're going to have the text input so that we could type in the message. So I'm going to say text input. So make sure to import the text input from React Native. So this is going to have a value, which is going to be message. It's going to have on change text. So on change text, it's going to be set message directly. Let's provide in the style for the text input a flex of 1, a height of 40, and we're going to give it a border width of 1. And it's going to have a border color of this color code, that is DDDDD. Border radius of 20, and it's going to have a padding horizontal. Save the file. So as you can see, we could see something at the bottom part. So after the text input, we're going to have a view which is going to contain the icons. So I'm just going to get all of the icons. So I've just pasted in the view. It contains end typo and the feather icon. This is the camera icon. This is the mic icon. I've just given a flex of row, align items of center, a gap of 10, and then a margin horizontal of 8. And after that, I've just pasted in my pressable. That is for the send button. This is the style. It's going to have a background color, padding horizontal of 12, padding vertical of 8, and then a border radius of 20. So make sure you import feather as well. So just copy this down. And then over here, it's going to be feather. And over here as well, we're going to say feather. So let's just save the file. So pressable does not exist. Let's import pressable. Okay, it's taking too long. Let's import it manually. Save the file. Yeah, so we are able to see all of them coming at the bottom part of the screen. So let's target this view. So for this, first of all, let's give a background color of white, and we're going to give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. We're going to give it let's say padding horizontal and vertical of 10, and then padding vertical of 10. Then we're going to give it, let's say, a border top width of 1, and then border top color of this color code, and we're going to give it a margin bottom of 20. Save the file. Okay, I think even this view should come within that design. All right, so yeah, that's looking fine. So now what we're gonna do is, first of all, we're gonna give the placeholder that is for the text input. So here I'm just gonna say placeholder. It is gonna say enter your message or type your message. Let's give it some margin left to this. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So we have finished designing this. So now we're gonna initialize the const send message that is basically sending a request to this particular person. So I'm gonna say const send message equals to a async function. So here, first of all, I'm gonna initialize my try and then my catch block. So catch of error, I'm just gonna give a error message. So inside of my try block, I'm gonna access my user data. So here, if you would remember, we need access to 3 things: sender ID, receiver ID, and then the message. So sender ID is of course gonna be the user ID itself. Okay, and over here I'm gonna say receiver ID is gonna be root dot params dot your receiver ID. So first of all, let's access our route. So I'm gonna say const route equals to use route. So yeah, it's already accessed, so let's remove that. So it's gonna be root dot params dot your receiver ID. Okay, so now let's come down over here. So here we are just going to initialize a response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to say Axios. So make sure to import Axios from Axios. We're going to make use of the post method. This is going to be the URL http localhost 4000 / send request. This is the user data. And after doing that, here I'm going to say if my response dot status equals to 200. So let's write that correctly, response. So here I'm going to send the alert. I'm going to say alert dot alert. Your request has been shared. Wait for the user to accept your request. All right. So before that, let's also set the message to be 0. I mean not 0, an empty string. That is, clear the input field and make sure to import alert. So that's it. So yeah, let's give the on press over here. I'm gonna say on press equals to send message. So let's save the file and then let's give this a try. I'm just gonna say hey over here. can we connect, question mark, and then let's press on send. Okay, so we do have an error. It says message is required. Okay, my bad, over here message we have not sent that. So message is gonna be message itself, that is gonna be stored inside of your state. So now let's give this a try. Send. Okay, no error over here. Let's check out this console. Yeah, so we are getting an Axios network error. So let's look into where we have gone wrong. So first of all, let's check if at all we have all of the correct details. Console.log user ID is gonna be user ID. Console.log receiver is gonna be your root dot params dot your receiver ID. That's the only thing, and of course message we're already setting it. Let's save the file. Yeah, so we are having the correct details, user ID, receiver ID. Let's go check out in the backend and confirm once. So we should be having two users. This is my profile 6648. Okay, so 6648 should be in the user ID. So 6648, whereas receiver is this person, that is 6648 ending with a 25D. That is other user ending with a 25D. So that's working absolutely fine. So let's look into the URL. So HTTP localhost 4000 send request. Yeah, so that's correct. So message is going to be message itself. So not sure why it is erroring out. Let's check out the index file over here. If you have made any mistake, app.post send request. All right. So let's check over here if at all we're getting any issues. So console.log sender ID. This is going to be receiver ID. This is going to be message. Save the file and let's look into it. Let's say send. Okay, so we do have a network error. Let's refresh once the app. So yeah, let's go to the people screen, chat. Yeah, so we have the IDs coming up correctly. So let's say, hey, can we connect? Send. Yeah, so now it's working. I'm not sure why it didn't work the previous time because I didn't make any change. So as you can see, it says your request has been shared and wait for the user to accept your request. So that's looking good. Let's press on OK. Let's check out the other users' requests over here. Let's refresh once, or let's go back and come to this itself. So as you can see, for this particular user profiles, so for this particular user, we have the request being added. So this is the from should be my ID. This is the message, hey, can we connect, and status is in pending. That's looking good. So now let's move on to the next part. So the next part is to create an endpoint so that we could get all of the requests from the user. So let's do that. So let's head over to the index.js file. So we are in that file itself. So here we're going to write the endpoint to get all of the requests. So it's going to be get requests / user ID. So it's going to be the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So here basically let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, just going to say console.log of error with that particular error message. So inside of the try block, we need access to the user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params.user ID. And here I'm just going to say const user equals to await access the user model dot find by id method of the user id. So we need to populate the requests and we need to get the name and email. So user id so here I'm going to say populate. So basically we're going to populate the requests dot from. So I'm going to say requests dot from, and we need access to two things, name and then email. So yeah, here we're going to say if at all we do have an user present, then result dot json. So to access the request, it's going to be user dot requests. Else I'm just going to say result dot status of 400, and here I'm just going to say throw new error. Here I'm just going to say user not found. That's it. Let's save the file. So this is to basically get all of the user requests. So next, similarly, let's write to accept any particular request. I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be / accept request. It's going to be an async method with the request and the response in the callback. Let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm just going to say console.log, and let's say result.status of 500 dot json with a message being server error. So now inside of the try block, we need access to two things, the user ID as well as the request ID. So I'm going to say const user ID comma request ID equals to request.body. So here again I'm going to say const user equals to await, access the user model. We have the find by id method, use that, and target the user id. So we're going to get the user from that. So if at all there is no user found, then here I'm just going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a message being user not found. So let us save the file and format once. So now after that we need to update the user's requests array to remove the accepted request. So let's go do that. So here I'm going to say const updated user equals to await, access the user model dot we have find by id and update. So we're going to make use of that method, that is find by id and update. We need to update this particular document, that's the user IDs. So from here we're going to basically pull. So I'm going to say $pull, and we're going to pull from the requests, right? So access the requests and we're going to pull it from the request ID. So from is basically an object. If you would check out the schema, you would get to know that from. So we're basically removing the request ID from. So we are basically removing the request. So we are basically removing the request ID from this particular from object. Okay. So after that, I'm just going to say new is equals to be true. So format once. So that's it. So here I'm going to say if at all there is no updated user. So if at all there is no updated user, then just say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a message being request not found. Okay, so that's it. So now the next step is, after removing it, we need to add each other's ID into the friends array. So here I'm going to say await user dot find by ID and update. And we're going to target the user ID. So here I'm just going to say $push into the friends. We're going to push the request ID. So we should do the other way around as well. This is for one. So after that, I'm going to say const friend user equals to await access the user model dot again find by ID and update. So again, for this, it's going to be the request ID. So previously we had used the user ID. This is going to be the request ID. And again, we're going to do the same thing, $push it into the friends list, and we're going to push in the user ID over here. So I'm going to say user ID. So that's it. So here I'm just going to say, if at all there is no friends user, then here I'm just going to say return result dot status of 404.json with a message being friend not found, something like this. After that, we're just going to send the result dot status of 200.json with a message being request accepted successfully. So let's save the file. So that's it. So let's come back over here. So if at all you could actually show the message over here, that is whatever is sent. So currently we're just showing it in the request form. Let's come back to the main home screen. So first of all, let's go to the chat screen. So here I'm just going to copy down the code for the user ID. We have already done that in Stack Navigator. I mean the auth context that is there over here. So just copy down this code, come into the chat screen, and we're gonna paste it over here. So make sure to, okay, this is already there. Yeah, async source is already there. GWT code, let's import that. Let's also import the core.js line, that is this one. Even the use effect as well. Alright, so now the next function is we need to initialize a function to get the requests. So I'm going to say const get requests equals to an async function. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block, so catch of error. So here I'm just going to say const response equals to, I'm going to say await initialize axios dot, we're going to say get. So this is going to be the link http localhost 4000 / get requests / your user ID. So format once. So I think we've already designed the state, that is for requests and set requests. Okay, previously. Here I'm just going to say set the requests to be of response.data. So that's pretty much it. And okay, I did it in the catch block. Okay, okay, over here okay, over here I've actually done it in the catch block. So let's remove that and put it in the try block. In the catch block, just console.log. error and then error. This is going to be response, and then format once and then save the file. So I'm just going to initialize my use effect over here, saying that if at all we have the user ID, then get the requests. So that's it. So now let's check if at all we have got the requests. Okay, so we need to check it with the other user profile. So I'm going to log in again, and I'm going to enter the password, login. So let's say console.log requests, save the file. So as you can see, we do have the request. So inside of the request, my email and then my information should be shown, which is being shown correctly. So with the help of this, we're going to start and design the requests part of it. So let's scroll down below where we have this pressable. So below the pressable, I'm going to initialize my view. So here, first of all, I'm going to say style. It's going to have some margin vertical if 12. Here I'm going to say if my options dot includes the requests and here I'm going to show the view. So inside the view, first of all, I'm going to initialize my text field, which says check out all of your requests. So below this text, I'm going to map over all of the requests. So I'm going to say requests dot map for every item and then the index over here. I'm just going to return a pressable. So inside the pressable, I'm going to have my view, which in turn is going to have my pressable and then image. So I'm just going to get it from the user.js. It's going to be super similar. So copy down this. Let's come back to the chat screen and then paste it over here. So again, it's going to be same thing itself. It's going to be item.image. Okay, so I think so over here, I don't think item.image would work because we only have access to two things, name and email. So let's do one thing over here. Let's say we get even the image as well. So here I'm just going to say image, save the file. So let's come down to our chat screen. Let's try to reload the app. So as you can see, now we are getting the image so that we could show it over here. So let's save the file now. So let's press on requests. Okay, so yeah, it's not going to be item.image. So it is going to be so it's going to be item.from.image because it's coming from that object. As you can see, now my image is being shown. That's good. So yeah, below that, we're going to have two more things. That is your name and the message. So let's initialize a view and it's going to have a text. This is going to be item.from.name. And next one, another text. This is going to be item dot it's going to be message itself. Save the file. As you can see, this is my name and this is the message I sent to this particular user. So that's looking good. So after that, initialize a pressable, have a text over here which says accept, and after that, and after this, we're going to have the icon, that is the and design icon. So I'm just going to paste in the icon, that is the delete icon, and the color is going to be red. So and design icon is already imported. So let's save the file and let's target the outermost view, that is this one, and then let's give the style for that. So style over here, flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it, let's say, a gap of 10. Save the file, and let's give a margin vertical for the pressable. I'm going to say margin vertical of 12. Okay, we need to add one more brace. Yeah, so that's being applied. So for this, let's give a flex of 1 because I want the remaining design to be pushed towards the rightmost part. As you can see, that's looking good. So now for this text, let's give me the style. So I'm just going to say font size of 15, and then I'm going to give it a font weight of 500. And for the second text, I'm just going to give it margin top of 4 and then color of gray. Margin top of 4, color of gray, and then save the file. Alright, so that's looking good. So let's also give the style for this text. We didn't give that earlier. So font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. So that's it. So now for the pressable, that is for this particular pressable, target the style, give it some internal spacing, padding of 8, and background color. So here I'm just going to say background color. It's going to have 005187. It's going to have a specific width of, let's say, 75, border radius of 5. Save the file. Unexpected token. Okay, this one. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's target the text over here. So font size of, let's say, 13, text align of center, and color of white. So yes, that's looking good. So format the document once, save the file. So now over here, we are going to initialize the onPress event on the pressable. I'm going to say onPress, take in a function, and here it's going to say accept request of the ID. So I'm going to say accept request of the item dot from dot underscore ID. I'm basically accessing this particular ID that is there inside of the from object, that is this one, that is basically my ID itself. So 789 dB. So 789 dB is my ID, that is the request ID. Okay, so let's save the file. Let's define the function const accept request. So here I'm going to say const accept request equals to async request ID. So here, first of all, try and then catch block, catch of error, console.log of error. So inside the try block, I'm going to initialize my response. So const response equals to await axios dot post method. This is going to be the URL http localhost 4000 / accept request. So here is going to take in two things. User ID is going to be user ID, and your request ID is going to be request ID itself. So here I'm just going to say if my response dot status equals to 200, then in that case I'm just going to say await get requests. Again, call the function so that we would get the updated requests once we accept or delete it. So yeah, that's it. This is the function to accept a request. So format once and then save the file. So let's try and accept the request. So if at all everything goes out correctly, this should be filtered out. So I'm just going to say accept. So as you can see, it was filtered out because these two people have become friends with one another. So if you go check out our users schema or users collection, over here the requests from that particular user profile should be gone. As you can see, requests is removed because we have filtered it out. And over here in the friends, this particular person's id should be there, that is 25d. And inside this particular friends, my user id should be there, that is d9b. So d9b. So that's working absolutely fine. So we have implemented the sending of request and then accepting of request from a particular person. So now the next step is we're going to write some endpoints to get all of the friends chats, and we're going to show it over here if at all the chats are present. So now let's head over to the index.js file, and then let's write the endpoint to get all of our friends chats. So here I'm just going to say app.get. So it's going to be /user and then /user id. So I'm gonna use the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So here first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So here I'm just gonna say console.log error fetching user with that particular error. And inside the try block, first of all, let's access our user id. So const user id equals to request dot params dot user id. And next is we need to find the user by the user id and then populate for the friends. I'm going to say const users equals to await user dot find by id of the user id dot populate. You're going to populate the friends, and we need access to three things from here: the name, image, name, email, and the image. So that's pretty much it. And I'm just going to say result.json of user.friends. That's how you access the friends. So that's it. This is how we get all of the user chats. So let's go back to the chat screen, and then let's initialize the onPress function. Let's initialize the use effect and call this function. So chat screen over here. So here I'm just going to say const get user equals to an async function. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then our catch block. So here I'm just going to say console.log error fetching user with that particular error message, and I'm just going to say throw the error. So now inside the try block, I'm just going to initialize my response value. I'm going to say await axios.get method. That's going to be http /localhost 4000 /user and then / your user id. So we've already initialized the chats, that is the state to hold the chats. So here I'm just going to say set the chats to be the response.data. So that's it. So now let's initialize the use effect, and we're going to call this function. So I'm just going to copy down this one and paste it over here once again. So if we have the user id, I'm just going to say get the user, because that's the function name which we have given. So let's just save the file. Okay, so we do have an error. It says user is not defined in the backend part. So let's look into that index.js file. Okay, so over here we had to send users, not just user. So users.friends. Save the file. So now let's come back to the chat screen. I think we do have an error over here. Yeah, so Axios network error. So let's look into that. First of all, let's give a console.log message. Console.log users, and then the chats. So let's save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see the chats over here. You're able to see my user profile because I'm logged in with the other person's user profile. So which is correct. So now with the help of these chats, we're going to design the chats part of the screen. So now let's scroll down a bit, and we have already given the initial part of the code statement over here. So here I'm just going to say inside the view, let's map over it. I'm going to say chats dot map. So for every item and then the index, we're gonna create a new chat component. So go to the components folder. So chat.js rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, and then let's save the file. So inside the chat screen over here, so yeah, after doing this, after mapping over here, let's initialize our component. Let's make sure to import the chat component from the components folder. Item is going to be item. The key is going to be item dot underscore id. So yeah, let's format once, and then let's save the file. So as you can see, since we have only one user friend, so we are able to see only one chat component being rendered. So let's go to the chat component, destructure the item over here, and let's start designing this. So first of all, at the top, let's initialize few things. So const navigation equals to use navigation. So make sure to import use navigation, and I'm going to say const user id equals to use context. So let's make sure to import use context, and this is going to be the auth context. All right, so let's initialize our messages now itself. So I'm going to say const messages comma set messages equals to use state of an initially empty string, an empty array. So now after that, let's initialize our pressable over here. Let's make sure to import that first. So pressable over here as well as over here. So now let's initialize a view. So this view in turn is going to have the pressable. So we could just get that from the user component. It's going to be the similar design. So just copy that down, and we're going to paste it over here. Make sure to import image, and then let's save the file. Use state does not exist. All right. So as you can see, we're able to see that image being shown on the screen. So now apart from that, we're going to have another view. Over here, we're going to have two texts. This is going to show us the item.name, and over here we're just going to say chat with item.name. And then let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now let's target the outermost view, the pressable, and then let's give the style for this. Okay, so for this, we're just going to give it a margin vertical of 15. And for this view, I'm just going to say style over here. We're going to give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. We're going to give it a gap of 10. Save the file. And for the text, let's target this, the first text. So over here, we're just going to give it a font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. So for the top text, let's target the style, margin top of 4, and we're going to give it a color of gray. So as you can see, that's looking nice. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to implement the sockets part of it, that is for the chatting. So for this we would be implementing it in the front end part as well as in the backend API folder. So in this video we're going to implement it at a global level. So in the previous videos, if you would have checked it out in the chat based application and many other videos, we had implemented it only in the chat screen, whereas over here we're going to implement it in the global level so that we could actually get to know which particular users are connected to the application just when they open up the application. So I just saw this method online and I thought it's really useful to implement in this way. So we're going to implement it in this same exact way. So for this, we're going to implement a context provider that is basically for your socket context, that is similar to your auth context. So we're going to do that for the sockets part of it, so that every time the user loads up the app, we're going to get it in the console saying that this particular user is connected. So let's initialize our socket context. So I'm going to say new file, and over here I'm just going to say socket context.js. So first of all, let's initialize the dependency. I think we have already initialized it for the backend folder. If you check it out, as you can see, socket.io is initialized. So for the front end folder, let's initialize the client part. I'm going to say yarn add socket.io and then client. So let's go to the folder over here and let's start writing our code for the. So let's come to the socket context.js file and then let's start writing the code. So I'm going to say import create context from React, and we also need to import IO. So I'm going to say import IO from the socket IO client. Here I'm going to initialize my socket context. So I'm going to say const socket context equals to create context, and here I'm just going to say export const use socket context equals to normal arrow function. Here we're just going to say return the use context of your socket context. So that's it. So here again we're going to export basically our socket context provider. So I'm just going to say export const socket context provider equals to, it's going to take in the children, and over here I'm going to initialize my socket and then set socket equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to null, and we need access to the auth user. I'm going to say const auth user comma user ID equals to use context of your auth context over here. So make sure to import auth context. So now I'm going to initialize the use effect over here. So first of all, we have not initialized the auth user in the auth context. So let's go do that. So let's head back to the auth context over here. So I'm just going to define it over here. So I'm just going to say const auth user comma set auth user equals to use state. I'm just going to get it from the async storage. Okay, so that's pretty much it, and I'm just going to send it over here, auth user and then set auth user. Save the file. So yeah, we could access the auth user over here in the socket context. So here I'm just going to initialize a use effect, and over here I'm just going to check if at all we do have the auth user. So in that case I'm just going to say const socket equals to IO. So here we're just going to pass in our URL. We're just going to define that in just a bit. So I'm just going to say http localhost, and it's going to run on port 6000. So this is going to take in basically a query. So I'm just going to say query. So here we're going to pass in the user ID itself. So user ID is going to be user ID. So this would actually track which particular user ID is online, or which particular user ID is logged into the application, okay, and which user ID is not. So after doing that, I'm just going to say set the socket to be of the socket. So I'm just going to say set. So here I'm just going to say set the socket to be of the socket. And here we're just going to do a cleanup after the if condition, after the set socket over here. Just going to say return socket dot close. Okay, so now instead of the else condition, I'm just going to check if at all the socket is present. Then just say socket dot set socket to null. First of all, close it, and here I'm just going to say set socket to be null. So here we're just going to do the return. I'm going to say return socket context dot provider. It's going to take in the children. So here we need to pass the value prop, accessing two things, your socket as well as the set socket. So that's it. So we have initialized the socket context provider. So at the global level, so whenever the user loads in or whenever the user loads up the application, we should be able to see that particular user ID is connected, and this would actually give us a unique socket ID. So we would see that in just a bit. So now let's go into the backend part, that is index.js over here. And here I'm just going to say const http. Let's initialize it first of all. So require http dot create server of the app, and here I'm just going to initialize my IO equals to require. We've already installed socket IO initially, so it's going to be of the http. So now the next step is we're going to store all of the users in the form of an object, that is the users who are connected into the app. We're going to store it in the form of an object. So it's going to be in this form, that is the user ID, and this is going to be a socket ID, something similar to this. Okay, so for that we're going to create something known as a socket map. So here I'm just going to say const user socket map equals to initially an empty object. So after that I'm just gonna write my method, that is io.on method. So it's going to be the connection. So it's going to take in the socket over here. So here we're just going to say first of all console.log a user is connected. So it's going to give us a socket ID. So to access that, it's going to be socket.id. So now we're going to get the user ID from this particular thing, that is the query. So the way to do that is I'm just going to say const user ID equals to socket.handshake dot access the query, and then go into the user ID. So yeah, that's how you access your user ID. So now after that, if you want, you could actually console.log the user ID. And here I'm going to say if my user ID is not equals to undefined or null. So then in that case over here, we're just going to add it into this particular object. So here I'm just going to say user socket map of the user ID is going to be equals to the socket.id for that particular socket ID. And we could also console.log your user socket map as well once the user is connected. So here I'm just going to say console.log user socket data, just pass in the user socket map. Then after that, we're just gonna handle the event handler for your disconnect method. So here I'm just gonna say socket.on disconnect. So here we're just gonna access a function. First of all, I'm just gonna say console.log. If at all the user refreshes the app, this should get triggered off, and you should be able to see that particular user ID has been disconnected. So here I'm gonna say console.log user disconnected. So this is going to be socket.id. All right, and since the user is disconnected, we're also going to remove it from the user socket map as well, right? So let's do that. So after the console statement, I'm just going to say delete keyword. We are going to say delete user socket map of the user ID. So that's pretty much it. Then we need to handle the event for sending the messages to the connected users. Okay, so here I'm just going to say socket dot on. I'm going to give a message saying send message. So this is going to take in three things. I'm going to say sender ID, receiver ID, and then the message itself. So here, first of all, we need access to the receiver socket ID. So I'm going to say receiver socket ID equals to, so it's going to be user socket ID of the receiver ID, or the user socket map, that's the name which we've given, of the receiver ID. So this receiver ID would obviously come from the front end part, where we would be hitting an endpoint and providing all of these three details. That is the person who is sending the message and person who is another person who is receiving the message. So this receiver socket ID would be equals to the user socket map, whatever is stored inside of that object. And to access that particular receiver ID, we're just going to say receiver ID over here. That's it. So here I'm going to say, if at all we do have a receiver socket ID present, then over here we're just going to say emit the events to the receiver's socket. So it's going to be io.to. So the to method is going to take in the receiver socket ID. So this one we're going to say dot emit. It's going to be receive message. And over here we're going to pass in the sender ID as well as the message, whatever it is. Okay, so here we're just going to give the console.log saying that the socket ID is going to be, or the receiver ID is going to be the receiver socket ID, or we could actually pass in the receiver ID itself. Okay, so that's it. So let's format once, save the file, and here I'm going to make use of my listen method, http.listen. So it's going to be, let's say, on port 6000, and we're going to take in a function, and over here we're just going to say console.log socket IO running on port 6000. So that's it. Let's format once and then save the file. Okay, so we do have an error over here. Let's look into that. Okay, it says port 6000 is already in use. Let's say we're going to use 3000. Okay, so as you can see, server is running on port 4000. That's for the backend part, and socket IO is running on port 3000. So even though this particular user is connected to the application, we're not able to see that in the console saying that this particular, any user is connected. That's because we have not yet included our socket provider inside of the main app.js. So let's do that. So currently we have the auth provider. So here we are also going to include the socket provider. So here I'm just going to say socket context provider, and inside that I'm just going to put my stack navigator over here. So format once and then let's save the file. use state does not exist. Okay, in socket context. Even use effect does not exist. So let's try to reload the app once, or let's do a pod install and then reload the app once again. Alright, so I've just reloaded the app, but still I'm not able to see in the console. I think because we have to make the change over here as well, because we've changed the port to 3000, whereas over here it is still 6000 as we've given it previously. So let's save the file. Let's try to reload the application once more. So I've just reloaded the app, and as you can see, we're able to see in the backend folder that a user is connected, that is this particular user ID. So this is the socket ID it gives whenever any person connects to the application. This is the user ID that we got from the query, and this is the user socket data or the user socket map. So as I told, towards the left hand side we're going to pass in the user ID, towards the right hand side we're going to map the socket ID. So that part is working absolutely fine. So we are able to track all of the users who are logged into the application. So now similarly, let's write an endpoint to post a message to the backend part. So here I'm just going to say app.post. So it's going to be /send message with the async method, the request and the response in the callback. So here I'm just going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, and here I'm just going to say console.log of error. So now inside of the try block, to send a message we need access to three things: sender ID, the receiver ID, as well as your message itself. So I'm going to say sender ID, receiver ID, comma message is going to come from the body, so request.body. And here I'm just going to say const new message equals to new, create a new message with the help of the message model, and this is going to take in three things: sender ID, receiver ID, and then the message itself. So after creating a message we need to save it. So here I'm just going to say await new message dot save. So after that we need to emit the events to the receiver's socket. So I'm just going to copy down this code, that is const receiver ID equals to the user socket map of the receiver ID, that is over here. And after that we're going to check if at all we do have the receiver socket ID present, and if at all it's present, then over here we're just going to say console.log emitting receive message event to the receiver. So this is going to be the receiver ID. So you would get to know which particular ID is correctly receiving once you implement this. Okay, so here I'm just going to say io.to, it's going to be to the receiver socket ID. So it's going to be receiver socket ID dot emit So here I'm just going to say new message, and the message data is going to be new message itself, that is this one. So yeah, that's it. Else I'm just going to say console.log receiver socket ID is not found. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's save the file. So after that I'm just going to say result dot status of 201 dot json of the new message, whatever was created. So yeah, that is it about sending a new message in the backend part. So let's save the file once, and then let's look into the next endpoint, that is to get all of the messages. Let's write that now itself. So I'm just going to say app.get, it's going to be / message, and over here it's going to have the async method with the request and the response. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log of that particular error message. Inside of the try block we need access to two things, sender ID and the receiver ID from the query. Equals to request dot query. Alright, so here I'm just going to say const messages equals to await message dot find method. Here I'm going to make use of the OR operator. Here I'm just going to say sender ID is going to be sender ID, the receiver ID is going to be receiver ID, and the second condition over here is going to be the sender ID is going to match the receiver ID, and over here it's going to be receiver ID to the sender ID. Here we're going to populate as well. So here I'm just going to say dot populate for the sender ID. We need access to two things, that is the underscore ID as well as the name of the person. So that's pretty much it. So here I'm just going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON of the messages. So that's the endpoint for getting all of the messages from the backend part for any two particular users. So now let's go ahead and then create a new screen, that is for the chat room. That is, if at all you press on this, we need to be navigated to the next screen. So I'm going to say new file, chatroom.js, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Save the file. Let's include this into the stack navigator. So stack.screen name is gonna be, let's say, chat room, and the component is gonna be chatroom.js. So yeah, over here we are gonna have the header. Let's import chat room and then let's save the file. So let's come to the chat.js over here. So here I'm just going to say on press for this particular pressable, and we're going to say navigation.navigate to the chat room, and we're going to send in three things: the name, that is item.name, receiver ID, item._id, and then the image. So let's save the file. So now let's press on this particular chat. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the chat room. So now let's target the header part and then design it. So it's going to be super similar to the chat request screen, that is request chat room. So copy down the use layout effect, pretty much all of these four things, and then come to the chat room and we're going to paste it over here. So make sure you import everything, that is the use layout effect, and then the use state, as well as the use context and the auth context as well. Alright, so apart from that, even use navigation and the required icons as well. So we need all of these three icons. So let us paste it over here. And let's save the file. Use route does not exist, so let's import use route as well. Save the file. So now, as you can see, we are chatting with that particular person. So if at all you want, you could actually use the image as well over here. Just include an image tag over here and give a flex of row and then align items of center. So that should work out. So now after that, we are gonna initialize our Same design that is similar to the request chat room. So make sure you copy down the entire keyboard avoiding view, and we're gonna paste it in the chat room over here. And yeah, make sure you import keyboard avoiding view, the scroll view as well, the text input, and end type of whether is already imported, and pressable as well. So now we have the method for a send message. So here we're going to make a change, taking a function. Here I'm going to say send message. It's going to take in two things, the sender ID, that is the user ID, and then the receiver ID, it's going to be root dot params dot the receiver ID. So keyboard avoiding view does not exist, so let us import that over here. Keyboard avoiding view, save the file. So as you can see, we have the chat input being shown, and then we have the user name as well over here at the top. If at all you want the image, you could just include that. We are already sending the image from the previous screen, so I'm not going to do that now. So let's initialize the send message function, and let's check if it's working correctly or not. So it's going to be the sender ID, that's the user ID, and this is going to be your receiver ID. Here first of all, I'm just going to say try catch block catch of error. So I'm just going to say console.log whatever error message is there over here. Inside of the try block, we need access to three things. Three things to send the message. So I'm just going to say await Axios. So make sure to import Axios from Axios. It's going to be the post method, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 6000. That's it, 6000, which is that, yeah, it's 4000. So localhost 4000, and then it's going to be / send message. All right. So here it's going to take in three things: sender ID, receiver ID, that's coming from the function parameter, and the message itself, which is stored inside of your state. That is this one. We've already defined that. So now we need to emit a custom event to the server. Let's do that. So here I'm just going to say socket. So we've already defined the socket. Okay, no, we have not defined that. So let's define that. So here I'm just going to say const socket equals to use socket context. So make sure to import that. So here we are just going to say socket dot emit. It's going to be send message. It's going to take in three things: sender ID, the receiver ID, as well as the message. So that's it. After doing that, we're just going to say set the message to be empty. And yeah, after that, we're just going to say set timeout. So once we define the function that is for fetch messages, we're going to define it over here. So for the timing, I'm just going to comment this code out, save the file. Unexpected reserved word await, so it's going to be async over here. So now let's give this a try, and then let's check it out. I'm just going to send a hey over here, and then send. So as you can see, receiver socket ID not found. Receiver ID is this one. Okay, so receiver socket ID is not found because the user is not online. That's the reason, because other user is not connected. So for that reason, you're seeing receiver socket ID is not found, and the receiver ID is this thing. So once the person opens up the application and loads the chat room, and once we define the once we define the fetch messages, they should be able to see the message being shown over here. Let's check it out if at all we are able to, see the message in the messages list over here. So as you can see, our first message has been created. This is the sender ID, this is the receiver ID, this is the message, and then the timestamp, which is working absolutely fine. So yeah, now let's do one more thing. Let's define the next thing, that is the fetch message function. So over here, let's define the fetch messages function. So I'm going to say const fetch messages equals to a async function, and over here, first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So first of all, console.log of error. So inside the try block, I'm going to say const sender ID equals to user ID, as this is already stored. It's coming from the context, and const receiver ID equals to root dot params dot receiver id. So here I'm just going to initialize my response. So const response equals to await Axios. Make sure to get Axios from Axios dot get method. Those. So this is going to be the URL http localhost 4000 and then / messages. All right, so now this is going to take in the parameters. So here I'm just going to say params, it's going to be sender id and then the receiver id. So that's it. So here I'm just going to say set the messages to be a response dot data. I don't think we have the set messages initialized, so here I'm going to say const messages comma set messages equals to use state of an empty array. So here in the use effect or in the function, it's going to say set the message to be response dot data. So here I'm going to say use effect call the function that is fetch messages. Use effect does not exist. Okay, so let us import this. Let's reload the app. All right, so hopefully we should get the messages. So now let's uncomment this, that is while sending the message after 100 milliseconds I'm just going to say fetch the messages so that the latest messages would be updated. All right, so now after that let's just console.log the messages to just see if at all we are getting the correct result. We should just be getting one message, that is hey from the current user. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the message. This is for the users. Let's reload the app once and let's check it out. Okay, so I'm doing this in the chat room, right? So we need to go into the chat room and check it out. Okay, so we do have an error which says status code 404 error. So let's look into that. So http localhost 4000 and then / messages. So in the index it is okay. Over here we've written message, so let's make that messages, and then now let's give this a try. Let's try to reload the app and then go into the chat room. So as you can see, now we're able to see the messages being shown up in the console. This is the message hey, the sender id, receiver id, and we have the name as well. So yeah, that's it. So now let's show the messages in the screen. So before that, for the real-time functionality to work, we need to listen to the message when any other person sends us the message. Okay, so previously we were not doing this in the previous applications where we've implemented this. So we're going to implement it now. So I'm just going to say const listen messages equals to normal arrow function. So just initialize the socket over here, and after that I'm just going to say use effect. So this is going to be dependent on a few things, that is the socket itself and the messages as well as the set messages. Inside of the use effect, first of all I'm just going to say socket.on. This was the name which we gave previously, that is new message. So this is going to take in the new message over here. And here I'm going to say new message dot should shake. We're going to set it to be true. And after that, here I'm just going to say set the messages to be whatever is there inside of the messages. So include all of the messages and then add the new message which was received. So after doing that over here, I'm just going to say return socket.off of the new message. So we could actually call this function directly itself, because whenever there is a state update, this is going to get triggered off. So at the bottom part, I'm just going to say listen messages. So that's pretty much it. Let's save the file and let's start designing the messages that is inside of the scroll view that we have designed it earlier over here. So here, first of all, I'm just going to say messages.map. So for every item and then the index over here, I'm just going to say return a pressable. So inside the pressable, first of all, we're going to have two things, that is the text, that is the message itself, as well as the time. So I'm going to say text over here, it's going to be item.message, and next one I'm just going to say text. Here I'm just going to say format the time, so format time of item.timestamp. So let's save the file. Format time doesn't exist, so we're just converting it into the local time that we want to based on the timestamp that's present inside of the backend. So as you can see, we're able to see that hey message, and it was sent at 12:42. So now, depending upon whether or not the message is sent by the user or by the other person, we're going to style it out. So let's say style over here. So it's going to be an array of styles first of all. So here I'm going to say if my item dot sender id dot underscore id, if this equals to the user id, then that means this is sent by the user. So here I'm just going to put a question mark and then initialize an object for the styles. So here I'm going to say align self, it's going to be flex end, and apart from that, we're going to give it a background color. So let's say background color of green towards the left side. You can give any color you want to. Currently I'm giving green. Padding of 8, and we're going to give it a max width of, let's say, 60%, and we're going to give it a border radius of 7, and we're going to give it a margin of 10. So that's the style if at all it's sent by the user towards the right hand side. So towards the left hand side, if it's sent by the other person, I'm going to say align self. So align self, it's going to be flex start, and over here I'm going to give the background color, it's going to be, let's say, white, some internal spacing, padding of 8, and then margin of 10, and apart from that, border radius we're going to give, as well as the max width. Let's just copy that and put it over here. So let's see where we have gone wrong. It's erroring out for the brackets or some other issue. Let's copy this down, close this. Okay, JSX expressions must have one parent element. Okay, let's look into that. So we have the style given and we have it in the form of an array of styles. Okay, I think I removed the pressable. I think that's the reason. So let's come back to the previous state. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's just target out the styles that's present. So currently this user has sent the message, so it's coming towards the rightmost part. So let's target the style over here. So for this, we're going to give it a font size of 13, and then and then a text align of left, and we're going to give it color. Yeah, let's leave it as default, the same color. For this, let's give the style. So style over here, text align right, and we're going to give it font size of 9, color of gray. Okay, so that's it. Let's give it a slight margin top. All right, so that's it. That's looking good. So yes, we are able to send the messages as well as receive the messages as well. So if at all you open up any other device and then send the message, you should be able to see in the console that two users are connected, and you should be able to send and receive messages as well. So this part is absolutely done. It's complete. So let's say for this part, if at all you want to delete the request, so it's going to be again super similar. Initialize any endpoint, go to the index.js file. So just make sure you implement this, implement something similar to this one, that is accept request, that is the initial thing. Okay, so just make sure you just pull it out from the request and do not implement the second part. Okay, just make sure you pull the id and then automatically the request would be deleted. So that's how you delete a request inside of the application. So this part is done. So now let's look into the final part, that is the design of the profile screen, where we would be showing some status part or the stories part, and below that we would be designing some UI part as well. So let's head over to the profile screen over here. So for this, first of all, at the top for the stories, as we saw in the demo part, we're going to make use of a dependency. So let's install that. So here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native Insta story and then press on enter. So let's wait for this package to be installed. So here I'm going to make use of my safe area view. So let's save the file. So let's do a pod install and then let's reload the app. So pod install, enter. So it's currently installing React Native Insta story, and after that we're just going to reload the app. So let's start designing this. So now after the safe area view, we're going to have a view with a text which says updates, and I'm going to give the style over here. So it's going to have a font size of 17 and it's going to have a font weight of bold, and below this we're going to have an image, initialize a view for that, and inside this we're going to have another view, and inside this we're going to have the pressable. So make sure to import pressable from React Native, and I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I've just pasted the image link. You could add your own image, and then below that I've just added a text field and then added up my name over there. So let's save the file and let's wait for the app to load. So it's still in the building process, so let's wait for that. So the app is currently loading up. So let's go to the profile over here. So as you can see, we have the updates and then the design over here. So for this view, I'm just going to give some padding of 10, save the file. And for this particular view, that is this one, just going to give it a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and a margin horizontal of 10. So for this, let's just give it a margin top value. So I'm going to say margin top of 10. All right, so over here we're going to initialize our Insta story component. So I'm just going to say Insta story. So first of all, I'm going to copy down the data for both, for the Insta story as well as for the channels part. I'll be sending both of them in the description in the form of a drive link. You could use that. So this is for the Insta story. So make sure to import Insta story from the React Native Insta story. And this in turn is going to take in the data. So data is going to be data itself, and over here I'm gonna pass in the duration. So duration is gonna be for 10 seconds, and then save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see both the stories being shown. So if you check out on the first one, this is the story, and you could go to the next one, and then automatically it's going to go to the next story as well. So by this you could actually try and implement the stories part. So let's move on to the further design, that is for the channels. So after this view, I'm going to initialize my view with a text which says channels over here, and for this view let's give the style padding of 10. So for this I'm going to give style over here. It's going to have a font size of 15, and it's going to have a font weight of bold. So let's save the file. So now below this text I'm going to start mapping. So I'm going to say channels.map for every item and then index. I'm going to initialize my view over here. This is to show all of the channels. So inside the view I'm going to have another view with an image given the source for this. So based on the data we have to access the image, it's going to be item.image. Let's pass in basically some style over here. I'm going to give it a width of 50 and a height of 50, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 25. Save the file. So as you can see, we have all of the channels being shown on the screen, and now after this we're going to have another view. This in turn is going to have two texts, which is going to show us the item.name, and below this I'm going to have another text which shows up the item.text, and finally towards the rightmost part we're going to show in the date. So it's going to be item.date. Save the file. So we have all the data being shown. So target this view that's present at the topmost part. So give it a margin vertical of let's say 10, a flex direction of row, and align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 12. Save the file. So for this I'm going to give it a flex of 1 so that we are going to push it towards the rightmost part, that is the date part. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So for this text, let's give the style font size of 15 and then a font weight of bold. So for this particular text, second text, I'm going to give it a margin top of 4 and a color of gray. As you can see, that's looking good. So that's it. So finally we're going to have one more image at the bottommost part. So as you can see, that's the image. I'll be sending the image link in the description, so you could use that. Okay, so yeah, we have completed the entire simple project. That is, we mainly focused on the chat based application, that is the one-on-one chatting, that is in real time, because in the previous videos that is where we implemented this, it was not working up to the mark, or it was not working correctly actually. So yeah, this was a good project to learn about the accepting requests, sending a request to a person, and chatting with one another. So if you like this video, please do hit the like button, and if at all you get any kind of doubts while implementing this, please do comment down. I'll be able to resolve that. So yes, that's it about this project. So let's see in the next one, and then thank you for watching.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video in React Native. So in this video, we'll be building a full stack employee management app in React Native using the Expo framework and the Expo router. And for the backend part, we'll be making use of MongoDB. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So firstly, we'll look into the demo of the app. So towards my right is the first screen that is being displayed. That is the home screen. So towards the top, we have two parts of designs, which is going to show us basically the employee list as well as the mark attendance design, where we can mark attendance for a particular employee that is registered in the app. So firstly, let's look into the employee list.
So here it's going to show us a bunch of employees that are registered in the app with the employee name, the designation, as well as the employee ID. So with the help of the plus button, we can go and add the employee into our database by filling all of the details. Okay, and this is it about basically the employee list. So the next thing we have is the mark attendance. So if you press on mark attendance, it's going to take you to that particular screen, and for that particular day you can mark the attendance for that particular employee who's registered over here. So let's say I'm going to press on the first one. So as you can see, it's going to come into the next screen with certain details. Okay, and we can mark the attendance, that is, let's say present, absent, half day, or a holiday. So by default I've given it as present, so I'm going to press on submit attendance. So as you can see, attendance submitted successfully for this particular person. Okay, and the same thing is stored inside of the backend as well. So that is it about the mark attendance. So next thing we have is something known as the attendance report. Okay, so here we have just done a bit of this. Okay, while building it up, we're going to complete this process, and I'll explain how exactly we're going to do this part. So this is it about the attendance report. So the final thing we have is the summary report for the employees. So let's go press on summary report. So this is basically going to give the unique information, that is how many days they're present, absent, half day, holiday, and non-working days for that particular month, as you can see over here. So this is basically going to give you a kind of report based on the attendance that we have marked. So all this data is coming right from the backend, as you can see. Okay, so we'll be building this in this project. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button, and let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a expo manage project. So let's go do that. So firstly, inside my terminal, I'm inside my build folder, as you can see. So here we're going to create a fresh project. So here I'm going to say npx create expo app, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should ask us to choose the project name. So here I'm going to say employee, then YouTube. You can give any project name you want, and after that I'm going to press on enter. So this should take in a couple of minutes to initialize our project structure for us, and after that we're going to go into that particular project directory and then look into the files that Expo has given us. So let's give this a couple of minutes. Alright guys, so our project is ready. As you can see the message which says your project is ready. So now the next step, as I told, is we're going to go into cd employee YouTube, and then we're going to look into the project structure. So file, open folder, I'm going to go into my build folder and the first project, employee YouTube. Okay, so basically this is the starting point of our application, and this is the main app.js. Okay, with which basically contains a return block, and it has a view with a text which says open up app.js to start working on your app. So this is basically the starting point, and now we need to initialize expo router into this particular employee YouTube project. So this is something known as the manual installation. So let's head over to Chrome, and then I'm going to search for expo router. I'm going to go to the first link, and then we have something known as manual installation. So select on that, and we have already done this part, that is create an expo project. So now the next step is we need to install certain dependencies to initialize expo router into our project. So just copy this piece of code over here, and we're going to come back to the terminal. Open up the new terminal over here and just paste the code and then press on enter. So all of these dependencies gets installed into the app. So let's give it some time to install. Okay, so now all the dependencies have been installed. So now let's head back to Chrome, and then we need to set up the entry point. So just copy the main code over here. Okay, so this needs to be done inside of the package.json. So let's head over to package.json. So previously we have something known as the app entry.js. So now we need to replace it with this particular code which contains the expo router. Alright, so after that we have the next step, that is we need to modify the project configuration with the app scheme. That needs to be done inside of the app.json. So let's come over here, and you can initialize it anywhere. I'm going to do it over here, and I'm just going to pass in the name of the project, that is employee YouTube, employee YouTube. Okay, so save the file. So now the final changes in the babel.config.js, where we need to include the plugin. So just copy this piece of code. Let's head over to the babel.config.js, and just below this paste it over here and save the file. Okay, so now everything has been set up. So now we need to create our app directory, okay, in the file tree over here towards the left hand side. So press on app.js, new folder. I'm going to say app. So this is basically our app router. So any root or any file you create over here, that becomes the specific root itself for this particular app. So the main root I'm going to create now, that is going to be the index.js that resembles the home root or the forward slash. So I'm going to press on RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. So to get the shorthand snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside your system. So if you go to the extensions tab over here, you need to install this one, that is ES7 React Redux or React Native snippets. Alright, so let's go back over here and let's run the app now. So as soon as I load the app, it should not show up this particular output, it should show this particular output, that is just index on the screen, because we have just configured the expo router for our project. So we are currently in the employee YouTube directory. So here I'm going to say npx expo start. So over here, after pressing on enter, it's going to show us a bunch of options to see the output. Okay, so as you can see, to press on Android, press on A. To view on Android, press on A, and to view the output on the iOS simulator, press on I, or to open it up on the web, press on W. So in my case, I'm going to press on I. So for Android users, press on A. So let's wait for the app to install, and as soon as the app loads, we should be seeing the first output, that is going to say index, because this is going to resemble the forward slash, that is this one, that is the home route. Okay, so yeah, let's give it some time to install, and then we should be seeing this particular output on the screen. So our project is ready. As you can see, towards the right hand side, we're able to see the text which says index, and each and every time when we load the app, we are going to see this particular screen, because this resembles the home route, that is forward slash. Alright, so now we have completed the first step, that is configuring expo router into our project. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to go into MongoDB, and then we're going to create a fresh new project and then connect it to this particular project. So let's head over to MongoDB over here. So I'm going to press a new tab and then MongoDB. So let's sign in with Google over here. Alright, so we have come to the MongoDB web page. Okay, and over here it's going to show us the previously selected project. So I'm going to press on the drop down, scroll down, and then press on create new project. Okay, and we're going to start with the project name. So I'm going to say employee YouTube, and I'm going to press on next. So I myself am the project owner, as you can see, and this is my email. So I'm going to press on create project. So now we need to create a deployment. So let's press on the create button, and make sure you choose the free version, that is M0. And apart from that, these details I'm going to leave it as default, and I'm going to press on create. So now we need to create our username. So the username, I'm going to give it as my name, and the password also I'm going to give it as my name itself, and I'm going to press in create user. So now we need to add the IP address access list. So I'm going to add over here 0.0.0/0, and then I'm just going to say add entry. Okay, so after that, basically I'm going to press in finish and close. Okay, let's press on go to overview. So as you can see, it says we are deploying your changes. So it's going to take in a couple of minutes to initialize our backend. So let's come back to our VS Code app, and over here, firstly, we're going to create our API folder. So let's press on app.js, new folder, API, and let's press on new terminal. Make sure you're into the API folder. So let's say cd API, and here firstly, we're going to create our package.json file. So to do that, I'm going to say npm init. Okay, so the package name is going to be API, version is this, the description I'm going to give it as backend, and entry point index.js, enter, and for the other details just press on enter. Okay, so as you can see, inside of the API folder, our package.json is created. So now we want some dependencies to write some code in the backend part. So let's install them in the API folder. So here I'm going to say yarn add. We need access to body parser, we need access to cars, we need access to Express, we need the Mongoose as well, and we need nodemon. So let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies will be installed into the package.json. So let's give it some time. So as you can see, everything has been installed over here. So now the next step is we need to initialize the start script. So I'm going to say start over here. It's going to be nodemon index.js. Alright, so save the file, and now we're gonna initialize our backend file that is gonna be index.js. So let's press on API, new file, index.js. So at the top, let's start importing the required things as we do usually. So I'm gonna say const express equals to require express, and then const body parser equals to require body parser, and then we're going to initialize our mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose, and then we're going to say const app, firstly create an instance of the app, equals to express, and I'm going to choose a specific port. So I'm going to say const port equals to 8000. Okay, and I'm going to say const cors equals to require of cors, and I'm going to write app.use of the cors. Alright, so apart from that, we have two more pieces of code, that is app.use, the body parser dot URL encoded, and extended is going to be false. And we're going to make use of the JSON as well. So here I'm going to say app.use body parser dot JSON. So now with the help of the connect method, we're going to access the mongoose and then connect the app. So firstly, let's head over to the backend. So as you can see, our database is ready. So let's press on the connect button, and we're going to choose the third option, MongoDB for VS Code, and make sure you copy this URL. Okay, let's come back over here, and I'm going to say mongoose dot with the help of connect method. So into the connect method, just pass in the URL and make one change. So instead of the password over here, you have to give your password, whatever you have given while setting up the user. So my password is my name itself. Okay, and apart from that, I'm going to provide some options to this, that is the connect method. So I'm going to say use new URL parser, and I'm going to set it to be true, and I'm going to say use unified topology, and I'm going to set it to be true. And apart from this, I'm going to apply basically the then method to the connect method. So here I'm going to say dot then. I'm going to give a console.log message. So I'm going to say console.log connected to MongoDB, and if at all there is any error, we're going to catch the error. So I'm going to say dot catch of error. Okay, so here also I'm just going to say console.log of that particular error. I'm going to say error connecting to MongoDB with that particular error. So finally, we have the final method, that is the app.listen method. So here I'm going to say app.listen. It's going to take in, of course, the port that we have previously chosen. In our case, it's 8000. Okay, so here we're going to take in the function, and I'm going to give a console.log message. So console.log, I'm going to say server is running on port 8000. Okay, that's it. So now I'm going to run the app. So we are in the correct API folder. So to run the app, I'm going to say yarn start. Alright, so if everything is worked out correctly, we need to see the message that is connected to MongoDB, and then server is running on port 8000. So let's give this a try. Okay, so as you can see, server is running on port 8000 and then connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected our project to MongoDB. So now the next step is we're going to create and initialize some of the models that are required in this employee management app. Right, so first of all, let's go to the file tree and then create a new folder, that is the models folder. So I'm going to open up the file tree and then create a new folder that is known as the models, and inside this I'm going to create my first file, that is employee.js. So here we're going to start defining the schema of the employee. So to do that, firstly let's initialize our mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose, and here we're going to start defining the schema. So I'm going to say const employee schema, equals to new mongoose.schema. So the first one we need is the employee ID. So I'm going to say employee ID. Here it's going to be a type of string, and it's going to be required of true, and unique also is going to be true. And after employee ID we have the employee name. So type is going to be string and required is going to be true. So after employee name we have the designation. So I'm going to say designation. So here we're going to have a type of string, and we're going to say required is going to be true. And after that we have the joining date. So joining date, type is going to be string, and required is going to be true. And after joining date we have the date of birth. So I'm going to say date of birth. Type is going to be string for this as well. So type string, and required we are going to say true. Okay, so after date of birth we have the salary of the employee. So I'm going to say salary. We are going to say type of number, and required is going to be true. And after salary we have the active employee. So active employee. So here we're going to say type of boolean, and required is going to be true. And apart from active employee we have the next thing, that's going to be the phone number of the employee. So I'm going to say phone number. So the type is going to be string, and required is going to be true. So apart from phone number we have the address of the employee. So I'm going to say address. So here we're going to say the type is going to be of string, and required is going to be of true. So required true. And we have the next one, that is created at. So type is going to be date. All right, and default is going to be date.now. So that's it. So these are the required details for the employee schema. So you can look into it from the start. So now let's export the required values. So I'm going to say const employee equals to mongoose.model. The name is employee, and we're going to pass in the employee schema that we just defined. So employee schema. Okay, and here I'm going to say module.exports equals to employee. Yep, that's it. So I think let's write it correctly once more. Employee schema, yeah, it's correct. So save the file. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is the attendance schema. So press on modules, new file. I'm going to say attendance.js. okay, so here I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and here I'm going to write const attendance schema equals to new mongoose.schema. And first of all we're going to write the employee ID for this. Employee ID, it's going to be a type of string, and we're going to say required is going to be true. Okay, after employee ID we have the employee name. So type is again going to be of string, and we're going to say required is going to be true. And after employee name we have the date attribute, so I'm going to say date. Here also we're going to say type of string, and we're going to write required is going to be if true. And finally, after the date we are going to initialize the status, that is the status of the attendance. So we're going to say type of string and required is going to be true. So these are the required things for the attendance schema. So let's export the required values. So const attendance equals to mongoose dot model. The name is going to be attendance, and we need to pass in the schema, that's going to be attendance schema. Okay, here I'm going to say module dot exports equals to attendance. Alright, so we have defined both of the schemas required for the app, that is the employee schema as well as the attendance schema. Alright, so now the next step is we're going to start designing the initial screen, that is the home screen. Alright, so now the next step we'll be looking into is the design of the home screen. So before that, you can actually create a function and create a design for the registering of the admin, that is the person who's going to take care of all of this, that is adding an employee and marking the attendance. I'm not going to do that part because we have done the registering of the user or the admin a couple of times in the previous projects. You can just check that out, even the code is given, so you can implement that, that is the registering of the admin or the person who's going to handle all of this. And yeah, apart from that, we'll look into the next step, that is the design of the home screen. I'm going to open up the file tree and then create a new route inside of my app folder, that's going to be for the home. So I'm going to press on app and then new folder, I'm going to say home route and then press on enter. So firstly we're going to define the layout for the home route, so I'm going to press a new file and we're going to say underscore layout.js. so over here let's start defining the layout. I'm going to say first of all import stack from export router, and here I'm going to say export default function layout. This is basically going to return us the stack. And here I'm going to say stack.screen. So first of all, let's create the first index.js file inside of the home route. So I'm going to say index.js file inside of the home directory and rnfes to get the shorthand snippet and save the file. So inside the layout, this is going to be the first screen whenever we go to the home directory. So here I'm going to say name is going to be index, and we're going to provide some options over here to the stack. So I'm going to say screen options. I'm going to give header shown as false by default. Okay, so this is basically going to get applied for all of the screens. So save the file. So now as you can see, there is no change appearing over here. This is still showing this particular file itself, that is index.js. As you can see over here, if I change over here, the same thing is going to reflect over here, but we do not want that, right? So whenever the app loads, we want this particular index.js file to load of that particular home directory over here. So to make the change, we're going to make use of something known as the redirect over here inside the return block. So I'm going to say redirect, import that from export router, and we're going to pass in the href value for the redirect. So I'm going to say href. So to go into the home, it's going to be / and then home. So this should automatically go into the layout and then target the stack.screen, that's the first one, which is index, and it's going to show whatever is there inside of the content of this particular page, that is index.js. So I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, we are coming directly to the home directory when the app loads. So now let's start designing the home directory. The index.js, that is the first page of the home directory. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my scroll view over here from React Native. So just make use of scroll view instead of the normal view, And then next we are going to make use of linear gradient. So let's head over to Chrome and then new tab. So I'm going to search for expo linear gradient, the first link, and we're going to install this one with the help of this code. So copy that out and new terminal and paste it out over here. So let's wait for some time so that this gets installed. Alright, so this has been installed. So now let's remove the text and then I'm going to import my linear gradient from that particular dependency, that is expo linear gradient. Alright, so this is going to take in, of course, the colors that we want to show on the screen. So we're going to say colors. I'm going to pass in two colors. The first one is going to be this one, that is 7E, 7F, 7F, D5. Okay, and we're going to have the second color over here. That's going to be E9, E4, and then F0. So we're going to give the style for this as well. So I'm basically going to give it a flex of 1 so it covers up the entire screen. So save the file. Alright, so currently we are not able to see any color over here. So once we start building up the UI, automatically the background color should be applied that we've given to the linear gradient. Okay, so first of all I'm going to initialize my view over here. So inside this we're going to have one more piece of view that contains the top design. So here it's going to have the icon, the text, and the icon again. So let's head over to expo icons. So I'm going to say expo.icons.fyi. We're going to go to the first link and then we're going to search for bar chart. So copy this out and first of all import the icon family over here and then copy the render component code and we're going to paste it right here. And apart from that we have the text which says employee management system, and after that we have one more icon, that is the lock icon. So search for lock and we're going to get it from ntypo. Paste it over here and even import ntypo as well. So save the file once. So as you can see, we're able to see the linear gradient being applied once we have started designing the UI part. So first of all, I'm going to give the style to this. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Alright, so we're going to give some padding to the outermost view so that it gets some inner space. So I'm going to say padding of 12. Okay, yep, that's looking better. So now for the text I'm going to give the style. I'm going to say font size of 16 and I'm going to give it a font weight of 600 over here. So save the file. Yep, as you can see that's looking better. So we're going to format it once and then we're going to start building the next part of the design. That's going to contain two boxes, that is for viewing the employee list as well as to mark the attendance. So we're going to come over here and I'm going to say view. So this in turn is basically going to have the pressable. So I'm going to say pressable, import pressable from React Native, and this in turn is going to have one more view that's going to contain the icon. Okay, so this is basically the people icon. So let's go over here and search for people sharp, this one. So we have to import iron icons. So I'm going to paste it inside the view. Let's import iron icons like this, and first of all I'm going to give the style for the view. So this is going to have basically a width of 50 and a height of 50, and it's going to have a border radius of 25, and it's going to have a background color of white,
Okay, and align items of center, and we're gonna say justify content of center as well. So yeah, save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that background color being applied to the view, and after the view we're gonna have the text over here. So here I'm gonna say text which says employee list. Okay, so let's give the style for the text. Basically we're gonna give it a margin top of 7 and then font weight of 600. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now for the pressable, we're gonna give it another background color. So I'm gonna say style background color of this color code, that is D3 CCE3. We're gonna give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 12 again, and we're gonna give it a slight border radius as well, so border radius of 6, and I'm gonna say align items of center and justify content of center as well. Okay, so I'm gonna save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now we have to just copy this one and then paste it once again, because the design is going to be similar for the next one, that is mark in attendance. So I'm just going to copy the pressable over here and then paste it below this. Okay, so now let's make the change. So the next one is going to be basically for mark attendance. So again, I'm going to make use of the same icon. Okay, no need to make the change. So let's start giving the style, the design for outermost view. We need to make one change for this thing, right? Yeah, forgot that. This needs to be mark attendance. All right, so let's go back to the view over here that contains two of the pressables. Yeah, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. First of all, margin top, because there is less spacing, and I'm going to give a flex direction of row and align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 20. So save the file. So as you can see, it's only taking up that much space which is required, but we wanted to take the entire space, that is for the full screen width. Okay, so to make that change, I'm going to go to the pressable of each container, and I'm going to say give it a flex of 1, and for the second one also give it a flex of 1, so it takes up the entire space, that is for the entire screen width. So I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, now it is taking up the entire screen width and then filling it up. That's looking good. So now the next step is we're going to start and design the next part, that is after the view, and it's going to be related to the additional report, the attendance report and the summary report and so on. So I'm going to initialize my view over here just after that particular view, and this in turn is going to have the pressable. So I'm going to say pressable. So this pressable in turn is going to have another view which is going to contain the icon that we have designed in the similar fashion just above. So first of all, let's get the icon. So first one is going to be the newspaper outline. So I'm going to say newspaper outline, that is from iron icons. I think that's already imported. Just copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here. And let's give the style for the view. So it's basically going to have some internal spacing, padding of 7, and it's going to have a width of 45 and a height of 45. It's going to have a border radius, so border radius of 7, background color of white, align items of center, and we're going to say justify content of center. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that icon coming on the screen. So after the icon, we have one more piece of text which says attendance report. So after the view, I'm going to say text. This is going to say attendance report. I'm going to say style. So basically we're going to give it a margin left. First of all, margin left of, let's say, 10, and I'm going to give it a font size of 16 and a font weight of 600, And apart from that, we're going to have again the icon towards the right. So I'm going to initialize one more view for that. So I'm going to say view. So that is going to be the right icon. So I'm going to search for chevron right, this one from Entypo. Entypo has already been imported, so just paste it over here. So I'm going to give the style for the view. So I'm going to say style, basically a width of 35, and it's going to have a height of 35. It's going to have a border radius of 7, and it's going to have a background color of white, and it's going to have align items of center, align items of center, and again justify content of space between. So save the file. So we have the text, the icon, and again another icon. So now let's format once. All right, so yeah, so I've made a mistake over here. This is going to be center. All right, so now let's head over to the view and then give the styling. So that is, I mean, not for the view, for the pressable. So I'm going to say style over here. So this is basically going to have a background color. So I'm going to say background color of this color code, that is BE93 and then C5. So I'm going to give it some border radius as well. So border radius of 6 and a padding of 10, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content. I don't think that's required. We're going to give it a margin vertical of 10. So flex direction of row in the sense, firstly this particular icon and the report, and the text, and again the icon. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now I want this particular icon to just push towards the rightmost side. So I'm going to come to the text and then I'm going to give it a flex of 1, and I'm going to say take up the entire space. So as you can see, it is going towards the rightmost side. So that is working fine. So now we're going to target basically the view and give it some style. So I'm going to say style. First of all, I'm going to give it a margin top of 20. I'm going to give it a background color of white. So background color white. Give it some padding horizontal. So padding horizontal of 10, and then padding vertical of 10 as well. I'm going to give it some border radius as well of 7. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now I'm just going to copy down the pressable a couple of times and then later make the changes for the text as well as the icon. So I'm going to copy down this pressable 3 more times. So 1, 2, and then 3. Okay, yes, that's looking fine. So now we're going to start making the changes. So the second one is going to say summary report. So this is the first one, this is the second one. So this is going to say summary report. The icon is going to be same, we're just going to change the text. So summary report, it's like this. Okay, that is looking fine. After that we have the next thing. I think we do have an icon for summary report. Let me just check that once. Yeah, let's make use of this one from Auth icons. Instead of the previous one, that is in icons, I'm going to use this one. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So after the summary report, we have the next piece of design coming up, that is basically all generate reports. So to make that change, let's scroll down, summary report, and then this is going to say all generate reports. All generate reports. Save the file, and we're going to make the change for the icon. Yeah, I think that's going to be the same thing, or let's search for report once if there is anything coming up. Report, yeah, we can use this one for the time being, and over here I'm going to make use of this one. So save the file.
Yeah, so the final one is gonna be for the overtime employees. So I'm gonna make the change for that. So I'm gonna say overtime employees. Okay, so save the file. Yep, that's looking fine. So we have designed the second portion of the screen, that is basically regarding the reports, the attendance report, summary report, all generate reports, and the overtime employees. All right, so now the next step we'll be looking into is, I think I forgot to change the icon. So we're gonna make use of the people icon. So people from mine icons, just copy that out and we're gonna paste it over here. All right, yep, that's looking fine. So now we're gonna design the final part over here that is also related to the UI itself. So that's gonna come just after this particular view. Okay, so I'm gonna initialize my view over here for the bottom part of the design, and this is gonna have one more view over here. So I'm gonna say view. This in turn is gonna have another view that's gonna contain the icon. So firstly, let's get the icon. For the first text is going to say attendance criteria. So I'm going to search for the icon. That's going to be this one. So import the icon family first, and yeah, copy that into component code, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, inside the view, and I'm going to give the style for this particular view. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a width of 35, it's going to have a height of 35, it's going to have a border radius, so border radius of 7, and it's going to have a background color of white, and it's going to have align items of center, and it's going to have justify content of center. Okay, so I'm just going to save the file once. So as you can see, you're able to see the icon coming at the bottom part. So now after the view, we're going to have the text that is after over here. I'm going to say text. So this is going to say attendance criteria. Save the file. So now I'm going to give the style for this particular view, which contains the icon as well as the text. So target the view. I'm going to say style. We're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is F7, D9, or 90, and 00. Okay, so border radius of 6, some internal spacing, that is padding of, let's say, 12, align items of center, justify content of center, and I'm gonna give it yeah, let's format once and save the file. Okay, as you can see, that's looking better. So we're gonna just copy this view one more time. Okay, I didn't do that correctly. So copy this out and just paste it beneath over here. Okay, we are able to see it. We are able to see it 2 times, and yeah, we're gonna target this view. I'm gonna say style. First of all, a margin top of 20, and I'm gonna give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 20. Gap of 12. Okay, save the file, and we need to make the change for the second one, right? So apart from attendance criteria, this is going to have a new text which says increased workflow. So increased workflow, let's write that correctly, and we're going to get the bar chart icon for this. So bar chart from feather. So instead of this, I'm going to say copy this icon, let's import feather. So yeah, save the file. Feather has already been declared, so let's remove that out. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see the icon. So now for the text, we're going to give it a margin top because it's almost touching the top icon. So I'm going to say style over here, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 7. So the same piece of style, I'm going to give it to the upper text also, that is this one. Okay, again I wanted to take up the entire screen width, so to do that let's target the view, and then I'm going to give it basically a flex of 1 for that. So over here I'm going to say flex of 1. So I'm just going to copy that and I'm going to paste it over here. So as you can see, it's going to take up the entire screen width. So yeah, format once, and this is going to have a different background color. That's for the second one. So it's going to be ABCABA. Alright, that's looking better. So now I'm just going to copy down the entire view once more and then make the changes. That is this one. So copy this out, paste it over here, save the file. So now we're going to make the changes for the remaining style. So the second text, the first one over here, it's going to say cost savings. The icon is going to be same, so save the file, and we're going to have let's say a different background color for this. So over here I'm going to say, instead of white, no, not over there, for the outermost one, that is this one. So it's going to say D3 CCE3. Alright, so yeah, that's this the third one, the third text, and the fourth one is going to say employee performance. So this is just for the UI purpose, we are designing it. So I'm going to say employee performance. Okay, so save the file, and let's come to the background color once, and here we're going to say BDC 3C7. So that's the color code for the final one. So we have designed the first part of the home screen, that is entire home screen design. So now the next step is we're going to go into the index.js file, and then we're going to initiate a register endpoint to register any employee inside of the employee list page. So let's head over to the index.js file over here, and here I'm going to say endpoint to register a employee. So here I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be / add employee. So it's basically going to be a async method. So I'm going to say async with the request and the response inside of the callback. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error first of all. So catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error creating employee with that particular error, and we're going to send the result.status. So I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being failed to add an employee. Alright, so this is going to be the catch block. So first of all, inside the try block, we need access to a bunch of data to register a particular employee. Okay, so I'm just going to get that over here. So here I'm going to say const employee name, comma employee ID, comma designation. We need access to the phone number, and we need basically the date of birth, the joining date. So joining date. Okay, this is actually going to come from the request.body. So apart from the joining date, we have the active employee or not, we have the salary attribute, so salary, and then we have finally the address. Okay, so basically these are some of the required details to create the employee in a backend. So let's check from first, that is employee name, employee ID, designation, phone number, date of birth, joining date, active employee, salary, as well as the address. So now the next step is, first of all, let's import the required details. Let's import the model from here. So here I'm going to say const employee equals to access the require method, and we're going to say forward slash models and then forward slash employee. So similarly I'm going to add it for attendance as well. So I'm going to say const attendance equals to require models and then attendance. So after getting all of the required details here, I'm going to say we're going to say create a new employee. So to do that, it's going to be const new employee equals to new employee, access the model, and basically we're going to pass in all of the details that we have just written over here to this one, so that all of the details are present for the newly created employee. So after that, we just need to save the employee to the database. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to say await the new employee dot save, and basically we're going to send it in the result. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 201 dot json with a message being employee saved successfully, and if you want you can show the message that is employee is going to be the new employee. Okay, that's it. So this is the endpoint to register an employee in the backend. So you can check that out from the first. So now the next step is we're going to fetch all of the employees, so that for that also we're going to write the endpoint. So here I'm going to say endpoint to fetch all the employees. Okay, so we're going to make use of the get method. So it's going to be forward slash employees, just like this, and it's going to have basically the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. And as usual, firstly let's initialize our try catch block. So I'm going to say try, and here I'm going to say catch. So catch of error, first of all I'm just going to say result dot status of, let's say, 500 dot json with a message being failed to add an employee or failed to get an employee, something like this. And over here let's change it to fail to retrieve the employees. All right, so inside the try block, with the help of the find method, we're just going to send all of the employees in the result. So let's write this correctly, status. So over here I'm going to say const employees equals to await employee dot find method. Okay, and we're just going to send the employees in the result. We are not going to apply any kind of condition that we want only these specific employees. We're just going to get all of the employees that are stored inside of the backend. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json of the employees. So that's it. So this endpoint is going to give us basically the list of employees that is present inside of the backend. So now the next step is we're going to create an on-press event on the employee list, and we're going to create a new screen, and over there if at all there are any employees then we're going to show it, and if at all there are no employees we're going to show a plus button so that we can add the employees. So I'm going to open up my file tree and then create a new file inside of my home directory that is for the employees. So I'm going to say employees.js. So RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. So save the file and let's head back to the index.js and then initialize the on-press event on the employee list. Okay, so if you press on that, you need to navigate to the employees page. So I'm going to initialize the on-press event on this pressable. So I'm going to say on press. So first of all, let's initialize our router. So here I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure you import use router from expo router. And over here inside the function, we're going to say router dot push
to this particular path, that is /home and then /employees. So save the file and let's press on the employee list. Okay, I don't think there's a screen named employees. I forgot to add that in the underscore layout.js. So let's add that and then we should give this a try. It should work. So let's go over here and then press on employee list. So we're currently coming to the employee screen. Okay, so you can just restart the server and then look into it. You would be able to navigate correctly to the employee screen. So now inside the employee.js file, first of all, we're going to initialize our use effect to get the data that is from the backend. So here I'm going to say const employees comma set employees equals to use state. So this is for storing the employee, so I'm going to say use state and it's going to be an empty array at the initial state. So here I'm going to initialize my use effect, so I'm going to say use effect over here, and inside this we're going to basically initialize a function which says const fetch employee data. So I'm going to say const fetch employee data equals to async function. Alright, so here first of all we're going to initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, first of all I'm just going to say console.log of error fetching the employee data with that particular error, whatever it is. And inside the try block, first of all I'm going to initialize my response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to wait Axios. Let's import Axios from Axios. I don't think Axios is installed yet. Let's check that out in the package.json. So Axios is, yep, not yet installed. We're going to add Axios over here. So I'm going to say yarn add Axios. So here I'm going to say await Axios dot with the help of get method. First of all, let's import Axios from Axios. Okay, just like this, and instead of the get method we're going to pass in the URL. That's going to be http localhost 8000, I guess. Let's check out the port we have used. It's going to be 8000, so it's going to be 8000 and then / employees. That's what we gave inside of the endpoint. So after that I'm just going to say set the employees to be the response.data. So currently we should just get an empty array because we do not have any employees present inside of our backend, right? So it should pretty much give us an empty array. So I'm going to reload the app and then restart it once more. Okay, so we have the error that is use state does not exist. So let's import use state from React. All right, so let's go to employee list and we're gonna console log the employees, but this is just giving us the initial state. We need to call the function over here. So I'm gonna say fetch employee data. So now let's save the file. So as you can see, still it is empty. That means there are no elements present inside of the employees data. So now first of all we're going to style this out. So firstly I'm going to give the style for the outermost view. So I'm going to say style over here. So style, it's going to have a flex of 1 and it's going to have a background color of white, and we're going to initialize the view over here. Okay, so this view is basically going to have the iron icon, so let's get that out. So I'm going to search for back. So we're going to make use of, let's say this one, arrow back. Import the icon family first, and we're going to copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here. All right, and apart from this we have the pressable. Okay, so make sure you import pressable from React Native. So this is basically going to have the and design icon, that is the search icon, and the text input. So search for search from and design. Copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here. And apart from that we have is the text input. So I'm going to say text input. So this is basically going to have a placeholder
Okay, so save the file. Text input does not exist, so let's import text input from React Native. So as you can see, you're able to see the icons as well as the text. So we're going to go to the view and then give the style over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and background color of white. Alright, and we're going to give the style for the first icon as well. That is basically a margin left of 10. And for the pressable, we're going to give the style. It's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center. It's going to have some margin horizontal, let's say margin horizontal of 7, and then a gap of 10. It's going to have a background color of white. It's going to have a specific height of, let's say, 40, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of 4. So border radius of 4, and then we're going to give it a flex of 1. This we're going to give it once we initialize the third button, that's going to be the plus button. So save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that being applied on the screen. And if you want, you can decrease the size of the icon, that is the search icon. Let's keep it to be 20. Okay, so apart from that, we're gonna start and design the third part that's gonna come right after the text input. So here we're gonna say, if at all the employees dot length is greater than 0, and here we're gonna display the view, and this view in turn is gonna have a pressable. So this pressable is gonna have the plus circle icon. So let's search for plus circle. That is from and design. So copy this out. We're gonna paste it over here, and we're gonna give the styling for this pressable. Or instead of that, let's first save the file. Okay, not able to see the icon because the employees.length is not greater than 0, right? So yeah, that's why we're not able to see the icon. So let's give the style for the text input. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it basically a flex of 1, so it pushes this particular button towards the rightmost part. So format once. So now let's also initialize the input for the text input. So here I'm going to say const input comma set input equals to use state, and initially it's going to be a empty string. So let's come to the text input and give the style over here. I mean, not the style, the value. So value is going to be input, and we have the on change text, which is going to take in the text itself, and here we're going to set it. All right, so that's it. So we have we are tracking whatever the user is typing inside of the input state. So now the next step is we are gonna initialize, let's say, a button just beneath this, and we're gonna initialize on press event on that. Okay, just for the time being, so that we can navigate to the next screen. And once this is done, and once we get the employees, we're just going to remove this button out. So save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that on the screen. So let's change the color of this. So I'm going to keep it to be 0072B1. Okay, and we're going to create one more screen. So I'm just going to open up the file tree, new file. I'm going to say add details.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. Let's include the screen into our underscore layout.js, that is basically into the stack. So I'm going to say stack.screen. Name is going to be add details,
and save the file. So let's come to the employees.js, and here we're going to initiate a onPress event. So I'm going to say onPress. So we're going to take in a function, and here I'm going to say router.push to basically /home, and we're going to push it to /add details to go to that particular page. So save the file and then press on this. Okay, router does not exist, so let's initialize our router. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure you import use router from expo router. So let's press over here. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the add details page. So let's start designing the add details page so that we can add an employee and show in the previous page. So I'm going to initialize my scroll view over here, and let's make it let's make use of the scroll view instead of the normal view, and just like this. So now I'm going to initialize my view, remove the text over here. So inside this view I'm going to say text, which says add a new employee. Save the file. So we're going to give the style over here. We're going to give it basically a padding of 10, some internal spacing, and we're going to give the style to the text. I'm going to give it a font size of 17 and a font weight of bold. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. And after this text, let's first of all import my text input over here. So I'm gonna initialize my text input. It's gonna be the first one. So basically this is gonna have the placeholder. So placeholder for this one, we're just gonna hard code it. I'm just gonna say India. So the placeholder text color is gonna be black, and we're gonna give it some styling to this. So I'm gonna say style. So basically a padding of 10, a border color of this color code, that is D0 D0 D0, and it's gonna have a border width of 1, and it's gonna have a margin top of 10, and it's gonna have a slight border radius of 5. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So I think for the scroll view, I'm gonna give it a styling that is flex of 1, and then I'm gonna give it a background color of white. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after this particular text input, I'm going to initialize my next view to be seen. So I'm going to say view. So here I'm going to give it a margin vertical. So I'm going to say style margin vertical of 10. So here also it's going to have the text. So just copy that out and paste it over here. So instead of add a new employee, here it's gonna be full name, that is first and last name. Alright, so yeah, format once, and I'm just gonna copy down the text input, and then we're gonna make the changes. So just copy this out, and then we're gonna paste it just below the text. So format once and save the file. Okay, so I think we need to give margin horizontal, I guess, or instead of the margin horizontal, I think we can put it inside this view itself because we have already given the padding. So just copy that out, and we're gonna paste it just after the text input. So the padding also gets applied along with the margin vertical. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now instead of the placeholder of India, here I'm going to say enter your name. Alright, so now we're just going to copy this view a couple of times, okay, by removing the margin vertical and then applying the margin vertical after one by one. So paste it over here. So this is not going to contain the margin vertical. So after the first name and the last name, we have the next input coming up. That's going to be employee ID. So here we are going to say employee ID. So here also it's going to be employee ID. So I'm going to say employee ID and I'm going to save the file once. So as you can see, we are able to see the third input being seen on the screen. So after that, we have the next one that's coming up, that is with the margin vertical. That's going to be the designation. So here I'm going to say style. So this is going to have the margin vertical of 10. So instead of employee ID, we're going to say designation. And over here also we're going to make the change for the placeholder. It's going to be designation. So save the file. So as you can see, we have the fourth input on the screen. So after that, we have the next one that is without the margin vertical, because we've given over here. So paste it, remove the margin vertical, and instead of designation, it's going to be mobile number. And for the placeholder text, we're just going to say mobile number, just like this. So save the file. So we have the next text input being seen on the screen. So copy this out, paste it again. We're going to give it the margin vertical of 10. So instead of mobile number, this is going to say date of birth. And here also I'm just going to say enter date of birth. Alright, so save the file. So as you can see, we have the next input being seen on the screen. So copy down this view and we're going to remove the margin the margin vertical. So after the date of birth, we have the next one, that is the joining date. So here I'm going to say joining date. So here also we're going to make the change for the placeholder, that is going to be joining date. Alright, so after that we have basically the active employee, if it is true or false. So by default we're just going to make it to be true. So I'm going to initialize my view just after this view, and I'm going to say view. So let's write that correctly. So view, we're going to have the text over here which says active employee. I have one more text over here which is going to say true. So let's target the view for styling it. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have basically a flex direction of row, align items of center, and it's going to have justify content of space between. So save the file and we're going to give it a slight margin top for this. So I'm going to say margin top of 10. Okay, so let's format once, and apart from this we have the next one that is going to say the address, or we're going to show the salary. So save the file and here I'm going to say style margin vertical of 10. Okay, so instead of joining date here I'm going to say salary. So salary, and here I'm going to write enter salary for the placeholder. So enter salary, and apart from that we have, I think, the final one, that is the address, and then the button to add the employee. So just copy down that over here. So instead of salary I'm going to say address, and instead of enter salary I'm going to say enter address for the placeholder text. So as you can see, that's looking better. Let's remove the margin vertical. Alright, so now we have the final one, that is the button that's going to come after the view. So I'm going to initialize my pressable over here. Make sure you import pressable from React Native as such from the top, and inside the pressable I'm going to initialize my text attribute which says add employee. So I'm going to give the style for the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a background color of this color code. So background color, we're going to write ABC ABA. save the file. As you can see, you're able to see that button being applied, and we are going to give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10. We're going to give it a slight margin top, so I'm going to say margin top of 20, and basically justify content of center and align items of center. Okay, and we're going to give it a slight border radius to the pressable, so I'm going to say border radius, not there. Just copy that out and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so yep, that's looking better. Yep, that's it. So let's target the style over here. Let's target the text, and here I'm going to say font weight of bold, and the color is going to be white. Yep, that's it. So we have finished designing the add employee detail screen, okay, or the add detail screen. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize on press event on the add employee button, and then if at all after entering all of the details and we press on the add employee button, we should have our employee being registered in the backend part, and the same thing would be fetched in the previous screen where we've already returned the use effect. So let's initialize on press event on the employee button. So before initializing the on press event on the add employee button, that is over here, firstly let's initialize the states and then give the value for the text input. So I'm gonna go over here and then just copy down the states. Okay, so these are the required states for registering employee, that is name, employee ID, date of birth, mobile number, joining date, salary, address, and then designation. So let's come to the first one, that is over here. So we're going to say value is going to be name, and we have the on change text, so it's basically going to take in the text whatever the user is writing, and we are going to set the text. So we're going to say set name to be of that particular text. So the first one is done. So the next one we have is the employee ID. So again, similar way we're going to do this. So value is going to be employee ID. All right, and then on change text is gonna be, it's gonna take in the text, and we're gonna say set the employee ID to be of whatever the text the user is typing. All right, so that part is done. So now the next thing is for designation. So value is gonna be designation, and we have the on change text. So this is basically going to take in the text, and here I'm going to say set the designation to be of the text. All right, so yep, that part is done. So the next thing we have is after designation is the mobile number. So we have given mobile number and then set mobile number. So we're going to go to the text input over here, and I'm going to say value. So this is going to be mobile number, and I'm going to say on change of text. So this is basically gonna be, it's gonna take in the text, and I'm gonna say set the mobile number to be of the text. So yeah, that's correctly working. And after that we have the date of birth. So it's gonna be DOB and set DOB. So here for the text input, I'm gonna say value equals to DOB, and we have the on change text. So this is basically going to take in the text, and here I'm going to say set the date of birth to be of that particular text. All right, and after that we have the joining date. So it's going to be joining date and then set joining date. So let's come down over here, and for the text input I'm going to say value is going to be joining date, and on change text, which is basically going to take in the text. So here I'm going to say set the joining date to be of that particular text, and active employee, that's true, that's hard coded. Finally we have the salary and then set salary. So let's come down over here. So value is going to be salary, and then we have the on change text. This is basically going to take in the text, and here I'm going to say set the salary to be of the text. Okay, and we have the for the final one, that is for the address. So here I'm going to say value is going to be address, and for the on change text, we're going to take in the text that the user is typing, and we're going to set the address value. So set address to be of that particular text. So format once, save the file. So I think all of them have been used, that is name, employee, date of birth, mobile number, joining date, salary, address and designation. So now we're going to initialize a on press event on the add employee button. So I'm going to say on press equals to handle register. So I'm going to define this function right at the top. So I'm going to say const handle register equals to a normal function. Okay, so here first of all I'm going to get the required employee data. You can just copy that down. So these are the required things for registering an employee in the backend. So employee name is going to be name, employee ID is going to be the employee ID that is present inside of state, and similarly we have all of the other fields, so all of them are present inside of the state over here. Okay, so after that I'm going to now initialize my Axios. So here I'm going to say Axios, so import Axios from Axios. So here I'm going to write import Axios from Axios over here, and here I'm going to write Axios with the help of the post method. So I'm going to say axios.post. So this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost, in our case 8000 / add employee, and this is going to take in the employee data, and I'm going to apply the then method to this. So it's going to give us the response in return. So I'm going to say response. So if you want, you can console.log the response, and if at all everything is gone correctly, I'm going to say alert with the message being registration successful. And we are going to pass in one more message that is you have been registered successfully. Okay, so let's also import alert from React Native over here in format once, and after that again we're going to set all of the fields to be empty, right? So after this I'm going to say set the name to be empty, set employee ID to be empty, set date of birth to be empty, and we have set mobile number to be empty, we have set salary to be empty, similarly we have set address to be empty, set the joining date to be empty, and we're gonna have set designation to be empty as well. Okay, and if at all there is any error while implementing this, we're gonna catch the error. So I'm gonna say dot catch of whatever that error is, and here also we're gonna give the alert message. So I'm gonna say alert dot alert with two messages again, which says registration fail, and in the second message I'm gonna say an error occurred during registration. Okay, if you want, you can even console.log the error as well. So here I'm going to say console.log registration has failed with that particular error. So now we have completed writing the functionality for handle register function. So now let's give this a try. So I'm going to enter the details and I'm going to press on the add employee button. Okay, let's give some employee ID for this. Designation I'm going to say software engineer, and mobile number I'm gonna give like this. So date of birth is gonna be something like this. Joining date, let's keep it this one or 20. Salary something like this, and address ABC Street, Bangalore. So let's press on add employee. So as you can see, registration successfully have been registered successfully. That means this particular employee details has been stored inside of our backend.
So let's go check that out once. So let's head over to Chrome. So let's press on browse collections over here, and as you can see, inside of our employees we should be having our first data. Okay, so this is a first employee record being stored inside of the database with all of the details that we've given. So now the next step is, we have already written the function to fetch it in the previous part of the video. So we're just gonna fetch that, and then we're gonna display it along with the search functionality being applied. Okay, so let's come back to the employees over here. And yeah, first of all we had this button, right, the plus circle button. So now we're just going to remove that, and we're going to check if at all the employees.length is greater than 0. Then we're going to display the employees. So let's press on employee list. So as you can see, as soon as we came to the employee screen, this is our data that is coming from the backend part, because we've already initialized the function that is fetch employee data, right? And we have also given the message that is console.log of employees. So now with the help of this, we're gonna design this out. So let's remove the pressable over here, that's not required for now. And here I'm going to check the condition that if at all the employees.length is greater than 0, then we're going to show the results, that is basically including the search functionality. So first of all, I'm going to go out, and then I'm going to create a new components folder at the root level. So I'm going to say components, and I'm going to create a new file over here, that is search results.js. Okay, so rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. Let's come back over here, and here first of all, if at all the employees.length is greater than 0, we're going to show the search results. Import that from the components folder. Else, if there are no employees in the backend, we're going to return a view with a message or the plus button. We're going to show it over here. Okay, so here basically it's going to have a text which says enter or no data, and inside the second text we're going to say enter or press on the plus button. And add your employee. Alright, so now for the view, I'm going to give the style. Basically a flex of 1, justify content of center, align items of center. Alright, so this is the basic thing. And apart from that, we are also going to initialize the same pressable that is that's going to have the plus circle icon. Okay, and this is going to have basically a margin top, that is for the icon. So I'm going to say style and margin top of, let's say, 30. So format once. Let's import pressable. It's already imported. So now the next step is, if at all we press on this, we should be directly navigated to the add details screen, right? So let's write that out over here. So I'm going to say on press. It's going to take in a function, and I think router is already initialized. Yes. So here we're going to say on press router dot push to, it's going to be /home, and it's going to be /add details, right? So that's it. Let's write margin top correctly. So yeah, that's it. So now for the search results, we're going to pass in some data. So data is going to be employees, and we have let's also initialize the input that is already hooked to basically this one, that is the search bar. Okay, so where did that go? Yeah, we have given the value over here as well as the on change text. So the same thing I'm going to pass into the component. So input is going to be the input, and we're going to say set input is going to be set input. So I'm just going to save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, we have the data. So for that reason, you're able to see that search results component being rendered. Alright, so we need to push this plus button towards the rightmost part. Yeah, so now it's working correctly. So I've just made one more change, that is I've given a flex of 1 to the outermost parent, that is the pressable as well over here. Okay, so because of that, it's going to push down this particular icon, the plus icon, towards the rightmost part. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to target the search results, and we're going to basically first of all import the data. I mean, we're going to destructure it, that is the data input as well as the set input over here. So first of all, if you want, you can console log the data, and with the help of the flat list, we're going to show the employees, right? So firstly, let's import flat list from React Native. So now first of all, for the view, I'm going to give the basic styling, that is a padding of 10, and let's remove the text, and then let's initialize our flat list. It's already imported, so flat list. So this is going to take in two things: the data, that's going to be data itself, that's coming from the props. So the next one is the render item method, which is going to take in basically the item itself, and here we're gonna render over here based on the condition that we give. So here we're going to write the condition, that is if at all the item dot employee name, after converting it into the lowercase, so dot to lowercase, if this includes whatever the user is typing, so I'm going to say dot includes of input after converting it into again lowercase, so I'm going to say input dot to lowercase, then that means we have a match. So we need to show that particular search result. So here I'm going to say return basically a view over here, and inside the view we're going to have one more view. So inside this view, I'm going to initialize my text and then show the employee name. So here I'm going to say item dot employee name. So I'm just going to show the first character of the employee name. So I'm just going to say employee name dot character at, we have this method of 0. Okay, and we're going to give the style for the view. So I'm going to say style. It's basically going to have a width of 50 and then a height of 50. It's going to have a slight border radius of 8, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and it's going to have a different background color of this color code, that is 4B6CB7. Alright, and we're going to say align items of center and justify content of center as well. So we're going to give the style for the outermost view. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a margin vertical of 10. It's going to have a gap of 10, and we're going to give it a flex direction of row. Okay, and after this view we're going to have one more view where we are going to show the employee name and the employee ID. So we're going to do that over here. So again we're going to have two texts. So the first one is going to say item dot employee name, and the second text is going to say item dot employee ID. So all of them is present inside of the data. You can just console.log it and look into it. So we're going to say even designation as well, item dot designation, and the item dot, this should be inside of parentheses. So I'm going to say item dot employee ID. So yeah, let's format once. Okay, and let's save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see my profile, and we are able to see the first character over here. So let us give the style for basically the text over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a font size of let's say 16, and a font weight of bold. So font weight of bold, and for this text it's going to have the color of white, that is for the first character, for the first character that we are displaying. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a color of white, and it's going to have a font size of 16, just like this. And I'm going to give the same piece of styling for, we're going to just give it margin top for the second text. So I'm going to say margin top of let's say 5, and it's going to have a color of gray. So yeah, we could save the file now. So as you can see, we are able to see that. Okay, so the same condition is going to work. So if you want, you can add more employees over here, and as soon as you type something inside of the search bar, automatically that particular search result is going to show because it's going to match this particular condition. So since we have only one employee, it has to show that itself. Okay, so even if I enter the first three characters of the employee name, so let's say I'm going to enter over here. So as you can see, the first two characters is going to match over here. So let's say if I enter something else, it's not going to show up. Okay, so that means this is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is we're going to go into the index.js of the API folder, and then we're going to write again few endpoints to mark the attendance for a particular employee. So here I'm going to write app.post. So it's going to be /attendance, and it's going to have basically the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So first of all, we're going to initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. So here first of all, I'm going to send the result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error submitting the attendance. Alright, so inside the try block, we are gonna initialize, we're gonna need access to a couple of things. That is basically the employee ID. We need access to the employee name as well, employee name. We need access to the date, and we need access to the status of the attendance. It's gonna come from the request dot body. Okay, so now we're going to check if at all the attendance is already recorded previously for the employee. So I'm going to say const existing attendance equals to await access the attendance model. With the help of the find one method, we're going to check for two things, that is employee ID as well as for that particular date. Okay, so if at all we have an existing attendance over here, we're just gonna say existing attendance dot status equals to status. Okay, and I'm gonna say await existing attendance dot save. So we're just going to remove the status if at all there is any previously status present. So after doing that, I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON and send the existing attendance. If at all there is nothing like that, then we're just going to create the attendance record in the backend. So I'm going to say const new attendance equals to new attendance, access the model, and we're going to pass in the required things, the employee ID, the employee name, and the date as well as the status. And after doing that, I'm going to say await a new attendance dot save. Okay, and we're just going to send it in the result. So I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON with the new attendance. Okay, that's it. So format once and save the file. So now we're going to write the next endpoint for getting the attendance for a particular date that will be showing it in the attendance report or somewhere like that. So I'm going to say app.get. It's going to be again /attendance. It's going to have the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So first of all, we're going to initialize our try catch block. So I'm going to say try and then catch of error. So here in the error block, I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error fetching attendance. So here in the try block, we need access to the date. So I'm going to say const date equals to request dot query. All right, so we are going to find the attendance records with that particular specified date that is there in the UI screen. So here I'm going to say const attendance data equals to await access the attendance model dot with the help of find method. We're going to just find with the help of the date all the attendance records. of that particular employee who has been marked the attendance, and we're just going to send the result. That's it. So result dot status of 200 dot json with the attendance data for that particular date, whatever has been selected, right? So that's it. So I think we could write the final endpoint also now itself, that is to get the report. That's the final step to show in the summary report page. So let's write that also. So I'm going to say app.get, it's going to be attendance report for all the employees. So it's going to be again the async method with the request and the response. Okay, so this might be a bit difficult because there are a lot of operators being used, because even I am new to all of these operators. So I'm going to say try and then catch block. So here basically inside of the catch block, let's send the result.status of 500 dot json with a message being error fetching attendance report or error fetching summary report. Okay, so here basically we're gonna get the required details, that is basically the status of all of the employees for a particular month along with the employee details. Okay, so here I'm gonna say const month and the year equals to request dot query. All right, so now if you want you can console.log the parameters. So I'm gonna say query parameters. This is gonna be month and then year. All right, so yeah, after this we're going to calculate the start date and the end date of a month, because in the report we're going to show the report for a particular month that is selected, right? So here I'm going to say const start date equals to, so first of all we're going to initialize moment, so basically we're going to install that. So let's come over here and I'm going to say yarn add moment. So let's give it some time to install. Okay, so this has been installed, so let's import it at the top. So I'm going to say const moment equals to require moment, and let's come down over here and I'm going to say const start date equals to access the moment, and we're going to make use of this condition. Basically first of all make use of backticks. So I'm going to say $year to $month of 01 comma this particular formatted value, that is year, month, and then day dot start of the month. So all of this you would get in the documentation of moment. So according to whatever details we want, we're going to format it to that particular value and convert it into the to date. That's going to be the start date, and the end date is going to be this one. So I'm going to say const end date equals to moment. So it's going to be the start date dot end of, we're going to make use of the end of method. It's going to be end of month and again convert it into to date. So we have access to two things, that is the start date as well as the end date now. So now after that we're going to basically aggregate the attendance data for all of the employees and the date range. Okay, so I'm going to say const report equals to await access the attendance model, and to the attendance model we're going to apply the aggregate method. Okay, so first of all we're going to apply the match operator, because we need the data that is required, that is matching the month as well as the year as well. So I'm going to say $match, and we're going to write in the $expr. So I'm going to say $expr, and over here we're going to apply the AND operator. So here I'm going to say dollar equals to, it's going to match, it should match this particular condition that I'm going to write, that is $month, that is coming from the request.query. So $month is going to be here I'm gonna write date from string is gonna be equal to date string. It should match the $date. Okay, and apart from that, we're gonna pass in one more value, that is the parse int of the request dot query dot month. Okay, I think this should come after over here. Now similarly we did it for the month, now we're just gonna do the same thing for the year. So I'm gonna paste it over here. So again, dollar equal to, so we're gonna say date from string is should be equal to the date string of the date, and we're gonna apply the % value for the year. So it's gonna match for the required month and year that we've submitted the attendance, and it's gonna fetch the data. And apart from that, we need to group as well, and we need to show the number of days the employee is present, absent, or a half day, or basically a holiday, right? So that's gonna happen after this one. So after match, I'm gonna apply the next one, that is the group. So it's gonna be $group. So $group. So underscore ID is gonna be $employee ID. Okay, so we're gonna access the first one, that is if at all it is present. So I'm gonna apply the sum operator, and we're gonna apply the condition over here. So I'm gonna say $condition. So it's gonna be if at all, we're gonna apply the equals to operator. So if equal, that means we're gonna apply the condition that if the status equals to present, so here we're gonna say present, then over here I'm gonna write 1, else it's gonna be 0 itself. So as and when you find present for this particular date and year, then it's gonna keep on adding 1 to that particular employee's details. So let's format once. So it's going to be the same thing for the next one as well. So I'm going to write absent over here. So absent, again I'm going to write $sum, and again I'm going to write the condition that if at all status equals to absent, then 1, else it's going to be 0. Okay, so similarly I'm going to paste for the remaining things, that is the half day and the holiday. So as you can see, we have written the same piece of code for the half day as well as the holiday. So now we have only the details, that is the number of days the employees are present based on whatever status it is. So along with this, we also need to get the employee details as well, right? So for that, we'll be making use of the lookup operator that's gonna come right after the group over here. Okay, so I know this is a kind of dry kind of topic because even I'm new to all of these operators. Okay, so you can look into the lookup operator, the unwind operator, and with the help of this, we're going to basically fetch the employee name, the designation, the salary, as well as the employee ID. Okay, so after that, inside of the result, we're going to send the response. So here I'm going to say result dot status of 200.json of basically the report. So you can look into it one more time right from the start. Basically this particular thing, that is the attendance report for all employees. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So now the next step is we're gonna go into the front end part, and we're gonna access the mark attendance screen. So we're going to create a new screen for that, and then we're going to initialize the attendance part. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new file inside of my home directory. That's going to be mark attendance.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan snippet. So I'm going to include this inside of my app, inside of my layout. So just copy this out, and the name is going to be mark attendance. So now I'm gonna go into my index.js, and then we're gonna initialize onPress event on the mark attendance part, that is over here. So I'm gonna just copy down this, and instead of employees it's gonna be mark attendance. Okay, so save the file and let's give this a try. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the mark attendance screen. So here at the top, we are going to show the particular date. So basically we are going to show today's date itself, and we will have two icons towards the left and right, and we can go to the previous date and we can go to the next date as well. So we're going to mark the attendance for that particular date. So let's head over to the mark attendance screen, and over here, first of all, let's access the state. So I'm going to say first of all const current date comma set current date equals to use state, and initially I'm going to initialize it to moment. Okay, so let's import use state as well as moment. So import moment from moment, and after that we're going to define some functions, that is to move to the next day. So I'm going to say const go to next day equals to arrow function, and here I'm going to say const next date equals to access moment, and we have the current date being initialized, that is there inside of state. I'm going to say current date with the help of add method. I'm going to say add 1, and here I'm going to pass in days. You would get to know how to do this in the documentation if you check out. Okay, so here I'm going to say set the current date to be the next date. So this is to go to the next day. We have another function as well, so we're going to say const go to previous day equals to an arrow function, and here I'm going to say const previous date equals to moment of current date dot, instead of add we're going to write subtract, and again it's going to be 1 and then days. And after that, similarly, we're going to say set the current date to be the previous date. Okay, so that's it. So apart from that, we also have the format function. So we're going to use this particular format method. So I'm going to say const format date equals to, it's going to take in the date. So this will be using while rendering the UI part. So I'm going to say return the date that's coming from the parameter with the help of the format method. We're going to make use of this value, that is day, and then year, so y 4 times. And yeah, so we're also going to initialize the state to hold the employees. So I'm going to say const employees comma set employees equals to use state of an empty array. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down the function that we have previously used, that is fetch employee data. So you can copy this piece of code and we're gonna paste it over here. Make sure you import Axios. So let's do that manually. Let's also import use effect as well. Okay, so yeah, this function should give us the employee details, right? So apart from that, we're also gonna initialize the state for the attendance as well. So I'm gonna say const attendance comma set attendance equals to use state of an empty array. So initially we should get empty because there are no attendance marked for any of the employees that are present. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my function over here. So I'm going to say const fetch attendance data equals to a async function. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So I'm going to say try and then catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log of error fetching attendance data, okay, with that particular error. And inside the try block I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios dot get method, and this is going to be the URI. So I'm going to say make use of backticks and http:/localhost 8000/attendance, and we're going to pass in the params. So I'm going to say params, that's in the form of an object. So I'm going to say date, it's going to be current date dot format, and it's going to be the same thing whatever we've used previously, that is this one. So let's copy that out and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, that's it, and we're going to format it once. And after that I'm going to say set the attendance data to be the response.data. So set attendance, okay, just set attendance. So yeah, it should be just set attendance to be response.data. Okay, so yep, that's it. So this is the function to execute fetch attendance data. I think wrong spelling, data. So yeah, let's make use of a use effect and then call this function. So I'm going to say use effect. Okay, so here I'm going to say call the fetch attendance data function, and this is dependent upon the current date, because as and when we change the date, we should get the information for that particular date. So I'm going to pass in current date as the dependency. So this use effect is going to run every once the app loads and every once the current date changes. Is that current date? Yeah, that's a correct spelling. So yeah, format once and we can start looking into the design of the mark attendance screen. Okay, so first of all, inside the view, let's give the styling, basically the background color and a flex of 1. Okay, so you can see that change being applied. So here I'm going to initialize my pressable. So you can import pressable from React Native as such and initialize the view. So this view is going to have basically the 3 icons, the and design icon, that is the left icon, right icon, and the current date. So let's go over here, search for, let's say, left. That's going to come from and design. We're going to use this one. So import the icon family first. So copy it over here. So copy the render component and yep, we're going to paste it here. And this is going to have the text which says here we're going to make use of the format date method. So format date of the current date. So basically it's going to give us today's date. So again, copy the and design. So instead of left, it's going to be right this time. So save the file. As you can see, today's date is this one, and left icon and the right icon. So we're going to give the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center. I'm going to give it a gap of 10 between all of the children, and I'm going to give it a margin left. So margin left of auto, and then a margin right of auto as well. Okay, and I'm going to give it a margin vertical. So margin vertical of 20. So yep, let's save the file and let's look into it. So as you can see, we're able to see the correct date. Okay, so if you press on the right icon, it should go to November 2nd. Okay, it's not working. Okay, because we've not given any on press on the icon, right? So here I'm going to say on press. Here it should say go to next day, and let's copy this on press. Here I'm going to paste it. It should say go to the previous day. Okay, so now let's press on the right icon because we have the on press initialized. It should show as November 2nd. So as you can see, November 2nd, and if you press on the back icon, it should show November 1st. Okay, so that is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is we're gonna map over all of the employees, all right, and then we're gonna just show it. So I'm gonna say view. Here to the view, I'm gonna give it some margin horizontal. So style margin horizontal of 12, and here I'm gonna map over my employees data. So just one data should come because we've not added any more in the backend. So we're gonna map over this. We have already set up the function for this. So here I'm gonna say employees.map for every item and then the index. We're gonna return a pressable over here. Okay, so inside the pressable, I'm just going to copy the same thing that we have done previously. So inside the search results, so just copy down this view, come back over here, paste it. So that's the first thing that we're going to show. That is the first character of the employee name. And yeah, apart from that, we're also going to show basically the two details, that is employee name along with the designation as well as the employee ID, that is this piece of code. So just copy that down and we're gonna paste it just below the view. Okay, so format once, and for the pressable we're gonna have the style written. So target the style over here and we're gonna say basically a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're gonna give it a gap of 10, the same style that we have given previously. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the first employee being shown on the screen because we have only one employee. I think you can add a couple of employees. I'll also add a couple of employees and then we should be seeing a few more details below. So let's give the key for this. So for the pressable, key is gonna be index. Okay, so index. Yeah, so now the next step is we're going to create an on-press event on this particular pressable and we're going to navigate to the user page. For that particular user we're going to create a page and we're going to show the different details of the user and along with the 4 status of the attendance, that is present, absent, half day or a holiday. And then we're going to create an on-press event on the submit attendance button and then we're going to implement this. So first of all, I'm going to add some details in the backend, that is for the employees, and then come back and implement the on-press function for the pressable over here. So I've added 2 more user details over here, as you can see, and the same is stored inside of the backend. So now I need to create one more screen to show all of the user details to mark the attendance for that particular user. So I'm going to say user.js, then rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So we're going to use the same user over here into the, okay, so yeah, so let's remove this and so let's just write it as user over here. So save the file. Yeah, so let's include this inside of the underscore layout.js. So I'm just gonna say one more screen and it's gonna be user. All right, so now I'm gonna initialize the on-press event on this pressable over here. So here I'm going to say on press router.push, the path name is going to be user and we're going to send some details to the user page. That's going to be in the form of a params, that is in the object. So name is going to be item.employee name, ID is going to be item.employee ID, salary is going to be item.salary, and designation is going to be item.designation. So let's initialize our router at the top. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router. So we're going to import use router from the expo router. All right, so yep, that's it. So now let's give this a try. Save the file and let's press on the first one. So as you can see, we are going into the user details of that particular user. So now let's start designing the user page. Okay, so we're gonna fetch the params. So I'm gonna say const params equals to use local search params. So make sure you import that from expo router, and here also I'm gonna initialize the same piece of current date and the set current date and the remaining functions as well. It's gonna be the same thing. So make sure you paste it over here. Import moment from moment. Also make sure you import use state as well. Okay, and apart from that yeah, I think that's it. These are the required things. So now in the return block, first of all, let's give the style to the view. So here I'm going to say a flex of 1 and a background color of white, just like this. And I'm going to copy again the same thing that is for the that is for showing the date. So I'm going to copy down the view, so this one, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so yeah, first of all, let's get the and design icon. Let's import that code from the previous screen, and I'm going to paste it over here. So that has been imported, and yep, apart from that, yeah, we could save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the current date being shown for the user screen. So now we're gonna start and design the user screen. So after the view, I'm gonna initialize my pressable over here. So import pressable from React Native. So this is in turn gonna have one more view. Okay, so this view is gonna have again the text. So again, I'm just gonna copy down the same thing that we have done previously. So you could copy down this particular view that is going to show the text. I mean, that's going to show the first character of the employee name. So instead of item.employee name, it's going to be params.name. Okay, so yeah, let's check the correct name if we have done it correctly. So while sending it, yeah, as you can see, to access the name, it's going to be params.name. So we have written it correctly, that is params.name. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that coming on the screen. So now for the pressable, let's give some styling over here. So pressable style, here I'm going to say margin vertical of 10 and margin horizontal of 12, a flex direction of row, and I'm going to give it a gap of 10 to this. Okay, so apart from this, we have the next piece of style coming up. We have already designed that, that is to show the designation and the salary, not the salary, the ID of the user. So save the file. So yeah, item does not exist, so it's going to be params.name over here. And this is going to be params.designation, and this is going to be params.id. So format once, save the file. Let's go to the first one. So as you can see, you're able to see the details of the first user that we have pressed on. So now after that, we're going to show the basic pay that's going to come over here. I think after the pressable, because we have given the flex direction of row. So I'm going to say text. This is going to say a basic pay. So to access that, it's going to be params.salary. So let's give the style for the text. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a font size of 16, and it's going to have a font weight of 500, and it's going to have a margin horizontal of 12. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now we're gonna design the next part. So here I'm gonna say view. Here this is gonna have a text which says attendance. So attendance. So I'm gonna give the same piece of styling that we gave to the other text. So attendance. So we're gonna give it some letter spacing as well of 3 and a margin top of 7. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So now we're gonna initialize the remaining part of the design, that is the view basically. So this view in turn is gonna have the pressable. So I'm gonna say pressable, and this pressable is gonna have basically the icon. right? So first of all, at the top, let's initialize the status of the attendance. So I'm going to say const attendance status comma set attendance status equals to use state, and I'm going to give the default as present. Okay, so here we're going to write the condition. Now only we're going to write the condition, that is, if at all the attendance status equals to present, then we're going to show this particular icon. Okay, so if it is present, we're going to show the dot circle icon, that is from Font Awesome. So let's go over here and search for dot circle, that is, let's say Font Awesome, this one, or this one. So import the icon family first, and we're going to paste it over here and copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right over here. Okay, and else it's going to be the end typo icon, that is the circle icon. So I'm going to say circle from, let's choose the blank one, that is going to be this one from end typo. So import the icon family, and we're going to paste it over here, copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right over here. Okay, so yeah, apart from this, we're going to have the text which says present. So here I'm going to say present. So we're going to give the style for the pressable. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a specific background color, that is C4E 0E5. It's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and it's going to have a slight border radius of 8, and we're going to give it a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 10 and a flex of 1. Okay, so I'm going to save the file now. So okay, we're not able to see the icon as well. So yeah, I think instead of C4 I've given CD. Okay, I've written the background color wrong, so it's going to be C4 E0 E5. Yeah, so that's the correct color. Yeah, so let's remove this once. Not sure why we're not able to see the icon. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna paste this one more time. Okay, nothing seems to happen. Yeah, so let's remove the flex of 1. Maybe because of that it's causing the error. Yeah, that's looking better. So now we're going to give flex of 1 once we design the next part of it as well. So yeah, let's just copy this down one more time and make the change. So over here, instead of present, it's going to be absent. Okay, and let's make the change here as well. This is going to say absent. Now let's go to the top view that contains 2 of the pressables, that is this view, and I'm going to give the style for this. So here I'm going to say a flex direction of row and align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap between the 2 children, that is gap of 16, and a margin vertical of 10. So save the file. So now we're going to give the flex of 1 so that it takes up equal space, that is, it takes up the entire screen width. So flex of 1 for this pressable and for this one as well. So currently, since by default present is selected, so we are able to see the dot circle icon for that. So yep, let's also give margin horizontal for this particular view. So I'm going to say margin horizontal of 12. So let's remove margin horizontal from the attendance because we've given it to the view. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down this view one more time, and then paste it over here. Okay, and then later make the changes. So after absent, it's gonna be a half day. So this is gonna be if it equals to half day. Okay, and here also we're gonna make it half day. So this is gonna be a holiday. So I'm gonna say holiday, and over here also we're gonna make the change, that is holiday. So save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the 4 options being seen on the screen. So now we're going to initialize the onPress event on basically all of the pressables and then set the attendance status. So let's do it for the first one, that is for present. That is over here. So I'm going to say onPress, take in a function, and here I'm going to say set the attendance status to be present. Okay, so same thing, just copy down and paste it over here. So this is gonna be absent. So absent, and for the next one it's gonna be half day. So here I'm gonna say half day, and yeah, for the final one it's gonna be a holiday. So holiday. Alright, save the file. So now let's give this a try. So if at all I press on any one of the options, that should get selected. Yeah, I think that's looking absolutely fine. Okay, so after this we have one small piece of design that's gonna come right after the view. Yeah, so you can pretty much copy that down. So we have just initialized a view over here, which contains 2 text inputs, the first one and the second one, and we have given the basic style that we used to give usually, that is flex selection of row, item center, and gap of 10. And this is the style required for the text input. We have given flex of 1 so that it takes up equal screen width. Okay, so after that we have the final thing, that is to submit the attendance. So I'm going to say pressable. It's going to have a text which says submit attendance, and we're going to give the style for the pressable. So here I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and we're going to give it a different background color, that is 00C6FF, and I'm going to give it a specific width of 200, and we're going to give it margin left of auto and margin right of auto and margin top of 30. All right, and we're going to give it a border radius of 6. Okay, yep, that's looking fine. So I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, that has come to the center part of the screen. So for the text, we're going to give it a color of white, and we're going to push it towards the center. So I'm going to say style text align of center, and I'm going to give it a color of white, and I'm going to give it a font weight of 500. Yep, so that's looking fine. So now the final step is we're going to initialize the onPress event on the submit button. So I'm going to say onPress equals to submit attendance. Okay, so let's initialize this function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const submit attendance equals to async function. Yeah, so here I'm going to initialize my try catch block first of all. So I'm going to say catch of error. I'm just going to say console.log error submitting the attendance with that particular error. So inside the try block, to submit the attendance, we need access to 4 things. So I'm going to initialize that. So I'm going to say const attendance data equals to an object. So we need access to the employee ID. So I'm going to say employee ID is going to be a params.id. So params.id, and we need access to the employee name. So employee name is going to be params.name. We need access to the date, that's going to be current date dot format. We need to pass in the same format method that we've used previously. So it's going to be 4 times m, and it's going to have a d and 4 times y. And status of course is stored inside of the attendance status, that is the state. So let's write that correctly. Status is going to be attendance status. So that's it. So after this we are going to initialize our response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios, so import Axios from Axios, and over here I'm going to say Axios dot, with the help of get method, post method, we're going to write in the URL that's going to be http localhost 8000 / attendance. Okay, this is going to take in the attendance data. Okay, so after doing this we're just gonna give a console message if at all everything is worked out correctly. So here I'm gonna say if at all the response dot status equals to 200, which is a success, then that means I'm gonna say alert dot alert. So make use of backtext, and here I'm gonna write attendance successfully submitted, or attendance submitted successfully for this particular user. That's going to be params.name. So yep, that's it. So let's import alert from React Native over here. Okay, so yep, that's it. So hopefully if everything is correct, we should be seeing that alert box, and we should be able to see the attendance record also in the backend. So let's present itself, and I'm going to present submit attendance. As you can see, attendance submitted successfully for this particular username. So let's go check that out in the backend once. Okay, so if you check out the attendance schema, we should be having a first record. As you can see, date November 1, employee name, employee ID, the status is present. Okay, so with the help of this you could do the same thing for the other employees as well. So now the next step is, if you go back to the previous screen, we have to show the status for that particular day, right? So I'm going to go back to the previous screen. All right, so over here, as I told, for November 1, for this user has been marked present, right? So over here we should show P. So to do that, we are already fetching the attendance that is over here, that is inside of the mark attendance screen. If you check out this code, as you can see, we are already fetching the attendance, but while mapping over here, that is over here, we're just mapping over the employees. Okay, so we need to work out in such a way that we have access to both the attendance status as well as the employee data, right? So to do that, first of all, we're going to initialize something that is over here. So I'm going to say const employee with attendance equals to, we have access to employee, so I'm going to say employees dot map. So for every employee, here I'm going to say const attendance record, const attendance record equals to, we have access to attendance, that is this one. Okay, wrong spelling of attendance. So here I'm going to say attendance dot, with the help of find method. So for every record, here I'm going to say the record dot employee ID should be equal to the employee dot employee ID. All right, so here we are just trying to add the attendance along with the employee details, that is along with these details. If at all the attendance has been marked, then that means we're just gonna include it into this particular employee with attendance details. So here I'm going to say, after that, return whatever is there instead of the whatever is there in the employee, return that, and apart from that, give the status if at all it is present. So to access that, I'm going to say if at all attendance record is present, if at all attendance record is present, then just give me the attendance record.status, else just make it to be empty. That's it. So yep, format once, and we're going to first of all console.log the employee with attendance. So I'm going to say console.log employee with attendance, this one. So now basically with the help of this particular one, that is employee with attendance, we're going to map over that instead of employees, because this is going to have both the status as well as the details of the employees, right? So here I'm going to say employee with attendance dot map. So yeah, at the bottom part we're going to write the condition, that is if at all the item.status is present for any one of the employees for that particular marked date, then in that case we're going to just show the item.status dot the first character. All right, so save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see present for that particular date. So now I'm going to save view. For here I'm going to give it a flex of 1, so it pushes towards the rightmost part. Yeah, so this part is working absolutely fine. So you can try putting attendance for others as well, and then automatically you should be able to see the status coming towards the right hand side over here. Alright, so this part has been implemented. So now the next and final part is to show the attendance summary report, right? So for that we're going to initialize a new screen first of all, and then just start designing the screen, and then show all of the status for that particular month in the form of a table. So now I'm going to open up my file tree and then create my final screen, that's going to be summary.js. So I'm going to say summary.js and then rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So save the file, and we're going to include this inside of our layout over here. So here I'm going to say summary, just like this, and save the file. So I'm just going to reload the app, and we're going to initialize a on press event on the summary report. So you can just copy this down, and where we have the summary report, that is over here, we're going to initialize the on press event. Think it's going to be over here, this one. So over here we're going to say go to the home and then go to /summary. So save the file, and let's reload the app. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the summary page. So let's start designing the summary page. This is going to be the final step. So first of all, we need access to one more dependency, that is React Native paper. We're going to install that. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native paper. I'm going to press on enter. So let's start initializing our state first over here. So I'm going to say const attendance data comma set attendance data equals to use state. So initially it's going to be an empty array. Okay, so let's import use state from React, and we also going to initialize the current date and the set current date, that is with respect to the month. So I'm going to say current date comma set current date equals to use state, and again it's going to be similar, it's going to be moment at the initial state. So let's import moment from moment. Okay, and we're going to initialize the functions, of course. So I'm going to say const go to next month equals to a normal arrow function, and here I'm going to say const next month equals to access the moment. So here it's going to take in basically the current date. Okay, we're going to make use of the similar method, that is the add method. We're going to say 1. So previously we had used days, this time is going to be months. Okay, and after that I'm just going to say set the current date to be of the next month. So similarly over here I'm going to say const go to previous month, const go to previous month equals to a arrow function. So here I'm going to say const previous month equals to moment, of access the current date. Okay, so access the current date, and instead of add it's going to be subtract over here, and we're going to say again 1 and then months. Alright, after this I'm going to say set the current date to be of the previous month, and finally we have the format method to be displayed. So I'm going to say const format date equals to, it's going to take in the date whatever we give in the rendering part, that is return block, and here I'm going to say return the date in this particular format. So I'm going to say date dot format of this particular value, that is 4 times m and then 4 times y. Okay, that's it. So now we're going to initialize the function for getting the attendance data. We have already written the endpoint for it in the previous part of the video. So here I'm going to say const fetch attendance report equals to async function. So here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, here I'm going to say console.log. So console.log error fetching attendance. Okay, so inside the try block now we're going to initialize our response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await access axios. Let's import that from axios. Okay, it's not getting imported. Let's do it manually. So I'm going to say import axios from axios, and we're going to make use of the get method. So we're making use of backtext over here. So it's going to be http localhost 8000 in our case. It's going to be / attendance report. Let's just get that correct value from the index.js file. So it's going to be this one. Okay, I'm going to just paste it over here. There's attendance report for all of the employees. So we're going to pass in the required parameters, that is the month and the years. So I'm going to say params in the object. So month, so this is going to be in the form of the number and not in the form of the letters. That is, if it's October, it's not going to be October, it's going to be the name of the month, I mean the number of the month. And apart from that, for year also it's going to be the number. All right, and after that here I'm going to say set the attendance data to be response dot data dot the report to access the report array. Okay, so yep, that's it. So if everything has worked out correctly, then that means we should get the correct array with all of the attendance data in it. So here I'm going to say use effect, and we're going to just call it one time. So here I'm going to call the function that is fetch attendance report. Okay, and let's also give a console.log message to check if at all we have the data. So here I'm going to say console.log attendance data. So yeah, let's also import use effect from React, and apart from that I think everything else is imported. Yeah, let's save the file. So once just cut the server and then refresh the app once and then load it up once again, so you'll be getting the correct results over here in the console.log. So now with the help of that, we're going to start designing the summary screen. So firstly I'm going to import my scroll view, and I'm going to use it instead of the normal view over here. So as you can see, this is our required data that is coming from the backend. This is basically our attendance report. So for the scroll view, I'm going to say style. So currently we're just getting one data because we have only submitted attendance for only a single person that we have shown it earlier. So that's the reason we are able to see it only one time over here. So yeah, after that we're going to initialize the same thing that we did in the previous screen, that is I think this one. Yeah, let's initialize the view over here. So let's paste it down over here and make sure you import and design. Okay, and yeah, so Yeah, so over here it should be go to previous month, and this should be go to the next month. All right, so yeah, apart from that, firstly let's save the file. As you can see, you're able to see that on the screen. So now we are going to initialize our next view. So basically we're going to map over the attendance data that we have. So here I'm going to say style, and over here I'm going to give basically some margin horizontal to this of, let's say, 12, and here I'm going to write attendance data dot map. So for every item and then index, we're going to return the view over here. Okay, so yeah, inside this view we're going to have one more view, and let's first of all give the key to this. It's going to be index and some margin vertical spacing. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 10. And yeah, so first of all we're just going to import the same design that we have done earlier. That is, first of all we need to show the first character of the employee name. So copy this down, and we're going to paste it inside this particular view. Okay, so it's going to be item dot name. To access the name, it's going to be item dot name, as you can see. So I'm going to say item dot name dot character at 0. So save the file. As you can see, we're able to see that on the screen. So now after that, again we have the remaining details, that is the resignation, the employee name, as well as the ID. So I'm going to paste it below this view. Okay, so for this let's make the change. So instead of employee name, it's going to be item dot name, and this is going to be item dot designation, and this is going to be item dot employee ID. As you can see, that's being present on the screen. So style for this, I'm going to give flex direction of row, and align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 10. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. So now basically after this we're gonna show the table. Okay, that's gonna come, I think, after this view over here. So I'm gonna initialize my view over here. So this is basically gonna have the data table that we imported, that we installed from React Native paper. So I'm going to say data table. So let's import data table from React Native paper. So let's scroll up and then just import this like this. Okay, so let's come down over here. So we have something known as the data table dot header. Okay, so inside the header we are going to have the data table dot title. So I'm going to say data table dot title, and I'm just going to write in P. So P stands for present. So just copy this down a couple of times. So present, absent, half day, holiday, and the final one is going to be a non-working day. So I'm going to write NW for that. And after this header we are going to have the data table dot row. So I'm going to say data table dot row. So again over here we're going to have the data table dot cell. So here we're just going to show all of the values. So I'm going to say item dot present. So I'm just going to copy this down a couple of times, and for the other ones we're just going to hard code it. That's for the non-working day because we do not have that, right? So present, absent, and this is going to be half day, and here also we're just going to hard code it. Let's say 1 or 2, let's say 1, and non-working days let's give it as 8 per month. Okay, and we're going to give the style for this particular view. So I'm going to say style, So it's going to have basically some a margin top that's 15 and some external spacing, a margin of 5 and some internal spacing as well, so padding of 5, and it's going to have this background color. So background color of this one, so it's going to be A1 FFCE, and apart from that it's going to have a slight border radius, so border radius of 5, and save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see the attendance report being displayed for this particular user. So present is 1, absent is 0, half day is 0, and holiday is 1, and non-working day is basically 8 that we have given. Okay, so since we have just given one present in the previous video, in the previous part of the video, as we did the attendance submission for this particular candidate, so you're able to see the present is 1. So similarly, as and when you increase the attendance for each day for that particular month, it's going to get increased automatically over here because of the endpoint that we've written. So I think, yep, that's it about this project. So we've implemented a few of the functionalities that we could do in an employee management system. So if you like this video, just hit the like button, and let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching. Everyone, welcome back to another video. So in this video, we'll be building a full stack habit tracker app in React Native using the Expo framework and the MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So firstly, let's look into the demo of the application. So towards my right is the first screen that's being shown. That is basically the home screen. So it starts off with some basic initial design where we have 2 icons and the habits text. And below that, we have 3 tabs. That is the today's tab, the weekly tab, and the overall tab. So basically in the today's tab, we're going to show all of the habits added by that particular user. So currently all these habits are coming directly from the backend. So over here, if I press on any one of the habit, let's say the second one, which says practice coding, you can mark the habit is complete for that particular day, and also you can delete the habit. And if you press on delete, automatically it's going to get filtered out from this list and even in the backend as well. So in the weekly tab, we'll be basically monitoring all of these habits on a weekly basis, right? So let's go check that out. So as you can see, each and every habit is being monitored in a weekly basis, starting from Monday to Sunday, and the current day will be marked in a different color. So currently today is a Sunday, so it is in currently red color. And if at all you press on any one of the habit and mark it as complete, so let's press on practice coding, and for Sunday I'm going to mark it as complete. So as you can see, it's going to get filtered out from this list because for Sunday we have completed that particular habit. So if you check out over here, as you can see, practice coding, Sunday we have completed it. So based on that, you can basically monitor your habits on a weekly basis from Monday to Sunday. So that's it about the weekly tab. So next, moving on to the overall tab, we are basically going to show all of the habits, and just to track on whichever days you've completed that, we're just going to show over here. So we'll be building this much in this particular project. It's going to be a short project, so hope you find this helpful. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button, and let's get started with the project right away. So before moving on, I'd like to talk about Code Crafters. So basically, Code Crafters is an amazing website to learn different kinds of programming concepts. So on Code Crafters, engineers learn better by solving real world challenges by creating from scratch. So they have different kinds of real world challenges set up, which will help you to level up your skill. So if you check out over here, they have n number of challenges, that is build your own kind of X, like your own HTTP server, your own BitTorrent, or even your own Redis. Or apart from this, they have different kinds of challenges, as you can see. So for each challenge, they have different kinds of stages set up. So if you check out over here, and along with this, they have their own kind of instructions set up for each kind of steps. So for each step, as you can see, they have proper instructions given along for you to follow. So you can use that and you can build your solution just like this. And apart from that, they also have different kinds of language stacks, like basically Go, Rust, Python, JavaScript. So you can basically master JavaScript as well over here by pressing start track. So they have defined the required steps to follow along for you. So if you find this interesting, please check out the first link in the description. You will get a 40% off if you join along through my link. So try exploring about the website, try out different kinds of challenges they have. So thank you for watching. Let's move ahead. So now the first step is to create an Expo Manage project. So let's go do that. So first of all, inside my terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder, and here I'm going to write npx create Expo app. So this should basically ask us to choose a project name. So in my case, I'm going to say habit app. and I'm going to press on enter. So you can pretty much give any name you want. So this should take some time to initialize a project structure, that is basically habit app, inside of my build folder. So after that, we're going to go into the project structure and then view all of the files that they've given. So let's give it some time. So as you can see over here, it says your project is ready. So let's go into the project structure. So I'm going to press on file, open folder, and go into my build folder first of all, and go into my first app, that is the habit app. So this is basically all of the files and the structure that Expo has given us when we initialize a new Expo project. And this is basically the main app.js. So since we're using the Expo router, we need to inject that into this particular habit app. So let's go to that. Let's search for Expo router over here. So I'm going to say Expo router. So I'm going to go to the first link over here and I'm going to press on manual installation. So we have completed the first step, that is npx create expo app. So let's install the required dependencies to inject expo router into the app. So I'm going to press on terminal, new terminal, and we are in the correct directory, that is our habit app. So let's paste in the code and then press on enter. So let's give it some time to install. So after it gets installed, we have to set up the entry point. Yeah, so all the dependencies have been installed. So now let's set up the entry point. So let's copy the main and we need to make the change in our package.json. So let's head over here and instead of this, we're gonna add the expo router over here. So save the file. So after that, we need to add the scheme of the app. So copy that. So this is gonna take place in your app.json. So over here, I'm gonna add it, let's say after the Android. So in place of that, basically you can give your app name. So I'm going to say habit app over here and save the file. And apart from that, we need to make the change for your babel.config.js as well. So basically we need to add the plugins that includes the expo router, right? So copy that out and we're going to go into the babel.config.js and we're going to add it over here. So let's save the file. So now the next step is we're going to create our main app router. That's going to be at the root level. So press on Babel file, new folder, and I'm going to say app directory. So inside the app directory, I'm going to create my first file. That's going to be the index.js file. So I'm going to press on rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So to get the shorthand snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside your systems. That is basically if you go into the extensions tab over here and you can search for ES7. So it's going to be this one. That is, okay, not this one. Yeah, this one, ES7 React, Redux or React Native snippets. So by installing that, you can get all of the shorthand code snippets that you're using in the app, right? So now basically this index file that we have created is going to represent the home directory. That is basically it's going to represent the /, which means whenever you open the app or reload the app, this is the file that's going to get opened up. So whatever is present over here, that is initially we are returning a view which says index, that is going to show up on the screen because this is the initial route which is created inside of the app directory. So let's format once and let's run the app now. So to run the app, I'm going to say npx expo start and press on enter. So this should give us few options to view the app, that is on iOS, on Android or on the web. So in my case, I'm going to press on I because it's an iOS simulator. For Android users, you can press on A. So let's give some time to install the app on the iOS simulator. So when the app loads up, it is basically going to show this file itself, that is the index, because this represents the / and it is the home directory for the app. So as you can see, we are able to see the correct index on the screen. That means it is showing the correct page itself. So if I make a change over here, the same thing should be reflected over here as well. So the first part is completed, that we have injected expo router into our habit app. So now the next step is we're going to go into MongoDB and then create a fresh new project and then connect that particular project to this particular habit app. So let's head over to Chrome and then go to mongodb.com. So I've opened up mongodb.com. So now let's sign in with Google over here. So basically after signing in, it will take you to this page and over here, it's going to show the recently used project. So here, let's press on the drop down, scroll towards the bottom and then press on new project. So let's create a new project. I'm going to say habit app and I'm going to press on next. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner. So I'm going to press in create project. So now let's press on the create deployment, that is the create button. So here make sure you choose the free version, that is M0, and apart from that, these details I'm going to leave it as default, and I'm going to press in create. So now the next step is we need to set up the user. So here I'm going to say my name for the username, and for the password also I'm going to give it as my name itself. So I'm going to press in create user, and for this one IP address I'm going to say 0.0.0/0 and then press in add entry. Right, so now we're going to press in finish and close at the bottom over here. Go to overview. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes to initialize our backend for us. So now let's head back to VS Code and we're going to create the API folder. So I'm going to press on app.js, new folder. I'm going to say API, and let's press a new terminal. I'm going to say cd API so that we go into that particular folder. So here let's first of all create the package.json. So to do that, I'm going to say npm init. So package name is going to be API. For the description, I'm going to say backend. And for all the other commands, I'm going to give enter. Okay, so as you can see, we have the package.json created for the API folder. So now let's add some required dependencies. So here I'm going to say yarn add cars, mongoose, nodemon, express, and the body parser. So now let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies are going to get installed over here inside of the dependencies list. So as you can see, everything is installed. So now let's initialize the start script over here. So I'm going to say start. So it's going to be nodemon index.js. Alright, so now let's create the main index.js file where all of the backend code is going to go into. So I'm going to press a new file, index.js over here. So here basically I'm going to say const express equals to require of express. Alright, and over here I'm going to say const body parser equals to require body parser, and I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose, and apart from that I'm going to initialize my app. So I'm going to say const app equals to express. So let's define a specific port. So I'm going to say const port equals to 3000. You can choose any port you want, and here let's initialize our cars. So I'm going to say const cars equals to require of cars, and after that we are going to say app.use of the cars. So here I'm going to write app.use of basically the body parser dot URL encoded. External is going to be false over here, and next we're going to make use of the JSON as well. So here I'm going to say app.use body parser dot JSON. Body parser dot JSON, just like this. So now we are going to make use of the connect method, and then we are going to connect this particular app to the MongoDB backend. So here I'm going to say mongoose dot, we have the connect method. So this connect method is basically going to take in the URL. So to get the URL, let's head back to our project in MongoDB. So let's press and connect over here. So we're going to press in the third option, that is MongoDB for VS Code. So copy this URL and let's come over here, and we're going to paste it over here. So just make the change for your password, whatever you have given initially. So in my case, it was Sujan itself. So I'm going to pass that over. And after this, I'm going to apply the then method after this has executed, which is basically going to take in a function, and we're going to give a console message. So I'm going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. And if at all there is any error while connecting, we're going to catch the error. So here I'm going to say dot catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB, and we're gonna show that particular error, whatever it is, right? And finally, we are gonna make use of the listen method. So I'm gonna say app.listen of whatever port we have chosen, which in turn is gonna take in a function, and we're gonna give again a console message. So I'm gonna say console.log server running on port 3000, right? So this is the basic initialization while connecting from the front end to the back end. So let's save the file. So this is the code. So now let's run the app. So I am inside my API folder. So here I'm going to say yarn start. So as you can see, server running on port 3000 and then connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected this particular app, that is a front end part, that is a front end application, habitat to the MongoDB backend. So this part is complete. So now the next step is we'll be designing the home screen, basically the initial top part where we had the icons and the text, and we'll be designing the tabs as well, which will be required to move further. So now the next step is let's create a new home directory and then start designing the home screen. So now I'm going to open up my file tree and then create a new route inside of my app directory. That's going to be the home route. So new folder, that is home. So inside this, I'm going to create my main index.js file. So here I'm going to say rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Okay, so save the file. So now again, I'm going to create one more file, that is to create a habit. So here I'm going to say create.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, save the file. So now let's define the layout for the home directory. So I'm going to press a new file, that's going to be underscore layout.js over here. So inside basically the layout.js file, we are going to import first of all the stack. So I'm going to say import stack from export router, and here I'm going to say export default function, that's going to be layout. So here basically we are going to return the stack. So here I'm going to say stack. So inside this, we're going to initialize the first screen, that's going to be stack.screen, and here the name is going to be index in this case, and we're going to give some options to this, that is basically header shown of false. So here I'm going to say header shown, and it's going to be false. So I'm going to copy down the same thing over here and paste it below. So instead of index, this is going to be create screen, right? So save the file. This is the layout. So even when I save the file again, this is the screen that's being shown, that is the index file, but I do not want that. So whenever I reload the app or refresh the app, I want this particular index.js file of the home directory to be shown. So to make that change, we have the redirect method. So let's make use of that. So over here, inside of my index file, instead of the view, I'm going to remove that now. I'm going to import my redirect from export router. This is going to take in the href value. So basically I'm going to say move to /home. So this means it's automatically going to the layout.js, and as you can see, this is the first screen. So it's basically going to show us the index.js file of the home directory. So let's save the file once. Yeah, so as you can see, we are seeing the changes on the screen. So this particular index.js file is from the home directory. So as you can see, if I make the change, it's going to get reflected over here. So now let's start designing basically the top part of the home screen. So for that, I'm going to first of all import my scroll view from React Native. So let's make use of this instead of the normal view. All right, so now let's give some basic styling to the scroll view. So here I'm going to say a flex of 1, and I'm going to give it a background color of white, and some internal spacing. I'm going to give it a padding of 10. So apart from that, here I'm going to initialize my view over here. So this in turn is going to take in two icons. So the first one is the logo 4-square icon. So let's get that. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to search for expo.icons.fii. The first link, search for logo 4-square. This one from iron icons. So this one, so let's basically, import the icon family required. So I'm going to paste it over here. Next thing is we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it inside of the view. So the second icon is basically the plus icon. So I'm going to get the plus icon over here. That's going to come from and design. That is basically which says plus, this one. So yeah, let's copy the icon family first, and we're going to, copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here after the iron icon. So now let's give the style for the view. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's basically going to have a flex direction of row. and then align items of center and justify content of space between. Okay, so as you can see, the background color of white is applied and we are able to see both of the icons. So let's give the change for the icon, that is the size. I'm going to give it 27. Alright, so apart from that, now we are going to initialize the text. So after view, we are going to say a text field over here which says habits. Let's give the style for the text. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a margin top of 5, a font size of 23, and a font weight of 500. Okay, yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now we're going to initialize the view which is going to contain the tabs. So here I'm going to say view over here, and inside the view we're going to have the first pressable. So make sure you import pressable from React Native. Inside the pressable we're going to show the text which says today. Okay, and let's give the style for the pressable. So here I'm going to say style. So background color is going to be basically E0 E0 E0. Okay, and we're going to give it some padding horizontal of 10 and some padding vertical as well, vertical spacing of 8, and a border radius of 25. So let's format once, and for the text also let's give the style. So here I'm going to say style. So it's basically going to have a text align of center. So I'm going to say text align center, and I'm going to say color of gray, and I'm going to say a font size of 14. Let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that on the screen. So now I'm just going to copy down this pressable a couple of times for the remaining 2 tabs. So once and then one more time. So the second is basically going to say weekly. So here I'm going to say weekly, and the third one is going to say overall. So overall, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see all the 3 tabs on the screen. So now let's go to the view and then give the styling over here. So I'm going to say style over here. So basically we're going to give it the flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it basically a gap between all the 3 children, gap of 10, and a margin vertical of 8. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So now the next step is we're going to initialize some state to handle the state that, to handle the tab that the user is pressing on, right? So to do that, I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. Initially it's going to be empty, or by default we can give it as today. Okay, so let's make sure we import use state from React over here. Alright, so after importing, yeah, we can give the default value, that is basically today is selected, and based on this particular condition we are going to do conditional rendering over here. So basically for the pressable we're going to give the condition. So here I'm going to say if at all the option equals to today over here. If it equals to today, then we're going to give it this particular background color, that is E0, and then FFFF, else it's going to be transparent. So I'm going to copy down the same thing for all of the pressables over here, that is basically targeting the background color, and we need to make the change for the option as well. So in the second case we are going to say if at all it is weekly, and for the third case we are going to say if at all it is overall, that is this one. So now we're going to initialize the on press event on each one of the pressable. So for the first one here we are going to say on press, if you press on this, then set the option to be today. So make sure you give the same spelling, that is it should be the same thing as this one and this one as well. So I'm just going to copy down this, and I'm going to give it for the remaining pressables as well. So one for this one and here as well. So this one is basically going to say on press, set the option to be weekly, and the third one it's going to say set the option to be overall. So save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you're able to see the background color change. So currently today is selected because by default we have given today into the use state. So let's format once and let's try pressing on weekly. So if I press on weekly, we have an on press event initialized on weekly. So we're going to say set option of weekly. So similarly, if option equals to weekly, it's going to check the background color. It's going to be the blue color, else it's going to be transparent. So as you can see, that's working fine. And even for overall also, it's working fine. So we are able to switch between all of the three tabs. So based on whichever tab is selected, we're going to render the UI in the screen. So now the next step is we're going to initialize a on press event on this plus button. And then we're going to create the design for, creating a habit into this particular app. So here I'm going to initialize my on press event basically on the plus button. So here I'm going to say on press router.push to /home/create, right? So here I'm going to say const router equals to use router, and make sure you import use router from expo router. So let's save the file and let's press on this. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the create page. So now let's start designing the create screen, right? So for this create screen, first of all, we are gonna initialize the back icon. So let's get the back icon from the expo icons. So basically we are gonna use this one from mine icons. So import the icon family first over here. Okay, and let's copy the render component code and I'm gonna paste it over here. So yeah, below this, let's firstly save the file. Yeah, so below this, we are gonna initialize a text which says create, and again we're gonna have one more text which says habit. So for this, we're gonna give the style. So I'm gonna say style over here. So it's basically gonna have a font size of 20 and a margin top value of 10. So let's give style for the habit text. So here I'm gonna say style, font size of 20, and it's gonna have a font weight of 500. So yeah, let's save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So let's give the internal spacing, that is padding for the outermost view. So I'm gonna say padding of 10. All right, so after that, we're gonna have basically the text input. So let's import text input from a React Native, that is over here. Yeah, so this is basically gonna have a placeholder which says title, and let's style out the text input. So here I'm gonna say style for this. So I'm gonna give it a specific width of 95%, and I'm gonna give it a slight margin top of 15, and I'm gonna give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 15 as well, and border radius is gonna be 10. All right, and I'm gonna give it a different background color of this color code. So E1, EB, EE. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that come on the screen. That is for the title. So now the next step after the text input is we're gonna design some more things, that is basically for the color. So here I'm gonna say view. So here I'm gonna say text inside the view. This is basically gonna say color. So before before adding a habit, we're gonna choose the specific color for that particular habit, because initially in the demo video where you saw all of the habits, we had chosen the habit. I mean, we had chosen the color before creating that particular habit. So over here for the color, let's give the style basically font weight of 18 and font size of 18. So font size of 18 and then font weight of 500. So this is basically gonna have some margin vertical. So here I'm gonna say style margin vertical of 10. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now apart from this, I'm gonna initialize one more view, and I'm gonna get my colors array. So here I'm gonna say view. Now I'm gonna import my colors array over here. So I've just pasted the array. You can actually use the same thing I'll be sending in the description, or you can add your own interesting colors, right? So with the help of this, we're gonna style it out over here. So I'm gonna say view over here. So basically we're gonna map over the colors. So here I'm gonna say colors dot map. So for every item and then index, I'm gonna return a touchable opacity. So I'm gonna say touchable opacity. So make sure we import touchable opacity from React Native over here. And inside this, basically we're gonna show the ant design icon, that is basically the plus circle icon, right? So here I'm gonna say So that we can do when we implement the backend part. So for now, basically we'll be showing a single icon, that is the square icon. So when we press on it and when we press on create a habit, then we're gonna make use of conditional rendering. So for now we can just show this as well. So yeah, let's import font awesome from the expo icons, and we're gonna copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. So yeah, instead of the color of black, we are basically gonna say color is gonna be item, so it takes up that particular color. So yeah, let's save the file over here. So as you can see, we have all of the colors being shown on the screen. So key is gonna be index, and we're gonna pass in the active opacity as well. In this case, I'm gonna give 0.8. Right, so yeah, let's save the file and let's give the style to the view over here. So I'm going to say style. So currently it's in column, we want to see it in a row, so let's give the correct styling for that. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give a gap of 10 between all the children, so gap of 10, and I'm going to give it a margin top value of 10 as well. So let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we are able to see all of the colors being shown on the screen. Let's increase the size of the square to be 30. Yeah, that's looking better. So now after that, we're gonna have one more attribute, that is the repeat value. So I'm gonna say text over here which says repeat, and I'm gonna give the style for the text. So basically it's gonna have a font size of 18 and it's gonna have a font weight of 500. All right, so now below the repeat we are going to have two things. It's going to be either daily or it's going to be either weekly. So for now we'll be working with daily itself. So daily means we're going to track it like that is from Monday to Sunday that we had seen in the demo part of the video. So inside the view, I'm going to initialize my pressable. So make sure we import pressable from React Native over here. All right, so inside the pressable I'm going to have my text field which says daily, and I'm just going to copy down this one more time. So instead of daily, this is going to be weekly. All right, yeah, so now let's give the style for the pressable over here. So here I'm going to say not flex direction, we're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is AFD5 DBF5, and I'm going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 10, and a slight border radius of let's say 6, and I'm going to give it a flex of 1 for both of the pressables such that it takes up equal screen width. So I'm just going to copy down this and give it to this as well. And for the view, I'm going to give flex direction of row such that it comes in the row fashion. So I'm going to say style over here. So basically flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 10 between the two buttons, and I'm going to say margin vertical of basically 10. So let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see that coming on the screen. So for this, I'm just going to give one piece of styling, that is text align of center. So text align center, so copy that down, and then I'm going to give the same thing for the weekly text as well. Yep, so that's working absolutely fine. So now the next step is I'm going to design the days. That's for the UI part. So copy down the view, copy down that text. So instead of repeat, this time I'm going to say on these days. On these days. Okay, so now I'm just going to get my days array similar to the colors over here. Yeah, so you can pretty much copy that down. So basically days is an array of items basically from Monday to Sunday, with the first letter being shown, that is MTW, and then so on. So with the help of this, we're going to style out the days part as well. So initialize a view for that, and let's map over the days. So I'm going to say days dot map for every item, and then index we're going to return basically a pressable over here. So here I'm going to say pressable, and inside the pressable I'm going to have a text attribute, and I'm just going to display the item. So yeah, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see Monday, Tuesday till Sunday. So now let's give the style for the pressable. So here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a specific width and height to each of the block. So I'm going to say width of 20 or width of 40 and a height of 40, and I'm going to give it basically a slight border radius. So border radius of 5, And after the border radius, I'm going to give it a background color of this color code, that is E0, E0, E0. Okay, and I'm going to give justify of center, and then I'm also going to give align items of center, so it comes to the center part of the container. So let's format once, and I'm going to save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we are able to see all of the blocks. So now let's start designing the view. So it comes into a row, so I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give a gap of 10 between all of the blocks, and I'm going to say margin top from the text, so margin top of 10. Yep, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's move on to the next part of the styling, where we have basically we're going to show the reminder as yes or no. So to do that, I'm going to initialize my view over here. So let's say view. Yeah, so inside the view, I'm going to have text over here which says a reminder, and I'm going to have one more text which initially says yes over here. So let's give the styling for the view over here. So I'm going to say style, so basically some margin top that is required of 20, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of a row. Okay, and align items of center, and I'm going to give basically a justify content of space between. So let's save the file, and let's give basically the style for the text. Let's increase the font size, so I'm going to say font size of basically 17 and font weight of 600, or let's keep it to be 500. Yeah, that looks better. So copy this down and give the same styling for the yes text as well. We're going to give a specific color for this, so I'm going to say color, it's going to be 2774AE. Save the file. Yep, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now we have the final piece of text, final piece of design to be shown, that is to save the habit to the backend. So for that, I'm going to initialize a pressable with a text field inside. So here I'm going to say save. So let's give basically some styling to the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give it some margin top of 25, and I'm going to give it a specific background color of this color code, that is 00428C. And I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and I'm going to give it a border radius of let's say 8, and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, instead of margin top, I've given margin right. Let's make that change. So margin top, and yeah, for the text, I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say style, basically text align of center, and I'm going to give it a color of white. Okay, and font weight of bold. So save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we have completely designed the create screen. So for creating a habit, you need to select two things, that is the color of the habit which you want to choose, or you can choose any different color you want. Okay, and the habit itself, that is the title over here, and by default we're going to make it as daily. That means we need to monitor the habit from Monday to Sunday, as we have shown it in the demo video. And then finally we're going to press on the save button, so that it gets saved into the backend part as well. Alright, so now we have completed designing basically the create screen. So now the next step is we're going to go into the API folder, and then we're going to create the habit model that is required for the app, and then we're going to create the endpoints to add a model, add a habits to the MongoDB backend. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new folder inside of my APIs folder, that is going to be the models folder, and inside models I'm going to create habit.js file. So inside this file, basically we're going to initialize the schema required for the habit model. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose. Let's import this first at the top, and here I'm going to say const habit schema equals to new mongoose.schema. So here basically we're going to start with the first one, that is title of the model. So this in turn is going to be a type of string, and I'm going to say required is going to be true. Alright, so after title we have the next thing, that is the color of the to do. So for this also, type is going to be of string. Okay, and required is going to be true for this as well. So after the color we want the next thing, that is the repeat mode. So I'm going to say repeat mode. So type, I'm going to say string over here, and we are going to make this into an enum. So I'm going to say enum. We're going to pass in two more options in the array, that is either it is in the daily or it is in the weekly. So as I told, by default we'll be working only with the daily, so I'm going to say default is going to be daily. So after the repeat mode, we have the next thing, that is basically the reminder. So I'm going to say reminder over here, and this is going to be a type of boolean. So I'm going to say type of boolean, and by default it's going to be in the false state. Okay, so next we have the completed. So here I'm going to say completed. So this is going to be a type of object, because here we're going to pass in all of the days it was completed, and towards the right hand side we're going to pass in whether it is true or false. So basically object, and by default no habit is completed, so I'm going to pass in a empty object to this. Okay, and finally we have the created at. So I'm going to say created at. So type is going to be of date, so I'm going to say type of date, and by default it's going to be date.now. Okay, so these are the required things for the habit schema, that is title, color, repeat mode, reminder, completed, and created at. So now let's export the required values. So I'm going to say const habit equals to mongoose dot, we have the model method which is going to take in the habit model, and we're going to pass in the schema to this, that is going to be habit schema. Okay, so here I'm going to say module dot exports equals to that habit. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file once. So now the next step is, as I told, we're going to define a endpoint to add a new habit into the backend. So let's come to the index.js file. So here I'm going to say endpoints to create a habit in the backend. So I'm going to say app, make use of the post method, and it's going to be /habits, and we're going to make use of async method over here. Async, it's going to take in basically the request and the response in the callback. So first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So first of all, catch of error, I'm going to send the result dot status of 500 dot json with a error message which says network error, or something went wrong while creating a habit. So first of all, to create a habit we need access to four things, that is the title, color, repeat mode, and then the reminder. So let's get that from the request.body. So I'm going to say const title, color, repeat mode, reminder equals to request.body. So after this I'm going to say const new habit equals to new, access the habit model. So first of all, let's import that over here. So I'm going to say const habit equals to require, first of all get into the models folder and access the habit. So here I'm going to say new habit, this is going to take in the four things, that is the title, the color, and it's going to take in basically the repeat mode, and it's going to take in the reminder as well. Okay, so this is the way we create a new habit. So after doing that, we need to save that habit to the backend. So I'm going to say const saved habit equals to await new habit. We have the save method, so I'm going to apply the save method to this. So inside the result, I'm just going to send the saved habit. So here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json of the saved habit. Yep, so that's it. So this is the endpoint to basically create a new habit into the backend part. So we have completed this. So now the next step is we're going to go into the front end part, add the details over here, choose a specific color, and add the to do. Add the habit, and then press on the save button. We should be seeing the habit created in the backend. So let's head over to the create page, and then let's initialize onPress function on the save button. So now I'm going to go into my create.js file. And first of all, we need access to which color we are pressing on, right? So firstly, let's initialize the state for that. So here I'm going to say const selected color, set selected color equals to use state. So initially I'm just going to pass in an empty string. So let's import useState from React, just like this. And now over here we're going to come down where we have mapped over the days and the colors, and we're going to initialize a on press event on basically the touchable opacity that is present. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm going to write set the selected color to be item. Or instead of this we can actually initiate a function, and then inside the function we could do that, but here I'm directly doing this, that is set selected color to be item, right? So now based on the condition over here, that is if at all the color is selected, we're going to show a different icon, just like this. So I'm going to say if at all the selected color equals to the item, then we're going to show a different icon. So I'm just going to get the icon, else it's going to be the same thing, that is the font awesome icon. So if it is selected, I'm going to just paste the icon, that is going to be and design, and the name is going to be plus square. So make sure you import and design over here, and let's save the file. Okay, and let's check if it is working correctly or not. Where did that go? Yeah, so let's press on the first one. So as you can see, we are able to see that working correctly. So currently yellow is selected, now blue, and then green. Yeah, so now that's working fine. So now let's define the function that is add habit into the backend. So here I'm going to say async function add habit. I'm going to say add habit, just like this. And here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch blocks firstly. So try catch of error. So inside the error block, I'm just going to give a console message. So I'm going to say console.log error adding a habit, and I'm just going to show that error over here. So inside the try block, basically we need access to 4 things that we discussed previously. So I'm going to say const habit details equals to an object. So the title is going to be, let's first of all initialize the state for the title also. We have not done that. So const title comma set title equals to use state of an empty string. So let's go to the text input and then provide the value for that, that is over here. So first of all I'm going to say value, it's going to be title, and we have a on change text. It's going to take in a text, and here I'm basically going to say set the title to be whatever the user is typing. That's basically going to be the text itself. So yeah, we have set up the state to hold the title. So over here I'm going to say title is going to be title, and we have the color, that is going to be selected color. And apart from that we have the repeat mode. So repeat mode is going to be daily, and I'm going to say reminder is going to be true by default. Okay, so format once, and now I'm going to initialize my response. So here I'm going to say const response equals to, let's first of all install Axios into the system, into this project. So here I'm going to say yarn add Axios. Okay, so now we have installed Axios. So let's just reload the app once, and let's move to the create page. Alright, so here basically I'm going to say const response equals to Axios, import Axios from Axios. We're going to make, let's write await. So await axios.post. So we're going to pass in the URL, that's going to be http localhost 3000, that's the port number, and it's going to be / habits. This is going to take in the data, that is habit details, because it's a post method. So here I'm going to check, that is if at all the response.status equals to 200. Okay, so let's check that once. Yeah, 200. Then in this case, I'm going to say, okay, I've written the wrong spelling of response. Yeah, so here basically if it is true, then I'm going to say set title to be empty, and I'm going to show a alert message. So I'm going to say alert.alert, habit added successfully, and here I'm going to say enjoy practicing, something like this. And if you want, you can just console.log the data over here. So I'm going to say console.log habit added with the response over here. Yep, so that's it. This is the function to add a habit to the backend. Let's see if everything works fine. If we have done anything wrong, let's fix it. So now let's give this function to the save button at the bottom that we have over here. So I'm going to say on press over here, it's going to say add habit. Yeah, so let's save the file and let's try to add the habit to the backend. So let's give a title. So here I'm going to say basically play every day. And I'm going to choose a specific color. Let's say this one, and I'm going to press and save. Okay, alert does not exist, so I think the habit would have been created. Okay, let's check that once and let's create another habit now. Yeah, we have imported alert. So here I'm going to say drink water before sleep. Let's choose a different color, this one, and I'm going to press and save. So as you can see, habit added successfully, enjoy practicing. Let's press on OK, and this is basically the response value that is coming because of the console.log message. So yeah, let's check out MongoDB once. So let's go to database and then browse collections. We should be seeing all of our habits being added. So as you can see, we have two habits. So first one is, this is the latest one, drink water before sleep, and this is the first one, that is play every day. So as you can see, all of the details have been added, that is the title, color, repeat mode, reminder, and the created at value for both of the habits. Yeah, so now this is working fine. We're able to add the habits into the backend. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to basically fetch the habits from the backend, and we're going to design it in the main screen that is over here in the today's tab. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the endpoint inside of a index.js file to fetch the habits from the MongoDB backend. So here I'm going to write app.get method. So it's going to be / habits list. All right, and we're going to write the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So here, first of all, I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error initially. So here I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a error message which says, or we can just say error.message over here. So now inside basically the try block, we're just going to get all of the habits. So I'm going to say const all habits equals to await habit. We have the find method, and I'm not going to pass anything into this. So it's going to basically give everything that is all of the habits that are there inside of the habits list inside of the backend. And this I'm going to send it inside of the result.status. So here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json, and I'm going to just pass in all habits over here. So now apart from this, we're also going to write the endpoints to mark a habit is complete for that particular day. So here I'm going to say app.put method. So it's going to be /habits /habit ID. Okay, and it's going to be completed, and it's going to be /day. So yeah, it's going to take in the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. And first of all, let's initialize basically our try and then catch block over here. So here I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message, and here we're going to send the result dot status of 500 dot json with a error message being error dot message. So inside the try block, basically we need access to two things to modify the habit, that is the habit id and the day for that particular day. So here I'm going to say const habit id comma day equals to, that's going to come from the params, that is dynamic, that is requested params. Alright, so first of all we're going to check if at all the habit is going to exist or not. So here I'm going to say const habit equals to await habit, access the habit model dot we have find by id method. We're going to find by the habit id that the user is pressed on. Okay, if at all there is no habit over here, I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a error message being habit is not found. Okay, just like this. And if at all it is found, we need to update the completion status for that particular specific day. So here I'm going to say habit, we have the completed object if you would remember. So access the completed object, and whatever day the user is selected, or on whatever day the user selects to complete, here I'm going to say day, that's going to come from params, it's going to be true. That's it. So after doing this, I'm going to say await habit dot, we have the save method, so save the same details to the backend. So after that, I'm going to say result dot status if 200 dot json with a message being habit completion status updated. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, so let's save the file. So this is basically the endpoint to mark a habit is complete for that particular day. And this is the endpoint to fetch all of the habits inside of the habits list inside of the backend. So we have defined two endpoints. One of the next step is we're going to go into basically the main index.js file. And here we're going to make use of the use effect and then call the fetch habits function. And then we're going to design it over here. That is basically inside of the today's tab. So first of all, I'm going to initialize some state to hold the data, right? So I'm going to say const habits comma set habits equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty array because we can have n number of habits, right? So we have already imported use state. So I'm going to initialize my use effect over here. So I'm just going to call it one time when the app loads. So here I'm going to say use effect, and over here I'm going to initialize my function that is fetch habits. Okay, so let's define this function that is fetch habits. So here I'm going to say const fetch habits equals to a async function. Okay, so over here basically let's write that correctly, const. Yeah, so inside the function I'm going to initialize my try catch block firstly. So catch of error. So I'm going to say console.log error fetching the habits. Alright, so here we are just going to show the error message. Okay, so inside the try block I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await, initialize the Axios, make sure you import Axios from Axios, or let's do it manually at the top. So I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. Okay, so here I'm going to say await Axios dot, we have the get method, pass in the URL, that's going to be http:/localhost 3000 is the port number, and it's going to be habits list. Let's check the spelling if that's the correct one. So over here it's going to be habits list. Yeah, that's correct. So let's come back over here, index.js file, and we are going to say set the habits to be the response.data. So set habits to be response.data. So let's console.log the habits if at all we are getting the correct results or not. Okay, so let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to get the correct results. One is play every day, second one is drink water before sleep. So now with the help of this, we're gonna style out the habits, right? So currently, as you can see, the option today is selected. So we're gonna conditional render and then we're gonna show the UI. So just after the view, I'm gonna say if at all the option equals to today and here we're going to write the condition, that is if at all the habits dot length is greater than 0, then in this case we're going to show some design, that is basically the view that we're going to show now. If at all there is nothing added initially, so currently we have two to-dos. So let's imagine if there are no to-dos, let's imagine if there are no habits added into the backend or into the app, then we're going to show some other design over here. So first of all, I'm going to initialize this design, second design, that is to check if at all, that is when no habits are added into the backend part. So this is going to contain basically the image initially. So I'm going to get the image for this. Okay guys, I've just pasted the image over here, as you can see. So make sure, let's import image from React Native. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can check that out. Okay, so currently you would not be seeing anything because we have two habits in the backend. So it would automatically go into the first condition. So let's save the file. So below the image, we can have a text field which says, no habits for today. So here I'm going to say no habits for today, just like this, and we're going to give some style to the text over here. So here I'm going to say style. So style, I'm going to give it basically some text align of center, and I'm going to give it a specific font size. So I'm going to say font size of 20 and a specific font weight as well of 600, and I'm going to give it a slight margin top of 10, that is from the image. So this is the style for basically the text. Okay, so apart from the text, we are going to have one more text which says there is no habit for today, and then we need to create one. So no habits for today, then create one. Okay, so yeah, the same thing, that is the same style, is going to get applied for this as well. So now below this, we're going to have one more button, that is create button, where we're going to create it if at all there are no habits created initially. So inside the pressable, I'm going to say text, which is going to say create. So let's give some style to the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. Initially it's going to have a different background color, so of this color code, that is 0071C5. okay, so we're going to give it some margin top as well. So margin top of 20, and we're going to give it some padding horizontal of 20, and we're going to give it some padding vertical as well. So padding vertical of 10, and we're going to give it margin left of auto, so it comes to the center part, as well as margin right of auto. Yeah, so this is basically the design which is going to show up when there are no habits added. So here I'm just going to copy down the same on press that we had initially given to the plus button. So if you press on this also, it's going to take you to the create screen, just like this. Yep, so this is the design to show when basically there are no habits added into the app or the backend. So now let's move to the first part, that is if at all there are any habits present. Okay, so here I'm going to say inside the view, I'm going to map over it. So for every item and then index, I am going to show basically a pressable over here, since we need to press on this. So inside the pressable, I'm just basically going to show the text. So to access the title, it's going to be item.title, as you can see in the console over here. So here I'm going to say item.title. Alright, so let's give some styling to the pressable. So I'm going to say style. So basically some margin vertical between all of the children. So margin vertical of 10. So background color is going to be the color that we have chosen earlier. So it's going to be item.color. And apart from that, we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and we're going to give it a border radius of 24. So for the text, let me give the style. So here I'm going to say text align of center, and I'm going to give it a font weight of 500 and a color of white. Yeah, so let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, you were able to see that initial design that we made. So I think I forgot to give one more style over here, that is for the view, such that it comes to the center part of the screen. So I'm going to give it a margin top of, let's say, 150 or 140, and I'm going to say justify content of center and align items of center and a margin bottom of auto. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see the two habits coming on the screen. Okay, so this is coming directly from the backend. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to design the bottom model. So basically, if I press on this, that is long press, we're going to design the bottom model over here with some options being shown, that is archive, delete, skip, and then complete that particular habit for that particular day. So before doing that, I'm going to initialize the dependency over here, that is React Native models. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native models, and I'm going to press on enter. Alright, so now I'm going to initialize my bottom model, that is at the bottom part of the return block. So for that, I'm going to make use of my fragments initially. Yeah, so after the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my bottom model. Let's try to import this. So we can import it like this. So now I'm going to initialize the state to check whether or not the model is open or closed. So I'm going to say const is model visible, comma set is model visible equals to use state. Initially it's going to be in the false state. So here to the bottom model, I'm going to give some options. So you can basically copy all of the options. We have done this previously, so it's going to be the same thing. Okay, so first option we have is on backdrop press. We're going to say set model visible to be of the opposite of is model visible. So let's check the spelling. Set is model visible. Okay, let's just make it as set model visible. Alright, so after that we have the on hardware back press. Again, we're going to set the model visible to be opposite of is model visible. That is, if it is false, make it true, or if it's true, make it false. We've given the swipe directions. It's an array of directions that is up and down. This is the threshold value, and this is the model title. So here I'm going to say choose option, and this is basically the model animation that is it is going to slide from the bottom to top. And visible, we have given it as is model visible. So if it is open, if it's true, it's going to open up, and if it's false, it's not going to show up. And on touch outside, that is, if you press on outside of the model also, it is gonna close the model. So that's it. So let's import the required things, that is model title and slide animation as well. And apart from that, yep, I think that's it. These are the required things. So let's save the file. So let's define the content over here, that is basically model content. Let's import model content from React Native models. So now I'm going to give some basic styling to the model content. So over here inside the style, I'm going to give basically a width of 100%. So I'm going to say width of 100%, and I'm going to give it a height of basically 280. All right, so inside that I'm going to have a view. So this view in turn is going to have basically a text which says options. So for the view, I'm going to give some margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 10. And yeah, below that we're going to start providing the options. So I'm going to say pressable over here. So this pressable in turn is going to have the iron icons, that is the check mark, circle, outline icon. Yeah, this one. I think iron icons is already imported. So let's paste it over here. Yeah, iron icons is imported. So now after that, I'm going to give basically the style to the pressable. Before that, let's just give the text for this particular thing. It's going to say completed. So for the pressable, we're going to say style of flex direction of row align items of center, and we're basically gonna give a gap of 12 and a margin top of 10. So let's save the file. So after complete, next we have is the edit. Yeah, so I think we need to import a model portal. So let's go do that. That is going to happen inside of the layout.js. So make sure you initialize a fragment, so below the start. So here I'm going to import my model portal. So this we're going to get it from the React Native models itself. Yeah, so here I'm going to say model portal, save the file. Yeah, so now we should be seeing the correct results. So yeah, so first of all, let's give the on long press that we have to the habit over here. So I'm going to say on long press. It's going to take in a function, and I'm going to say set the model visible to be the opposite of is model visible. So for now we're going to make it look like this. So in just a bit we're going to define another function, because we need to execute 3 kinds of statements when you press on this, right? So save the file once and let's press on this. So as you can see, we're able to see the bottom model being shown on the screen. So now basically after the completed, we're going to basically show the next bunch of options that's going to be edited, or you can skip. So after completed, I'm going to say skip. So you can choose a specific icon for that. So I'm going to choose the skip forward icon, skip forward from feather. So copy that down and we're going to paste it over here. So similarly, I'm going to paste all of the required icons. So let's make sure we import feather over here. Save the file and let's give this a try. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see the next icon as well. So similarly, I'm going to paste in the remaining 3 icons that are present after the skip icon over here. Alright guys, I've just pasted the code for the remaining icons. So it's going to be the same design for the pressable. So after edit, it's going to be archive. So just make the change for this thing. That's the icon. Import it at the top. And after archive, it's going to be delete. I think we missed out edit as well. So this is going to be edit. Again, the same styling for the pressable. And this is going to be the icon from feather. Okay. So you can pretty much copy and paste it again a couple of times, the pressable, and then make the change for the icons that I'm showing over here. The final one is going to be delete. Okay, so now let's save the file. So now we are able to open basically the model if at all we press on the habit. So now as I told, we're gonna initialize a different function for this, that is the habit. So here I'm gonna say handle long press, this one. Here I'm gonna say handle long press. To this I'm going to pass in the habit ID, because we need that when we press on the completed over here. So I'm going to say item._id. That's the way we access the habit ID. So over here I'm going to initialize my state to access the information of a particular habit that we press on. So here I'm going to say const selected habit comma set selected habit equals to use state. Initially it's going to be empty, just like this. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my function over here, that is const on long press, const handle long press. So const handle long press equals to a normal function. It's going to take in a habit ID that we have passed it. So here we are going to find the habit based on the habit ID, and we're going to store it in a variable, right? So here I'm going to say const selected habit equals to, anyhow we have access to the habits, that is with the help of this function. So with the help of the ID, we're going to filter it out, or we're going to find it out. So I'm going to say habits dot, I'm going to apply the find method in JavaScript. So for every habit I want to return this habit, habit.id should be equal to the habit ID that I pressed on. So this is going to come from the parameter. So after doing this, I'm going to say set the selected habit to be the selected habit, this one. And after that, I'm going to say set model visible to be true. So by doing this, we are going to get the information of the habit that we pressed on, and also the model also is going to open up. Let's save the file. So now that's working absolutely fine. And one more mistake that we made was we actually had written the wrong endpoint for the second one, that is for completing a habit for a specific day. So I've made the change for that. Let me just show you that. So it's going to be this one. So previously we had written something else that also kind of worked initially, but that didn't work when I built the app. So I've just changed that. So initially we're going to need two things, that is habit ID and the updated completion value. So basically we're going to find that particular habit by the ID and update it. So that's why I'm going to say await habit dot find by ID and update. It's going to take in the habit ID that's going to come from the params, of course, and we're going to say completed. Completed is the object that we had initially passed. If you can see this one, initially it's going to be empty. So over here I'm going to say completed is going to be updated completion. That's going to come from the front end part, right? And I'm going to say new equals to true. And if at all there is nothing over here, we're going to send the result dot status. And if at all it's successful, we're going to send it in the front end part. So that's it. So make sure you remove that and you update this particular one. So now I'm going to go to the index.js file and then create a function to mark the habit as complete. So I'm going to say const handle completion equals to async. Okay. First of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error basically. So here I'm going to say console.log just with a normal error message. I'm going to show the error over here. Okay. So now inside the try block, we need access to a couple of things. That is a habit ID. So I'm going to say const habit ID. It's very simple to get the habit ID because we have stored it inside of state, that is in this line 41. So it's going to be selected habit dot underscore ID. That's the way we fetch the ID, right? So apart from that, we're going to define the updated completion. So I'm going to say const updated completion equals to an object. So previously whatever is completed, we're going to include that as well. So I'm going to spread the value. So I'm going to say selected habit dot completed. And apart from that, we're going to access the current day. I'm just going to define the current day in just a bit. You can just copy down that line. So I'm going to define it, let's say over here. So basically over here, I'm trying to get the current day and I'm going to apply the slice method because I want it in this format. That is, let's say Monday, Tuesday, and so on until Sunday. So this particular current day is going to give me the value in this particular format because I've applied the slice method, or else I think it would give the entire day Monday, and apart from that it could give also the day as well, I guess. But I only want this thing, that is the first three characters of the day. So for that reason I've applied the slice method. So let's console.log the day if you want, and let's check it out. So console.log of current day, and I think we can comment this function out. Yeah, so now let's save the file. And as you can see, today is a Sunday, so it's giving SUN. So for tomorrow, it's going to give MON, that is Monday. So if you remove this, let's see that as well. So it's going to give you like this, Sunday, and it's going to give you the date. But I only want the first three characters, so I'm just applying the slice method in JavaScript. That's it. So now, so in the function, I'm just going to mark it as true if you press on the complete button. And apart from that, here I'm going to say await initialize Axios dot put method. This is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 3000 /habits /habit ID that we just initialized, and it's going to be /completed, and it's going to take in the information as well, completed. It's going to be, of course, updated completion. Okay, so after doing this, again we're going to fetch the updated habits. So here I'm going to say await fetch habits. and here I'm going to say set the model visible to be false. Okay, so now this function is basically going to mark the day as complete for that particular habit. While over here, what we need to make the change is we need to fetch only those habits that are not completed for that particular day. So for that also we're going to initialize a statement over here. So I'm going to say const filtered habits equals to, so here anyhow we have access to the all habits, so here based on that we're going to filter it out. So I'm going to say habits dot filter. So for each habit I'm going to return something. So basically we're going to check if habit dot completed exists, and then only, and current day is not completed, then only we're going to return that. So here I'm going to say return not of habit dot completed or not of habit dot completed of the current day. Okay, I'm writing this particular statement because if at all the habit is not at all completed for even a single day for that particular day, then that means completed would not at all being shown on the backend as well, right? Because complete is by default empty. So for that reason you would get an error for that. So to check that, I'm just going to say not of habit dot completed or not of habit dot completed of that particular current day. So now let's save the file once, and you can console.log the filtered habits as well. Okay, so as you can see, filtered habits is the exact same thing because none of the habits is completed. So we have both the things, play every day and then drink water before sleep. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize the onPress function on basically the model that we have, that is this one. So here I'm going to say onPress equals to handle completion. So yeah, let's give this a try. So I'm going to press on the first habit, and I'm going to press on completed. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on that, you were able to see a change over here in the filtered habits. So in the filtered habits, we just have now drink water before sleep because the first habit is considered to be completed on today, that is Sunday. So if you check out over here in the backend, I'm just going to refresh once. We should be seeing the completed object for the play everyday habit. So as you can see, play everyday habit is, completed object is there, Sunday is true. So as you can see, that's working fine. So here we do not have any kind of habit. So that's the reason I've given the condition over here. Hope you got that part. That is in the filtered in the filtered statements. That is this one. So that it doesn't error out and it gives the correct results. So now instead of mapping over the habits, we need to map over the filtered habits because we need to show the updated ones, right? So here I'm going to say filtered habits. Here also filtered habits. So now we should just be seeing one on the screen. As you can see, that's working fine. So now we have completed this part, that is today's tab, and we could even implement one more thing, that is to delete. We'll do that at the end part of the video. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to start and design the weekly tab over here, where we'll be showing the weekly basis comparison of all of the habits that we have added. So I'm just going to scroll down and then again apply the condition, that is for if at all the option equals to weekly. So here I'm going to say if at all my option equals to weekly. Over here I'm going to say and I'm going to show this particular view. Okay, so basically we already have access to the habits. So with the help of that, we're going to style it out. So I'm just going to console.log, and with the help of that, we're going to style this. So instead of filtered habits, I'm just going to console.log of habits. So this should show us all of the habits that are previously added. So yeah, let us, where did that go? Yeah, over here inside the view. First of all, here I'm going to say habits dot map. So for every habit, and then the habit index, or you can pretty much skip index. Here I'm gonna return a pressable. So inside the pressable, I'm gonna initialize my view. So this view in turn is gonna have two text. one towards the left part and one towards the rightmost part. So I'm just going to copy this text and paste it over here. So the first one is basically going to say habit.title, and the second one is basically going to say the repeat mode, which is of course going to be daily. So I'm going to say habit.repeat mode. So let's save the file and let's press on weekly. Alright, so not sure why this design is coming over here. So this design is only supposed to come when basically there are no habits. So the mistake was we had actually missed a bracket, that is parenthesis. So if you come over here, we had to enter over here. Basically we need to enter that, then only it's going to work correctly. One over here, this one, and the corresponding closing bracket is going to come after the second view. That's going to be this yellow bracket. Okay, we had missed that one. That's the reason you were able to see the previous design that is going to come for today, if at all there are 0 habits present inside of the app. Okay, so yeah, now let's continue with this particular design. So let's save the file. So as you can see, for the weekly tab, we're able to see the two things, that is play every day and daily, and then the second habit as well. So now let's give the styling for the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So here I'm going to give it some margin vertical of 10, and the background color is going to be, of course, the habit.color. So I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 24. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. You're able to see both of the text coming on the screen. So now for the view, let's give the style. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Save the file. So as you can see, now that's looking better. So now let's style out the text. We're going to give it some font size and color of white as well. So here I'm going to say font size of 15, font weight of 500, and I'm going to give it a color of white. So for this second text, we're just going to give it a color of white. Alright, so let's write that correctly, white. Save the file. Yeah, so now as you can see, that's looking better. So now we are going to design the days basically. So after this view, I'm going to initialize my another view. So now first of all, at the top of the screen, I'm going to import my days array over here. So you can pretty much copy that out. So it goes from Monday to Sunday with the first 3 characters of each day. So now with the help of this, we're going to design this out. So let's come over here inside this particular view. Here I'm going to say access the days dot map. So for every day and then the item, we're going to return basically a pressable, or here we're going to write a condition. So I'm going to make use of parenthesis. So here I'm going to check if at all the task is completed for that particular day or not. So I'm going to initialize a constant variable. So I'm going to say const is completed equals to, it's going to be of course habit dot completed. This is going to come from basically this particular value for each habit that we are mapping through. So here I'm going to say habit dot completed and habit dot completed of that particular day. Okay, so what do I mean by this line? So here we are going to say const is completed equals to habit dot completed. So here we are trying to check if at all the object is present for that particular task. That means, is it actually completed? So here we're going to check if the habit dot completed is present and if the habit dot completed of that particular day in the sense we can check for any day if it is true, because over here in the backend, if you would notice, over here Sunday is true. So in the front end part, we are mapping through Monday to Sunday. So here we're going to check if habit dot completed of Sunday equals true. If it's true, so in this case it's true, and also the first statement also is true, that is habit dot completed. So this corresponds to true, is completed. So that's the way this thing works. So with the help of this particular statement, we're going to do conditional rendering. So after doing this, I'm going to say basically return in the parenthesis pressable. Okay, so inside the pressable, first of all, I'm going to have the text, and inside the text we're just going to show the day, and we're going to give basically the style to the text. So I'm going to say style. So basically color. So if the day, whatever we are mapping through, equals to the current day, So currently we have already made the change for that. That is this one, which is going to give us in 3 characters. Yeah, this particular line. So we're going to check if at all it's equal to the current day. Then we're going to choose the red color. Else it's going to be white itself. Okay, so this is the way we're going to implement. And yeah, just below the text in the demo, if you would noticed, we had basically the icons, that is the circle icons. So here I'm going to do conditional rendering. So here I'm going to say if at all it is completed, that means the task is completed for that particular day, we're going to show some icon, else we're going to show some different icon. So if it's not completed, we're going to show the circle icon. So let's search for feather over here. Let's search for circle from feather, this one. So import it. I think feather is already imported. Yeah, it's imported. So here we're going to paste it, and the color for this is going to be white. Some style also, margin top. So if at all it's completed, we should show the full circle. So it's going to be the same thing, circle icon, but with the different icon family. Instead of feather, it's going to be font awesome. So let's import font awesome if it's not imported. So font awesome, yep, it's not imported. Let's save the file. So as you can see over here, for play every day, we had just marked it as complete for Sunday because today is a Sunday. So as you can see, it's working fine. But for this, it is not yet completed. So for that reason, in the today's tab, you're able to see this particular habit because this habit is not yet completed for Sunday. So now let's style this a bit. So now let's come back to the weekly part. That is where we are mapping through the days. Yeah, so I'm going to style this part out. The outermost view. So basically we're going to give it a flex direction of row. And then I'm going to give it align items of center. And justify content of space evenly between the container that is present. And I'm going to give it a margin vertical as well of 10. So let's save the file. And just like this, it's looking really good. So yeah, we have finished completing the weekly design, that is weekly tab design. If at all you press on that, we're going to monitor basically the tasks you had performed in that particular week. If at all it's completed, you should be able to see this particular circle, that is the rounded one with which is filled, and if it's not completed, it should be the outlined one which is not filled. So yeah, that part is working absolutely fine. So now the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to define basically the endpoint to delete a habit when we press on that. So over here, if we press on this and if you press on delete, you should be able to filter this out from the backend as well as from the front end as well. So this is going to be pretty simple. You can easily do it. So over here, let's start writing the endpoint. Here I'm going to say app.apply the delete method that we have. So app.delete. So it's going to be /habits and it's going to be /habit ID. Okay. So it's of course going to take in the async method with the request and the response inside of the callback. So yeah, let's first of all initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to send the result dot status of 500 dot JSON of error, which says unable to delete the habit. Okay, so inside the try block to delete, we need access to just one thing, that is the habit ID, which is going to come from request.params. So I'm going to say const habit ID equals to request.params. So we can delete with the help of one method, that is find by ID and delete. So I'm going to do that. Here I'm going to say await access the habit model, and to this apply the find by ID and delete, and to this I'm just going to pass in the habit ID. So by doing this, automatically the habit gets deleted. And here I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with a specific message which says habit deleted successfully. All right, that's it. So let's save the file once, format. So now we're going to make use of this particular endpoint, and then we're going to initialize a function that is delete habit inside of our index.js file of the home directory. So we could do that at the top part, that is over here or over here as well. So here I'm going to say const delete habit equals to async. Okay, so first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block over here. So catch of error. So here I'm just going to give a basic normal error message which says error, and then that particular error, whatever it is. So inside the try block, I need access to my habit ID. So of course we had done this previously. So I'm going to say const habit ID equals to, it's stored inside of state, that is selected habit dot underscore ID. That's how we would access it. And here I'm going to say const response equals to await. So make use of Axios dot delete method, this one, and this is basically going to take in the URL. Make use of backtext. So http /localhost 3000 /habits /habit ID. Okay. Yep, so that's it. So here I'm going to say if at all response dot status equals to 200, then that means it is successful. So I'm just going to set the habits to be response dot data. Okay, so that's it. So now I'm just going to give this function to the delete button that is present inside of the model. So let's copy this out, delete habit, and let's scroll towards the bottom part where we have the delete button inside of the bottom model. That is, yeah, this one. So here I'm just going to say on press, and here it's going to be delete habit. So yeah, format the document once and then save the file. So now let's give this a try. So if at all I delete, it should be deleted from the front end and the back end as well. So let's press on basically this one. I'm going to press on delete. Okay, habits.filter is not a function. Okay, so now as you can see, all of the habits have been deleted currently. Okay, so now we are able to see this particular screen which says no habits for today. So we need to create it. So one more thing is, as soon as you create and then come back to this particular screen, you would not be able to see the immediately affected habits because we are just calling the fetch habits just for once. So now we're going to install the React navigation, and with the help of the use focus effect, we're going to implement this. So let's search for React navigation. We're just going to install one dependency. Let's press on the first link, Redux, and then with the help of yarn, copy this out, and we're gonna install it over here. So we have implemented this previously in the e-commerce application, if you would remember, that is while fetching the addresses. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste it over here. Let's say over here. So with the help of the use focus effect, that's gonna come from your React navigation. Okay, we are going to make use of the use callback hook, and we're going to call it when it comes to focus. So use callback hook, save the file. So now let's add a a habit. So let's say over here, morning meditation, something like this. Choose a specific color, and I'm going to press on save. So now when I come back to the previous screen, it should come into focus and it should call the habits function. Let's give that a try. So as you can see, automatically it's calling correctly, and we are able to see that coming on the screen. So let's try and add one more habit over here. So here I'm going to say listen to a podcast, and I'm going to choose a specific color. Let's say this one, and I'm going to press on save. So as you can see, habit added successfully. Let's go back. So as you can see, now that's working absolutely fine. So the same thing should be coming over here as well with a empty design, because we have not completed any of the habit for today. Yeah, so now everything is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is we're just going to design the overall tab, which is pretty simple. So basically we're just going to map over the habits, and at the bottom part, we're just going to show the key values, that is whenever it was completed. Okay. So I'm just going to scroll down, and then I'm going to again check for the condition, that is if at all option equals to overall, and then we're going to show the UI for the remaining part. And that's going to happen over here. So I'm going to say if at all option equals to overall, and I'm going to initialize basically a view over here. So basically before this I'm going to initialize the fragment before because just below the view or the pressable we're going to initialize the days. So instead of view I want to initialize a pressable. Okay, so inside the pressable I'm just going to copy down the same view that we had previously. Okay, that is this one. And also I'm gonna copy down the same kind of styling that we had given to the pressable as well. That is just like this. So format once. Yeah, I think we have forgotten to map, so let's go do that. So here I'm going to say, first of all, inside this we're going to initialize a view. Okay, so here I'm basically going to say a view just like this, and we're just gonna map over here, that is habits dot map. So for every habit and then index, we are basically going to return the pressable, that is this one. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see all of the habits coming on the screen. So now the next step is just going to format once, and over here just below the view I'm going to initialize my another view. I mean not below the view, below the pressable, because it should come outside of the background color. So here I'm going to say view. So this is going to say text, and here I'm going to say completed at or completed on, and we're going to have one more piece of text that we're going to render basically the total number of days. Here I'm going to say get completed, which is a function which we're going to define in just a bit. Get completed days of, it's going to take in the parameter that is habit.completed, that's the object, and we're going to make use of join if at all we have more than 1 or 2 days, right? So we're going to join with the help of the comma over here. So let's define this at the top. So before that I'm going to give the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give basically justify content of space between. Alright, so now let's define the get completed days function at the top. So here I'm going to say const get completed days equals to, it's going to take in the object, so I'm going to say completed object. Alright, so here I'm going to say if we have the completed object, we're going to apply the condition like this, that is if at all completed object is present, and I'm going to make use of the type of and the type of completed object equals to an object. So in that case I just want the keys of that particular object. So to do that I'm going to say return object dot keys. It's going to take in of course the completed object, and we're going to filter based on the day, and this is going to be the condition. So it's basically going to be completed object of that particular day. So this will basically give us all of the days which it was completed. Else we're just going to return an empty array if at all that task has not been completed yet. So return just like this. So let's save the file. So as you can see, only the first habit is completed, that is on Sunday, that is for today, and apart from that these two habits have not been touched yet, so it's showing empty. yeah, we have completed this project. So basically whatever we have thought initially, that is in the demo project, in the demo video, we have completed all of that by designing all of the three tabs, that is the today's tab, weekly tab, and the overall tab. And we are also able to add the habit into the backend with the help of the create screen. So I think, yeah, this was a short kind of project. Hope it is kind of useful for your learning purpose. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button, and let's see you in the next project. And then thank you for watching.